All right, everybody, welcome back to another great episode here on the Freedom Revolution Network. This is Scarlet Anonymous. I have Tim Parsons with me here tonight, and we've got a great show for you tonight. I named it The Last War and the Hunt for Red October for a reason. This is a show that has been basically coming into fruition over a few days, right? And through these few days, well, really a week. What do you say? Like, honestly, like a week and a half now?
What, you and I talking about?
Yeah.
Yep.
I would say at least a week and a half. Tim and I have really been watching this. We've been seeing the posturing getting set up, right? And now we're at the point, I think, I don't know if we're a complete no return yet, but I would say this is definitely a cold world war right now.
Yep.
I would definitely say that, right? Because there's a lot of military analysts and people you speak to who say, absolutely, we're in war right now. Regardless of how people want to say, even if it hasn't been fully declared, this is where we're at, right? So it's hard to say, are we fully in it? When is it declared? Usually wars, when you look back, it's always in retrospect when it really truly started, right? Because there's small scuttles before, after, during, right? So it is hard to say without the power of retrospect where we actually are, right?
Yep.
And I think it was, what is today? Wednesday. Monday morning, I was very concerned we were going into a new chapter of the war.
You thought it was it.
I really did. And the reason why I thought that, though, is because, number one, we've got bombs first thing in the morning on a Monday morning. Yeah, it was Monday morning.
Up.
Yep. When everybody was waking up, it was maybe like 8 to 10 o'clock in the morning, Ukrainian time. So, everybody's at school and work and, all these places. And they went and hit places that they hadn't even hit yet in the war. And went back and hit some of the original places like Kyiv and Kharkiv and a lot of the places that they fought for in the beginning of the war, which I thought was symbolic in a way. I kind of interpreted it as they were saying, hey, look at this. That we can still get you if we want to. That's kind of the vibe that I felt. Because the narrative that we get from the mainstream is that Russia's losing all its soldiers, morale is bad, they're running out of ammunition, they don't have proper supplies, this, that, the other, and the third, but yet they're still able to make a big impact. If Russia's troops and war strategy was falling apart, I don't think countries like Poland would be asking to hold on to nuclear weapons. I think that is a propaganda strategy from the West and the United States so that people start thinking that they're not getting a hand up. I think people are very afraid once they admit that Russia could be winning, right? I think that's a very scary thought for people. What does that mean for everyone if Russia is winning? Russia has been basically deemed the new big bad wolf. So anything they do is awful terrible.
It's like
I'm not saying that may or may not be true, but this is the narrative. This is where. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's like through the old USSR, which I remember.
Right. Yeah. See, you would have been. I was too young to ever remember the USSR having an impact. Because what was it, 91 or 2, it fell?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah, so I would have been, 4 or 5 years old at that point. So I didn't really understand what was even happening.
Yeah.
I remember that there was a country that was there was countries and then they broke up. And I remember learning that as a kid because I remember learning the map and learning that, you'll see old maps that have USSR on it, but just know that doesn't exist, because I remember being taught that as a little kid.
Yeah, I was
Because you
28
see.
when that happened.
Okay, yeah. See, so you would have had a good
So,
understanding. I didn't.
oh yeah, yeah.
I would have been small, and your kids would have been small too, actually. Even
94.
smaller than
Yeah,
I.
yeah, 5 and
Yeah, because I mean, 91 too, I believe is when it started.
8. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I think that the narrative getting people to believe that they're not as powerful as they are is going to fail soon.
I think it's a chess move by Putin. I think he's losing on purpose.
Correct. I really do believe that. I believe they have more manpower, more military power. I don't know what the word would be for that, but I do believe they have more in their arsenal than what they've been putting out so far.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep. I think they're playing it low key so that when, basically they're going to tire out everybody else.
Well, put it this way, in a football analogy, I think he's got his third string players in.
True.
Yeah.
True. I think you're right. I think that's why they're laughing at these soldiers. Ha ha, funny. But he's got the good ones waiting.
Correct.
I do believe that could be true. And then, too, he just asked Belarus to give him some soldiers and have them deploy out of the country of Belarus. Belarus has not done anything for or against yet because they also border Ukraine and Russia. So people have been watching Belarus, and so the Belarusian government has its own jam going on, where basically there's this chick who claims that she is a part of the government and the old president is not in charge anymore. Some people agree with that, some people don't.
Yeah.
So they have their own issues going on with who they believe is in charge in Belarus. Basically, they're trying to say that the current Belarusian president is like Putin's puppet and that this other chick is the way to go, right? Which I don't know. Like I said, I can't say one way or the other because there's too much propaganda on the line for this. These are the same people who told us that Russia affected our election. At the same time, we could prove that we could see other people outside influencing our own election, our own people. So it's hard to choose who to believe in that situation. They're already saying these things. Do we believe Russia as the enemy? I don't know. But one thing I found interesting today is an article that came out talking about one of these Russian foreign ministers talking about if United States want to secede from the Union, that they are welcome to join the Russian Federation.
Yeah, that's mind-boggling.
I mean, the implications of that, Tim, would be next level. I mean, if a state chose to do it, and I could see a few states willing to go to that extent. A lot of states haven't seceded because they're afraid to do it on their own, as an independent nation of the United States, right?
Yep.
But some of these states could want Russia's backing as a country, have the money backing, the military backing. I could see Russia really wanting to get on top of that.
You know who would be a great person to talk to about this is that Christie woman, the constitutionalist.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, KrisAnne Hall. It would be interesting to talk to her about this because I wonder what the legality of that would be.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because then couldn't Russia operate as an independent country and any threat that would come to said state, then the Russian government and or military could handle?
Yes, plus it would be Russian land.
Yes, that's what I mean. It'd be Russian land. And
that's
so I can't imagine. Yeah, I know. It's next level when you really think about it. But I could see a few of these conservative states potentially touting it.
It wouldn't be any different with China coming and buying everything because technically there would be Chinese land in America.
Yep. Correct.
So what the fuck's going on?
I don't know. And that's
Mm.
what makes you wonder what the hell is really going on here.
Right.
Is Russia trying to basically create this whole counterculture? It's basically the best way I can explain it. This whole counterculture against the West.
You know what this reminds me of?
Hmm.
The Man in the High Castle,
Oh, yeah.
which is ironically Tessa Dick's husband, Philip Dick, wrote that.
Right. It'd be interesting to talk to her about that too.
Yeah, I would love to talk to her about this stuff because now that just popped into my head with that show, which is so mind bending that Japanese owns the west part of the country because they won World War II, and the Germans have the East Coast.
Mm-hmm. And I don't deny that at all. Knowing the amount of scientists that we ended up bringing over for Paperclip and the amount of cooperation we gave. Yeah, absolutely.
And now you got to put Russia in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's so freaky. It's, oh my God.
Well, when you think about it, to a certain level, yes, the Russians and the Germans ended up fighting, but at first they were all lockstep in together.
Yeah.
Them fighting each other could have been a way to try to break trust so the West could think that they had an opportunity, thereby ending the war and then sending all the German soldiers and scientists into the United States over Paperclip. That could have been done by design.
To develop nuclear weapons.
Correct. And then China, or Russia, and Germany still share secrets. We can't guarantee that that wasn't done for show.
Everything
you can't guarantee that. I mean,
reason.
Many people have killed their own people for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
To then those factions don't technically exist anymore because they basically became the U.S., and factions of the U.S. So then that's why it looks like the U.S.-Russia fight.
So you're echoing real bad.
Oh.
At least on my end.
All right, let's try that. Is that better?
There you go. Yeah.
All right. Just had to adjust some settings really quick. But it makes you wonder, though. Bonnie brings up a good point.
What?
I think that the powers outside of Russia and the Ukraine are burning both ends of the candle against the middle. The world is the middle, and the economy of the world is the middle. And I do kind of see that.
Yeah.
And this could all be by design, too, just to blow up everything.
So. I think so.
Putin could definitely be down in on this. Everybody always acts like there has to be a villain. But what if there is no villain? What if they're all the villains?
That'd be fucked up.
It would be, but it's absolutely possible.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. When you really think about it, it could just all be one dog and pony show.
I don't think so, though. And God forbid if Putin launches a nuclear missile, it's going to answer that question.
True.
Yeah.
Nobody's done it yet. So, we're still waiting for something that we've been waiting on the Russians to do for a long time, Dad, to be honest.
Yeah.
So is this just in a way like fulfilling destiny? Is this why the West wants to push for this so long? Because this is what they've been pushing for years. They had everybody afraid during the Cuban Missile Crisis and all of that shit for years. Why the older people of today are scared. They lived through a lot of the fear mongering of the nuclear age.
Yeah, I was in my late 20s and it sucked. And actually, when I was a kid,
I'm sure they did drills in school when you were a kid.
Yeah.
Go under the desk type of deal.
Yeah, just the fall of the USSR was in 91, 92. But they've been around while the Cuban Missile Crisis. There you go.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So when you think about it, they have people scared for how many generations?
Yeah, they're a bunch of assholes.
All the Russians. So like I said, is this more just like a self-fulfilling prophecy because the West likes to use Russia as the scapegoat, right?
Yes.
That could be absolutely possible. Now, is it appropriate to be taking land back and killing people and all this other shit? No. But nobody wants to mention the 14,000 Ukrainians who were killed by their own government since the war in Ukraine had started.
Yeah, I want to make a point here that people don't think that Ukraine is this, oh, help me, we just want peace and harmony. They're one of the most corrupt countries in the fucking planet.
That's the truth right there. That is the truth. That is not a lie. That is the truth. And they've known that for years. I mean, you just even look at their Ukrainian like orphanage system and you can tell it's all corrupt.
Which makes me wonder what our real motive is for defending them, to keep everything, hush hush, under the guise that they want liberty and breaking away from Russia.
Well, and if it's to keep the status quo of the, businesses that have been basically operating under illegal circumstances, yeah, it could be just for that alone. If there's a lot of money in Ukrainian assets, because on the outside, why do most people in Ukraine seem to be poor, but yet so much of the decor and the things are very opulent?
Because the oligarchs are
so
controlling
obviously
everything.
The government has had money, right? You see my drift with this.
Yeah,
obviously the government has money, but the people don't. So where's the disconnect? How does the government have so money to be so opulent, but yet the people supposedly live in so much squalor? But then other people say that, Ukraine is highly developed and just like any other American city when you go there.
We're just falling back. We're falling back to king and queen monarchies and governments, as far as I'm concerned.
Right. So it makes you wonder. But the issue is the back and forth posturing is what everybody needs to pay attention to. That is what really got my attention this week to make me even want to do this show, because the articles that have been coming out are just tit for tat. It's like Ukraine comes out with something on their side, Russians have something to counter it. Also, remember when I brought up the Nord Stream pipeline?
Yeah.
Remember when I brought up that article that talked about seismic activity that it measured on the Richter scale when it blew up?
Mm-hmm.
How's about Dutch since found an earthquake that occurred literally within a couple hours of them finding the pipeline broken?
Oh, that's coincidence.
Is it?
Yeah.
Because this is what I was saying. How convenient would it be that an earthquake would pop off on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge and then bust the pipeline, because the pipeline runs across this plate, which was stupid to do, first of all. Why would you do that? Like, make it make sense. And then it's easy to just blame somebody else for it. You can point the finger at whoever you want.
Well, we've talked about this off the air, how they can affect or create earthquakes and change the weather and all that crap. So it wouldn't surprise me at all.
No, and Russia has the technology to do it, right?
Yeah,
but
they do.
I really think they do. But I really think that this was a natural occurrence, that they're just, never let a good crisis go to waste.
Huh.
I really think that's what this Nord Stream pipeline is, because after confirming it, because I read in an article that said that the blast measured on the Richter scale. I was like, if it measured on the Richter scale, they said like at a 2.6 to 2.9. I was like, that's too much pressure just for an explosion.
Yeah,
I was like, no, it wouldn't register that high. It may be under a 1, okay, and that's a big ass explosion. Don't get it wrong, but 2 and 3, there's no way.
You're saying this measured almost 3.0 on a Richter scale when it blew?
Yep, correct.
That's pretty strong.
And they can prove that there was an earthquake about that strong in that area. So Dutchson came out and said it the other night on his update video, and I was like, I knew it. I was like, I guaranteed it, because I brought it up. I was like, I bet you there was an earthquake, and they just don't want to admit it.
So because why would you say earthquake?
Yeah, I'm saying it's a natural earthquake that occurred, and they're trying to blame it on somebody.
You couldn't have worse timing. That's unbelievable.
Well, yeah, never let a good crisis go to waste, though. It
Yeah,
busts,
and use
and
that.
then you
Right.
point the finger at Russia, because then you can be like, oh, Russia was over there, even though we were over there in jets fucking around. We were over there with submarines fucking around. But I believe it was a natural earthquake, or maybe they sent a sound weapon down there in one of them submarines, and then it created the earthquake that made it blow. Regardless, I believe it was a natural function that did this. Whether it was started non-naturally or not, only time will tell. But the fact that they brought up that it was registered on the Richter scale, and then we find out there was an earthquake in that area that day around the time before they found it busted open, nope. I'm a guarantee that that's what it was. And they were just like, oh, we're going to blame it on Russia.
How convenient.
Yeah, perfect timing. And then Russia can be like, well, the United States did it. Which they've said that. They said we did it.
I don't think Russia did it. I don't.
No, I don't think they did either. I mean, because they could just turn off the pipeline. They own part of it.
Yeah.
So they could just turn off the flow of the natural gas in the damn pipeline. So why would they need to blow up their own shit if they could just turn off the flow to them?
Yeah, and it really wouldn't affect the purpose unless you blame your enemy.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting.
It is interesting. So it makes you wonder what's going on. Now, see, Bonnie's got a good point again. Russia was promised that NATO would not expand even 1 inch eastward after the end of the Cold War. Now, if that's true, I don't blame Russia.
Well, we need to give a history lesson on this stuff because I wanted to bring that up after you establish what's going on. That everybody thinks Putin's just being a maniacal bully asshole when he's actually being surrounded by NATO. And when NATO was pressuring Ukraine to join NATO, that was it. Putin had enough.
Yep. Well, and then all the other countries too. Norway.
Yep.
And Norway borders Russia on the north.
Yeah.
And if I was Russia, I wouldn't feel comfortable about that either.
Well, you have to flip it. If that was happening to us, like it did with the Cuban Missile Crisis, and we said, get that shit out of there, we're going to light you up, and that was 90 miles off the coast of Florida, Putin's getting surrounded by nuclear missiles, and thanks to Bush, too, the nuclear arms deal to not, I guess, create more nukes or disarm them. Right. He rescinded that and changed it. And all of a sudden, nuclear missiles are popping up everywhere around Russia.
Of which I do think that we should dismantle all of our nuclear weapons. We don't need them.
You only need
one.
There's
no point.
You need one.
You don't even need that. Here's the deal. Who gets to decide that we should end life as we know it? No one.
God.
No one. Exactly. So therefore, none of us should be a part of that technology. No. You know, and they do touch on that, interestingly enough, on Eureka a few times in the show.
It's a crazy show, man.
It's such a crazy show. Oh my goodness. We finished it and it's, oh my goodness. Like,
I just watched the one where that guy has that gizmo to make people forget their memory.
Yeah.
And then stole that Asian doctor chick scientist from that black guy.
Yep.
And they got married and took both their ideas and took credit for it.
Yep. With
What
Kim and Henry. I know.
Yeah.
It's a great show, though. Yeah. And it proves a lot of things. You know, like I said, one of the issues that they have is like nobody should have these dangerous technologies that can take everybody else out.
No, because they're always weaponized.
Exactly. You know, much like gain of function research and all these other things.
Oh, no, they didn't.
You know, why should we create something that could basically take everybody out? It's not helping anyone. It's only going to harm us as people. If
And
these
get rid of
things
Trump.
get out, if these things get out of storage, this, that, the other, and the third, which has happened, deadly pathogens have gotten out of supposedly the most secure research facilities on the planet.
What happened with Lyme's disease?
Yep. Or like the few times that they sent vials to the CDC place in St. Louis, Missouri, and then they lost the shit. Or when they lost those, lab monkeys.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, and the truck or whatever.
Yeah. And then, monkeypox showed up. Who knows? So, I mean, I don't think we should be creating these type of things. If it's something that could maybe help a disease or something that already exists, okay. But doing these crazy ass gain of function things that have nothing to do with anything that we're just doing to see what happens, no.
Yeah, to kill people.
Exactly, because that's all it's going to be ever used for is weaponized.
Well.
Even chemical weapons, all these things will just be weaponized against fellow man.
So I had a conversation with a person that came and hooked up my internet in my apartment.
Right.
And we started talking about crap like this. Right. And I've never in person, just a stranger, had such a great conversation with somebody that's actually awake.
Right.
And she made one good point about COVID-19 that I never even thought about. And she goes, I know it was engineered only due to the fact that if it was natural in a virus, it wouldn't have be selective in the people that it's killing because it doesn't kill kids.
Right.
So know a lot about that stuff and everything and that type of stuff with vaccinations and things. So if it's a virus that is dangerous to humans, then why is it killing old people, which are going to collect Social Security, ironically, and there's too many of them because all the baby boomers are retiring. So let's just use that. Let's use it to get rid of Trump. Let's do it to lock down everybody and scare the shit out of everybody. And then the people that do survive will get them forced vaccinations, pretty much. And but it's not killing the kids, but we'll kill them with required vaccinations.
Correct. Yeah, because now it's like it's killing their immune system. Now she's got a good point with that though, because if it is something that humans have never been exposed to, like they claim, right? It does not make sense to only kill old people.
Well, unless they're going to collect
that was supposed to be the whole reason why the H1N1 was so deadly.
Yeah.
Is because nobody had been exposed to it before. This was the first time, everybody who had been exposed basically was dead by the time it came back around.
Jeez.
Yep. And so that's why it was, they took that from dead bodies in Alaska and isolated the virus.
Why?
From frozen bodies. Because they figured if the bodies ever melted, we'd have to deal with a pandemic, supposedly. And that was 1995. And then when Obama was president in 2009, the swine flu scare came around.
Yep.
Because I remember getting my swine flu vaccine. This was before I was awake.
And I remember Ebola popping up too.
Yep. And then Ebola popped up. Oh, and they just warned today to get ready for an Ebola outbreak in the United States. Oh, so so we might as well just get ready. And Ebola, I swear to God, if they do not do fucking proper virus protocols for this shit, I will lose my shit. I will lose my shit. Because the only thing that can work for Ebola is a negative pressure suit that you wear that blocks out all the air. And fucking there's only one hospital in the United States in Nebraska that has actually been built to be equipped to handle Ebola.
Oh, that's
so nice. They can't fuck this one up. This ain't like COVID. Like they will fuck this one up. If COVID is any indication of how they deal with the pandemic, they will fuck Ebola up because you cannot be exposed to that shit. This is not the same. And people are going to act like, oh, I'm not worried about the Ebola. No, bitch, you need to be worried about the Ebola. Like this is not the COVIDs, and they might have done this on purpose so that if Ebola does come and they're going to release it or whatever the fuck they're doing, People are going to die in fucking droves because this is not the same thing. Like, you do not want to die with this shit. This is not the same.
No,
Like,
don't you
yeah,
bleed
it
out of
really
every
sucked to
orifice?
watch. Yes, it
Yeah.
really sucked to, and then your body like shuts down too first. Like, you almost go crazy, and then your body shuts down, and then shit comes out of every orifice, and then you die. So it's like, and then all of those fluids are fucking contagious. So if anybody takes care of you during this time,
they're done.
They can spread it to everybody. Yeah, if you're not fucking in full hazmat suit, fucking negative pressure, fucking looking like a spaceman, you can't. This is not the same. And so people are not going to have proper virus protocols because people think masks are a joke. Because you'd have to have N95 for this type of situation, eye protection, the whole kit and caboodle shebang. And so this could be why they did it, because nobody's going to take it seriously, and everybody's going to be like, "Oh, it's not a big deal." It is a big. This is not the same.
Speaking of
masks,
and
I can confidently say that.
Speaking of masks, this woman that did my internet knew. She did virology. Is that what you say it?
Okay. Yep. Virology. Yep.
Yeah. And she knew a lot about masks. She goes, number one, they don't work if they're at least have to be N95. And she says, number two, you have to destroy a used mask. Burn it.
Oh, right. Oh, and if you could send that to me privately, Bonnie, would be great. Because
What's she saying?
Oh.
What?
Oh, she's had a website to check out later about some Office of Threat Reduction that was in Kiev that the U.S. Embassy had over there. See, and this could be some of the ties. Okay, number one, we knew Hunter Biden was fucking around over there. Number one. The government came out this week and said we have enough to charge him with tax fraud.
Yeah, but they won't.
We'll see if they do. They say they're going to because they want to show that they're actually willing to go after people. And they said it would be a good example to go after the president's son. So we will see, because this is what the Justice Department said they were going to do. But we'll see, because this is what they say. I know, and they say a lot of shit. So it's like, I don't trust it. But if that is true, I'd like to believe it as a forever optimist that is true and they want to change to the good foot. I doubt it. But hey, I don't know. It could be possible. It could be possible. Come on, Tim. The sun will come out tomorrow. Like, come on. Like, I'd like to be believe optimistic
too.
Right. I mean, I'd like to believe that. Do I believe that? Probably not. Because honestly, they got a lot more on him than just a couple little tax fraud bullshit charges. They all know it too.
Nothing.
Yeah, that's just surface shit. Because really, is he going to go to jail? I mean, are we talking jail time? Like, or is this just going to be some fine bullshit?
Yes, that's what it'll be.
Yeah. See, and that ain't good enough.
No.
They need to, if they want to make an example, he needs to go to jail for a while. But I do believe that a lot of those connections, and they could be trying to have this war to get rid of the evidence over there too. Shit, can't nobody come in or out?
Well, if they get into financial records, they might stumble on some stuff they don't want to.
That's why I think people could be getting rid of it now. Yep. You know, this whole time, I mean, the war started in February, so let's say the war ended tomorrow. If people go in, what are they going to see?
Not good.
I doubt anything of substance at this point.
Yeah.
You know, and how many kids have they probably been able to traffic out of there? And this, that, the other, and the third.
Yep.
You know, I wonder about that factor, because they're one of the most trafficked groups of people on Earth. I can't imagine how many kids have went missing and this and that. You know, a friend of mine on Facebook, well, we're like acquaintances. I wouldn't say like we're friends, but we are friends on Facebook. Adopted two girls from Ukraine a few years ago. Mm-hmm. And then ever since the war has started, obviously they have little brothers that are still over there in orphanages in Ukraine. Mm-hmm. And they eventually found some people inside the country who could get them moved to Poland. And they've gotten them moved to Poland, and they are now in the process of adopting them. The sisters are going to also adopt them.
Cool.
And yeah, But if they wouldn't have had that type of connections and the money that this family does, I'm pretty sure those kids would still be stuck in Ukraine.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And it is bleak for these kids in there. They don't feed them for days. I mean, it is just like babies who have issues are tied up to beds. Like, it is bad news over there. Bad news. You know, they want to talk about what the Russians are doing. Let's talk about the conditions that already existed.
Right.
Nobody wants to do that, though. We just want to act like it was all kumbaya and sunshine, rainbows, unicorns, and kittens, when going back to, like what I said, 14,000 Ukrainians were killed by their own government, bombed by their own government.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody wants to bring that point up, that is the reason, one of the reasons, I'm not going to say the only reason, why Putin went in. These people were crying for help. Historically, that area was under Russian control. Most of the people are, Russian by cultural standards.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of makes sense. Like I've always said, Russia came in and they were crying and they were like, help us. And Russia was like, hey, little buddy, you guys want some help? And then they were like, yes, we do. Bring your people. And Russia was like, cool, we'll help you. I'm sure they went to their government. It was like, hey, stop this shit. And the government was like, no, we're not going to. They either conform to our will or we continue to bomb them. And that's why these areas voted to leave Ukraine. Because they were the ones being killed by their own government for years. Because they want to separate from their government. And why can't we as people do that? I'm tired of this whole we can't step away from government narrative. Why do we as people have to be bound by government? There's nowhere on earth you can really even go to get away from government.
Nope.
Unless you find like a deserted island somewhere, then maybe. But even then, I bet somebody gonna try to come in and say something to you about it.
Depends on what's on the island.
Yeah, it's just like you can't get away from it. And so that is my problem, is like, since when do we have to live like this? If we are not happy with our government, how do we get redress?
Don't go to the Capitol.
Any of us as citizens of the world get redress? Seriously.
You can't.
You can't. Because nowadays, if you do try to step up against the government, you're a seditious traitor. Terrorist. Like January 6 people.
Right.
But coups happen every single day around the world.
Yep.
Do they not? Many countries have multiple coups. Hell, some countries are constantly in a state of coup. They just move it from coup to coup. Like, but yet if we say something, we're seditious traitors.
Yep.
If the Ukrainians want to just step away from their country, and the Russians are brainwashing them. But is that true? You know, the people of Iran who want to step away from their government. Think about insert any marginalized group who wants to step away from the government. Why are they always bad? I just want to know.
I don't know.
Maybe what they're doing could be bad or this or that, and we could go through all that. But just as a basic brass tacks, why do we have to support what the government does? And why, when we are upset about what the government does and want it to change, why is there something wrong with us for bringing it up? I just would like to say that. And I feel like the people of the world as a whole, don't bring geopolitics in it, just that as a whole is the reason why we feel like there is haves and have-nots and elites and people who are higher up or not, because there are people who decide this for us every day and we get no say.
Well, they don't like that because they're losing control over you and they'll lose their power and you start thinking for yourself. And if you do that, then other people will do it. And now you got a big problem on your hands.
Right. Now, I do not know if that is true, Bonnie, but I have heard some interesting things about Bank of England and hearing them move things about the money. Now, remember, September 30th, they had to, number one, the Bank of England had to give up all of their old bills that had the Queen on them by the 30th. Also, the Queen had to repay the assets that were due to the Vatican Bank people by the 30th. So think about how much money just got shifted in the British banking system. So that's what he's saying could be true, that they had 3 days to liquidate debt holdings before the Bank of England pulls out. That absolutely could be true, because think about how much debt they just liquidated in the last week. Right. That would have been September 30th. We're at the 12th now, so almost 2 weeks, I guess. But regardless, that was just 12 days ago that occurred. So I could see that being true, because less than 2 weeks later, they'd balance their books, and it's not looking so good for them, is it?
It's the dumbest thing I ever fucking heard. They got to burn the money.
Yeah, they had to give it back or whatever because she wasn't on it, because it's not valid. Yeah, they made rules like that money is not valid if it's not the current monarch on it.
Aren't you the one that said, yeah, you said this to me on the phone,
that
England has the living ruler on their money, and our money, they're all dead presidents.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so they can recall their money at any time. Now, so far, they only recalled, I think it was like 50-pound notes that had Queen Elizabeth on them. But still, larger denominations.
Yeah.
You know, like, and they just brought, like, I think so many $1 billion of that off the streets when they had to turn it in. And it had to be turned into the Bank of England the same week that the England, like I said, owed a whole bunch of money to that Vatican group who was taking over the Vatican Bank. And I believe that it was due upon her death too. Just happened to coincide with that date. All the money had to be back in.
Why? Because the money be useless?
No, because Vatican said you had to bring all our money back by the 30th of September or else. And she had a lot of money from them. A lot of the bank, a lot of the money from England came from the early days of rulers in England before the Church of England was created. They were Catholic most of the time. Most monarchs were Catholic. So a lot of the British monarch royalty money comes from the Vatican. Whether that's by loan, whether that's by loan or whatever. But they required all these assets to be back due the 30th of September. She happens to die, and it happens to be just within the time, enough time. And I'm sure there was agreements upon her death that money had to be sent back to, I'm sure.
So where'd they get the money?
She has the money, the Bank of England. They gave it up.
So they just had it sitting around?
Yeah, I'm sure they did. That's how that shit works. Yeah, no, they got all types of scummy money, you know, because they don't have no Federal Reserve, so it's the same thing, you know. They've got all these, you know, accounts and things, because nobody really knows the Queen's true assets.
No,
they can only assume, because they're not going to know. They can have ancient ass accounts from the beginning of the goddamn time. We don't know.
Yeah, it could go back a long time.
Shit that's even compounding interest still. I'm sure they made sure they had the best deals of the best deals. How did they make their money once they weren't like chopping heads off and stealing people's coin? You know, because it shifted eventually to stop chopping folks' heads off and stealing their money and forcing you to pay to the crown. So then where did they make their money? Probably off interest and shit. They didn't need to just go around pillaging because they had stole everybody's shit. I believe that's how they did it. Then you just sit on that shit till the end of time and it just become even more rich. Who knows what the hell they have? We only know what they let us see. That's why I don't trust them. Because for a while there, I was getting into like the older monarch. There's a bunch of like old British royalty shows and French and all that, like monarch shows. Very interesting. Now, some of them aren't historically based with some facts, but some of it is. And it made me research these people and the connections and all the inbreeding and all the money. It goes way deeper.
Did
I'm
the
sure the
Rothschilds?
Vatican has ties. Yeah, I'm sure Vatican has ties in Ukraine.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to know what I've heard about that.
Yeah, I'm telling
Yeah.
you. Look, like, and like I said, the whole sex trafficking thing, like, Ukraine is like the hub for that. Like, there is a market for young Ukrainian women.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of the Russian mail order brides were never Russian. They were like Ukrainian and shit.
Close enough.
It is. I mean, they don't speak quite the same language, but it sounds similar.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so yeah, no. And I mean, that's because they are beautiful people.
I was gonna say that's fine with me because Russian women are pretty hot.
I know they're beautiful women. Like I'm not going to, knock their thunder over there.
I wonder if they
They've
got a
got
web
some.
page.
I'm sure.
I'll order my own Russian bride. Ukraine.
Yeah, see, soft coups done by manipulating elections. Exactly. And propaganda. Hell, propaganda is a soft coup of itself. All the shit they put out against Trump, that's a soft coup. That's why Trump was so pissed that he basically not that he asked people to come for January 6th, but because they were so blatantly pulling a coup right in front of his eyes, he couldn't stand it. This is how he felt. This is how he felt. I can't say for certain, especially because we'll probably get popped on here for, misinformation. But that's how the man felt. Now, whether that's valid or not, but I get that when you're feeling like that somebody's pulling this right in front of your eyes and you're like, can't you see that this is wrong? Like, I get it.
Yeah, and it's like Succession.
It's like
You're
being at the Mad Hatter's
terrorist.
Tea Party. Well, and it's like being at the Mad Hatter's Tea Party. Like, you're slowly going crazy while you're there. You're like, don't you see this? Did you not just see that white rabbit run by? And everybody's like, no, we didn't see shit. Say, what? Like, you feel crazy.
Oh,
and that's done by design, because if you feel crazy, you do not feel connected. If you do not feel connected, united we stand, divided we fall. Right. It's exactly how it works.
Yep.
This Friday would be that third day. What was I talking about? Oh, this week. Oh.
What?
Bonnie says that Friday would be the third day that man told people to pull their money out.
From where?
To liquidate their debt holdings out of the Bank of England.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's interesting. Yeah, they'll throw Trump in jail before Hunter. You know it. You know it.
Yeah.
I know it, TLO. That's the whole point. You and I both know it. I mean, it's just sad.
It's all on who you know.
It is all on who you know. And if you don't know the right people, too bad, so sad for you.
That's the
way that shit works.
That's why these midterms and then the presidential election coming up, it's really going to see the direction where our country goes. What?
France says it won't deploy nukes if Russia uses them against Ukraine.
No?
Yep, that's what they say. Elon rejects plea for Starlink in Crimea.
Saw that.
Yeah, that's kind of shitty.
Mm-hmm.
I believe they deserve internet.
Everybody does.
Yeah, but they're going to act like, oh, well, they're the aggressors. Yeah, they say it could push Putin to nuclear war. I mean, if I was Elon Musk, I'd call Putin. Shit. I know we ain't supposed to get into that type of shit, but I'd call him. Look, I'm Elon Musk. I'm a billionaire. I'm going to call Putin and be like, yo, if I put some Starlink over there, you going to be pissed off or what?
Yep.
Bottom line, just go ask him. Like, is that going to make you upset? Because I think that everybody deserves the internet over there.
Yeah.
What's the deal? You need me to put some blocks on something? Like, what you need? Like, for real, though, I just don't understand why that can't be done. If I was Elon Musk, I'd call Putin and just ask, shit, what's the worst Putin could say? Like, don't do that shit. Okay, then I'm not going to do it. You see what I mean? Like, it's that simple.
Yep.
But let's not speculate that would push Putin to do that, because I think that's bullshit. Because I feel like if we went and asked Putin, he'd be like, I don't give a shit. Because the last time they asked him about some shit, he was like, I don't care. You think I care, but I don't give a shit.
I don't think having
Like, it
the
actually
internet,
doesn't matter.
the internet isn't going to make or break the war.
No. So that's what I'm saying. Like, so I don't know. That's my only thing. I just don't see. Oh, he did talk to Putin.
He did.
Yeah, but that was only 18 months ago about space. You need to call him back, like, for real. Like, yeah. So I don't know. It's interesting. What else?
You know what is interesting before you get off of that? Is how we can have the entire planet have internet access, but we can't give them electricity.
Right. And that's what they were saying too, because they were like, look, we're trying to give them some internet, some water, and electricity, because they've been without it for a long time in that Crimean region, because it has been disputed for over 8 years at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I think the first Ukrainian war, like when that was like 2013, 2014, 2015. I swear it started when I was on air, because we could find reports of like reverse propaganda, which then made me realize that we were pushing this war a lot more than what we wanted to admit. And then we admitted that we were training people over there as the opposition. And the opposition were the people now who are in Crimea who are like, we want to be a part of fucking Russia. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then we were training people from the Ukrainian side to then fight their own people. And they had kids fighting each other. It got dirty to where like a lot of Ukrainian people hate their own people because they've been through this war and people have been fucked up the whole time.
Well, you remember when we talked about what the Russian Constitution says?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if people know this, and I can't. You'll have to look it up. But I've heard it or saw it or heard on a podcast or saw it. That what?
Oh no, go ahead. I said right.
That the okay. That the Russian Constitution allegedly says that any country that causes damage to Russia in a war, Russia has the right to retaliate to give them back the same destruction that they gave Russia.
Right.
So let's just say Russia's letting his ass getting kicked so he can keep counting, okay, 1, 200,000, 500,000 people, all this damage to our country. How about one nuclear weapon launched at you to make it even?
Right.
See?
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I think he's playing chess and fucking Biden's playing marbles if he's lucky.
Yep. I do believe that. I think they know what they're doing.
Yep.
Right now they want to play like Russia's slow. I do not believe they are. I believe they know exactly what they're doing and how they're doing it. Now, whether we see the rhyme to the reason, that doesn't matter, because we are so closed off from Russian media. We can't even like get it through VPNs barely.
I can.
They've got this shit so locked up. I know. I don't know how the fuck you can get on RT. Look, I'm so mad at Tim. He was like, I can get on RT. I was like, you lying. He was like, no, I'm not lying. And then he sent me a screenshot and I was like,
yeah,
what the fuck? Yep. I've been trying to get on RT for like 6 months. They won't let me get it on mine. My IP is like blocked. They're not playing with me. They're like, no, you can't get that information. And I've even been trying to watch like Russian TV stations to see what I do. Here's my pro tip, y'all. So you need 2 devices for this, okay? You go to the ITV. Okay, I like them. They're like IWTV or something like that. They got all the international news channels. You can watch them either, sometimes they have English channels, sometimes they don't. Okay, but then you take another device. You turn on Google Translate. They got a new fun real-time translator jam. Yeah, you click that shit and then it picks it up like conversation mode. So then it will live time translate as you're watching it. And then you got to obviously watch the other screen, but you can at least figure out what the hell they're saying. And I used that a lot at the beginning of the Ukrainian war to try to understand what was going on, what the narratives were, because a lot of the Ukrainian TV channels are basically like, Slava Ukraini, and, you know, we will win, and, you know, very patriotic. And then we had Russian channels who were like, you know, the Ukrainian government is corrupt, you know, all these things. So there is a huge propaganda media bias. And so that's why we need information out of this war more so than ever. But it is like a media blackout. And that has to be done by both sides. That's not something that's easily achieved by one side or the other. Both sides have to be blocking the information, which then makes you wonder what the true purpose of all of this is for. Right? Because if no one can tell us why, there's something else that they're fucking around with.
Mm-hmm.
So whether that's being done in back rooms or whatever, because then you got the sidebar of, we've got the Taiwan-China situation. We've got China basically telling Russia, hey, friend, we need you to calm the fuck down. We don't know if we can be on the world stage with this level of crazy. Now, that could just be done to appease the rest of the world. Because let's not forget that they wanted to create the BRICS countries. And they said they would bankrupt the United States. And their petrol ruble would be supreme.
Yep.
Okay, because they were like, well, look, we're going to replace the petrodollar. They're not doing a bad job.
No, but their problem is it's still based on a fiat money system.
Correct. No, because Russia switched to gold banked backing years ago. So
is it all backed by gold?
Hell yeah, all their money's motherfucking backed by gold.
Well, that's Russia then. Okay, but what about the other countries?
Now, see, I don't know about that. What I do know is the main country, Russia, is backed by gold. The next country is Brazil, which I believe, aren't they backed by Bitcoin?
No, that's...
Ain't that Brazil? I swear that shit is Brazil. Ain't it Brazil?
El Salvador.
That ain't Brazil. Didn't Brazil have some type of agreement with them, though?
They could.
I swear Brazil has Bitcoin backing, right? And so then Brazil has that. China, I don't know what the hell they're doing. I don't know what China's got going on. Do they got any gold backed shit? Or metals backed currency? No. I don't know. But what I do know is Russia does for sure. Okay. And then South Africa, ain't they backed by Bitcoin?
It's coming into their country. I know that.
Yeah, weren't they going to switch some of their resources to? I swear I had heard that.
Yeah, they are.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just tripping.
No, you're right, because you can't get any money in there using the SWIFT system and everything else. So they're like, "Fuck you, if we're going to crypto."
Yeah. So see what I mean? So everybody, it seems to be on this BRICS team, seems to be going, and then India, and I don't know what India is based off of.
Yeah, but they're pretty rich, right?
Yeah, India's got money because they use a whole different monetary system than we do, because they use like rupees and shit, because they use like Hindu measurements and shit for that. Yeah.
And they love their gold.
They do. They do. They absolutely do. Yeah. Yeah. So I feel like they got some good money out there, right?
It's going to be interesting.
Well, it is interesting because, I mean, you've got all these countries.
Uh-oh. I think Elon Musk turned off your Skyline. Hello? And I can't see because I'm on my cell phone. Wow.
A bunch of, then Iran, I guess, gave Russia a bunch of drones that are supposedly like the top of its class.
Okay, so just so you know, we lost you for like 15 seconds. Yep.
Well, ain't that a bitch?
You came back on when you said the Russian drones. Everything before that, didn't hear nothing.
Okay. Well, good thing that's about all I said was that Russia had gotten some Iranian drones, and apparently they're the tits of tits.
Hmm. Now you got me thinking.
Oh goodness! You know what? They're hating on me. They don't want me to say nothing. They're hating on me, Tim.
You must be getting close to the target.
Yep, I'm getting too spicy for their liking here. Let's
Well,
see
there's
what
no
else.
doubt the United States is weaponizing the dollar.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep.
And now they're trying. Okay, but here's the deal. You know, Drudge Report's been irritating my soul lately, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
For instance, today's two top headlines that you can see: Musk appeasement of Putin and China stokes fears of new Twitter policies. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Next headline: Elon rejects plea for Starlink in Crimea. Which one is it? Is he appeasing Putin or is he telling the motherfucker no? Because you can't have it both ways.
Right.
How you gonna have literally two top headlines? That's what they say. Make it make sense. We need to stop doing that. Stop doing that, Matt Drudge. Don't do that.
I don't think he has anything to do with Drudge anymore.
I don't think he does either, because it's like, why would you post that as the top two? Number one, at least spread them out. Okay, not that you can't post other articles, because I understand that Matt Drudge posts other people's articles and headlines.
Right.
But why would you put those two together? That just looks dumb. Like, it just looks dumb.
Yep.
Like, at that point, you know? I don't know. Another thing, why they want Alex Jones to pay $1 billion? I know this is not on the topic of Ukraine, but why they want Alex Jones to pay $1 billion?
Isn't it $7 billion?
It's $1,965 million.
Sure.
So pretty much a damn billion, because I mean, shit. That's $1 billion. Shit. What, 45 more fucking thousand?
How do you evaluate
35,000. Yes, what I mean. How you quantify that?
Right. Yeah.
Like, legitimately. Like I said, they could be taking money from Alex Jones for the rest of his life then. And that's even if he could make anywhere near that amount of money, which I don't think he could. Maybe.
No, and the court system was only looking at his sales. So all the money that comes in, that's what they thought he had, and not even putting the cost of doing business.
Well, and exactly. And then what do they think they're going to do? Just garnish all his money? I'm pretty sure he has a few of his businesses out as not probably as DBAs. They're probably separate LLCs.
Yeah, probably.
You know, I mean, and did they even sue Free Speech Systems, or did they sue him, Alex Jones?
I don't know if they personally got him. I think they're going after his business.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I'd have to look at the lawsuit to see if it was for Free Speech Systems, which is the name of the company, right? Yeah. InfoWars business name that's registered on the books is Free Speech Systems LLC.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know. But this brings a chilling effect, though. This brings a chilling effect for even people like us, because we are small, right? And they are showing that if you speak about a topic that isn't the official narrative, they can bring you to court and try to ruin your life. All because other people decided to act on what you said on air.
Yep.
That's bullshit. I'm sorry, but anybody listening to this right now, if you do some of the shit we say just because we say it, you're an idiot.
Right.
I mean that.
Yep.
Don't do that shit. Just because we tell you does not mean it's always true. Don't do that. And I don't even like saying that, because I know a lot of times I put out 100% truthful information, but I'm going to just say it. Because that needs to be said. Nobody should be following anybody who has a podcast or any shit like that. TV show, I don't give a shit. Because someone says it doesn't mean you just go do it.
No,
you know,
and
it
we're
goes
not
back
trying
to that. Oh, go ahead. No,
I was just going to say, we're not telling people what to do in an action, task. Take action and do this. We're trying to make them think.
Right. And even if we do call you to action, that still does not mean you come to action.
Right.
Like, and even if you did, we're not responsible for your actions. Nobody should ever be responsible, even if they are in the public eye.
Yeah, Scarlet told me to do it, so I did.
Right. Right. Should ever be responsible for someone else's actions.
Right.
Honestly, truly. Because that just brings a lot of guilt and issues that don't need to be there. I didn't forcibly make you do anything. You did it on your own volition. Even if I influenced you, that does not mean that I am the problem or the cause.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to not do this, because this is the chilling effect that they want from this judgment. They want all of the small media organizations like us to quiver in our boots now.
Well, Alex Jones has been the canary in the coal mine ever since he got banned off Facebook and YouTube.
Well, that's the truth. But then, too, Alex Jones tries to sit on his high horse, too. So he's got to stop doing that shit, too. Because I'm sure these 2 lawsuits humbled his ass. No, because you know what? He was supposed to come on our show. And Owen Schroyer reached out to Red. Okay?
Really?
It was like, yeah, we want Alex Jones to come on your show. We listen to your show a lot. Whoop-de-wop, yada, yada bullshit, right?
Yep.
Then he never got back to us, and then started stealing our fucking show content and doing shows on it.
Whoa.
I don't like that shit. That's dirty pool.
You know what?
How many other small little news organizations do they do that shit to then?
That's funny you say that, because I've been listening to Owen and everything else. And it's been kind of suspicious timing that when I brought some stuff up or we talked about it, like the very next fucking day, they're bringing it up.
Yes. See, and I'm telling you, because they steal our shit. They listen to us. Trust me. I promise you that. They do.
Well, I don't care, but I just find it kind of
I don't
like,
give a shit, but I would just like some credit, bro. Like, that's all I want. I don't give a shit. Y'all can put it out there. You're a bigger news organization. So go ahead with your bad selves, but give us some damn credit down here, the little people. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Little people like credit too.
Yeah,
that's all. I would just like them to be like, Freedom Revolution Network brought this up. They're good people over there.
Yeah, he talked about something we just brought up, and I'm like, we just fucking talked about this the other day, and all of a sudden he's saying,
I know, and we're like the only people who are talking about it because it's obscure. It's like an obscure angle of shit. No, we caught his ass right after he asked to have Alex Jones on our show. Right after he got kicked, like the week he got kicked off, he went to Red in her inbox on Twitter and came to her and was like, "Hey, we would like Alex Jones on the show. We like your show." Blah, blah, blah. Because it's late at night, so Alex Jones could do it. Because it was when I was doing Clarity After Dark. Okay. And when Red was doing Journey into Freedom. And we both do those late night.
Yeah.
So, Jones would always go on Coast to Coast and a lot of these other shows late at night because that's the only time he could do it. Otherwise, he's on air or getting ready to go on air.
Yeah.
So it works out for him. He likes that time of night. And so I was all down for it. Like, shit, yeah, I want to have Alex Jones on my show. You damn right. Like, but then for him to back out was weird. And then, like I said, then they started stealing our shit.
Yeah, but I would take that as a compliment.
Oh, I do. We do. Don't trust me and believe. Me and Red have brought this up on air when they were doing it.
Yeah.
And we were like, yeah, that's cool. Steal our shit. But like, we would like credit, even though we know we're not getting credit. We know where you got it from. Like, let's just go there.
Well, if somebody makes me think here first. If somebody makes me think in a different pattern of thought or line of thought, I give them credit for it.
Well, I had started and coined the Future News Now shit before he started saying like tomorrow's news today, whatever the fuck he says.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I started saying Future News Now. And then all of a sudden he started saying that shit. And I was like, okay, I see you, Alex.
Well, I think you should call into Alex's show and give him a piece of your mind.
I mean, I've been a caller on Alex Jones. But here's the deal. Yeah. I don't have time to fight with Alex Jones. See, that's not what it's about. It's just I want credit.
No. Yeah.
I just want, especially from Owen Schroyer, because he's the one. Who knows if Alex Jones even knows about this shit?
Well, then call him.
Yeah, he's the one who needs the call. Does he even take callers on the show?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, does it? Okay.
And it's
I didn't
open
think it-
lines. It's like
Oh, is it?
how I do our show, or you and I do our show. Anybody can call in and talk about
Yeah,
whatever
but
they want.
do you know how many? Do you know how far back you get put in the lines? You know, one of the only reasons why I got through when I did call Alex Jones is because I don't believe they're still connected with them, but they might be. But when they were with Genesis Communications,
Uh-huh.
which is out of Minneapolis area,
Uh-huh.
Genesis Communications had a local number you could call to get on the Alex Jones show.
Oh, nice.
So I called that number and
So
I
you
got
cut in line.
picked up right away. Correct.
Yep.
He's got multiple numbers for his lines. People don't realize that. He only gives out that one main number, but there are other numbers that exist.
Huh.
Yes, correct. Because I did not call the 1-877-89 Alex, whatever the hell it is. I didn't call that. I called a 612 local number because it was tied to Genesis Communications. And so they had a direct line with Alex Jones. So that's actually how I got through.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that was the key to Art Bell's show, too, because he had multiple lines, like the wild card line, east of the Rockies, west of the Rockies.
That's cool.
Yeah, because, but
Time
that way
traveler.
he kind of knew where people were, time traveler line, all this other shit. Now, time traveler line and other lines weren't always open, but you always had, your wild card line, east of the Rockies, west of the Rockies.
Huh.
And then there was one other grouping that I cannot remember what the hell it is.
Well, they should all be open all the time, I think.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. Here's the deal. I'm concerned about this Russia thing. I feel like they're going, if it doesn't actually happen naturally, they're going to narrative their way into this war.
Yep.
Whether it's them saying, like they've said in the past against Syria, they released chemical weapons. And then we find out it was us anyway.
Yeah,
I have
right.
a feeling we're going to see something like that. If Russia doesn't actually start doing what they want when they want it, they're going to make it happen.
You bringing that up? Remember about that aircraft carrier that's got a bunch of NATO soldiers on it?
Now, you're right, though.
Yeah.
Now, that's a good thing. That's a good point to bring up, too, because we've got this new big-ass
aircraft carrier.
Massive aircraft carrier, yeah, that could fit 60 planes. Me and TLO actually looked this up one night when we were talking on the phone. 60 planes, like 9,000 soldiers. They said like 2,000 ships. And then something else they was carrying on it too. But 6,000 planes is what they said they could hold on them. But 6,000 planes and 9,000 people. And then just think about all the supplies for those peoples.
Yep.
You'd have to have tools, parts, food, all types of shit.
It's a floating city.
Oh, hell yeah. Bigger than a floating city. God damn it. That's huge. Like, for real.
The key is it has NATO soldiers.
Yes.
So let's just say somehow, some way, that thing gets nuked or sunk. Guess who they're going to point fingers at?
Yep. Oh, yeah. And NATO's never fought before. I don't think people also think about this. There's one person in particular, and I hate to call them out because I really do like them. But I'm going to call them out.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. It sucks. Okay, I don't want to start drama between creators and shit like that. But Andrew Mercado of Mercado Media the other night on his Ukraine coverage. Now, he has done Ukraine coverage every single night since the war started. Mm-hmm. I do appreciate him for that. He's worked really hard to do really good coverage. He's been demonetized during this time. He also got professional Facebook the same week I got it. I found that interesting. I know, right? So it's like, hey. But he is a veteran and I appreciate his service. But one thing that he said that just rubbed me the wrong way, he was like, I can't wait till NATO gets in there and does something. And he's like, well, if NATO would actually go in there and do something. No. Do not be gung ho about NATO going to fight. NATO has never fought, so we do not know if they are actually a good fighting force.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
they're not on that aircraft carrier for fucking vacation.
No, but NATO has never, as a troop force, been boots on ground anywhere.
Not yet.
Not yet. But so how do we know they can fight?
Well, they're not going to put them on there. Like I said, it's not the fucking Love Boat. They're
No,
there.
I'm not saying it's a love boat, and I'm not saying they're going to be like McHale's fucking Navy either, right? Okay?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is, how do we know that they're an effective fighting force?
We don't.
On paper, everything sounds good till you actually execute it.
It's unproven.
It's unproven, right?
Yeah.
I think, and it's not like we've ever done military games with NATO or anything where we have actually put NATO troops together and went and did like an actual military exercise.
That's why I'm saying
if we do it, it's not in the public eye.
No,
if it has been happening.
No, but they made sure people knew about this thing.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying I think it's bait for Putin.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very concerning.
I think it's bait for Putin, and the thing's going to get sunk. And it wasn't Putin. It was probably us, but they're going to blame Putin for it and then give a reason to blow the shit out of him.
Well, yeah, because see, here's the deal. 8 minutes ago, they just came out with the article stating that Ukraine war, a desperate Russia defaults to attacking civilians. See, here's the narrative now. And, they tried to show that big thing of teeth. And then we found that article from the German news organization that actually went to that town, talked to people, found the dentist in town, which I brought up to you. I bet you that's the dentist shit.
Oh, the gold teeth thing. The gold teeth thing.
Yeah, remember that?
Yep.
And I remember I told you, I was like, I bet you if they go talk to the dentist in town, it has something to do with him. Mm-hmm. Because you'd have a dentist's office and it would have been destroyed. I was like, straight up. And then they found that dentist and he was like, those are all my teeth. Some of them aren't even real. Some of them are real, but I've kept them throughout the years to show people, how I've taken out teeth and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, and that's not even a small portion of my actual collection, of which I don't know where it is now. He's like, my office got bombed.
There you go.
He's like, so they could be gone anywhere. He was like, but those are for sure teeth that I actually took out of live human beings. Huh. He was like, that needed dental care before the war.
Okay.
And so we've got Ukrainian officials running around saying this was a tiny mini Auschwitz.
Oh.
Now, were they probably torturing Ukrainian civilians? That was probably true. Okay. But see, that's the dirty part of war that nobody wants to admit. Everybody does that shit.
Yeah, but you brought up a good point with that. How many civilians have gold teeth?
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. I mean, it could be popular over there as a tooth fitting and covering, but as far as I know, it's expensive. Yeah, well, I've always known it to be expensive.
Well, fuck yeah, it's gold.
That's what I mean. I can't imagine in other countries it's not just as expensive. Mm-mm. And that's what bothered me, though, is like they're trying to push this narrative of Big Bad Wolf. But this what happens every goddamn war. I mean, do people not realize how war works? People go in war and decimate the other side. See, this is just the only time we've had cameras and social media for war.
Watching them, right.
Right. If people don't think that we as the United States didn't go into countries and rape and pillage and steal and do really fucked up things to the people who we are going to supposedly liberate or free, people have lost their damn minds because we do that. So if you do not like that the Russians are doing it, don't like that we do it too, because everybody does it. No country just goes in and just acts like, oh, we're starting a war and we're not going to be messed up. Because number one, they put deranged people in war.
Yep.
Okay. Number two, the military trains people to be deranged. So besides getting deranged people, the military trains them to basically be deranged under control.
Yep.
Okay. So, no, that's not how war works. Like, it is sick. It is messed up. You do things that you would never do. You do things that are unspeakable, ungodly, messed up.
I
So
think
people
people
need
have
to get over that.
people have the illusion that we're cops.
Yes, that we just are, or anybody who starts a war is just going over there and like police functions and
Yep.
giving candy out to kids on corners. And no one's doing that.
Mm-hmm.
A few people are doing that for photo optics, but the most majority, even the ones who were in Iraq, they were shooting 50 cals at little kids and pregnant women laughing about it. And we did that as the United States. And a bunch of these boys are back here in the United States, and we wonder why we have PTSD epidemics. How can you be a functioning human citizen after you go out and kill pregnant women and children, old people, pets for fun?
I don't know.
You can't come back and be a functioning member of society. There's no goddamn way.
Not a normal one.
Not a normal one, because you have crossed the line of normalcy into just basically cold-blooded killing. Regardless if you were told there that it was for a reason, this, that, the other, and the third, it doesn't matter because you still did that shit.
You know.
And you have to be pretty depraved to do that shit. I mean, they're hitting these people with DU rounds and shit. That's fucked up. So then anybody who tried to collect their remains or anything else in about a month would die from radiation poisoning. Yeah. We use DU rounds in 50 caliber form in Iraq.
And a lot of our troops got sick.
Yeah. One of the boys that Mr. Tyre worked with talked about shooting these people with DU rounds. And then he was a part of like the little cleanup crew that would go up and, clean up the bodies. So then, UN and government officials or other people couldn't say they were killed.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. And they would hire Iraqi women to go into vans and then entice these people to come out and talk to them. And then they would open up fire on them.
Setting them up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Their own people would set them up. Mm-hmm. It was messed up. And then, like I said, and then they just go and clean it up afterwards. Yeah, go clean it up afterwards.
Are you smoking a cigarette?
I am not. Wow.
No?
No. I actually am not. I was about to, but I'm not currently.
Thought I heard you. Okay.
No, you didn't. You will now, but
there you go. I hear a lighter.
I was like, you will now, because I was literally like getting ready. I was like, I should have been like, how did you know? Like, quit staring at me.
I could have sworn I heard the lighter. Okay.
No, you didn't, but you were about to. So maybe you were just like tapping into precognition with what I was doing. Yeah, like honestly. Once you become good enough friends with people, you're able to do that with people. Like you can almost guess before they're going to call you or what they're going to say or finish their sentences,
Yep.
You could definitely tap into that ESP.
I believe it.
Mm-hmm. You just did.
Quantum physics crap or whatever it is.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, they talk about a lot of that in Eureka. Wait till it goes further.
That show
There's a lot of quantum
out.
particle physics and transferring of quantum particles and how they talk about time. Time travel is a big theme. So just get ready because you're going to have your mind blown because they even talk about some of the processes. And it's like, oh, fuck yeah, that is probably how they do it. Like, holy shit. Like, the science is dead on.
Well, I want to know.
I know, you got to keep watching. I don't want to spoil it for you. You got to keep watching. There's 5 seasons. Like I said, we got to start scheduling little watch parties. Yeah, and if other people are interested and have Amazon Prime, we could schedule like FRN group watch parties of it.
I just want to watch it for that Hispanic cop fucking broad in there. You know what I'm
Oh,
talking about?
Lupo? You like Lupo?
I don't know. What's her name?
Joe Lupo.
I don't know, but I like her.
Joe Lupo. Yeah, the deputy.
No. She's the badass. No. This is the one that her husband pops up like in the second or third episode. He's got the beard. He's good looking, dark haired guy. And she's got
Oh, you're talking about
blonde.
Allison.
Yeah, okay.
And you're talking about Allison? She's
I think
mixed.
yeah, she's
She's
hot.
half
I don't give
black.
a fuck
Yeah.
what she is. Yeah.
Yeah, no, she's half black.
And she's kind of flirting with the sheriff a little bit. You could tell there's a
Yeah.
little something going on.
Yeah. No, that's
Yeah.
Allison.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
like her.
no. And we root for Allison and Jack. We root for Allison and Jack.
What, to get together?
Absolutely.
Mm.
I root for that. Fuck Stark.
Yeah, 'cause
I don't like Stark. I don't like Stark. So
Yeah, he's a
Stark,
prick.
isn't he though? He gets
Yeah.
it. Yeah, he rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah.
And then he's always
Yeah.
so mean to Jack. And it's like, yeah. So no. But yeah, we should. If people want to watch, you can email me, station manager at freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. And then we could set up a watch party because you could send out a link for
That'd be
Amazon
fun.
Prime where we could all watch it as a group.
I'm telling you, this show is freaking me out.
Yeah, and I recommend everybody watch it because it is a strange show. It's set up by you, Bonnie, actually.
In
So
Washington?
you might, yeah.
Huh.
Yep. It's supposed to be like Washington, Oregon, maybe like, because they eventually admit later on in the series Oregon in like one episode. But other than that, they kind of don't say where they are. But then, like, I think season 3, they start putting license plates that say Oregon, Eureka. But before that, because I was reading about like this in like fan groups from the past that nobody could, it was supposed to be like a fictional place, but then they did end up saying that that's where it was supposed to be. So in the beginning, they don't allude to where it's at, but you assume the Pacific Northwest just by the way it looks. It was actually taped in Chilliwack, British Columbia.
Oh, up in Canada?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yes. So it's interesting for that. That's where it was actually taped. So, and then I just started Warehouse 13, which that's interesting. It's Eureka-like, and they mentioned that place in Eureka.
They do?
Yes, in one of the episodes towards the end, yeah, they talk about it, and then they send somebody from Warehouse 13 to Eureka. Yeah, so you kind of get introduced to it before the show exists.
Does his daughter play in this a big part?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah. Not at first is Zoe really that in it, but oh yeah. No.
Yeah, she's just a pain in the ass right now.
Right.
Oh, what about the house?
It gets better. It's good.
What about the smart house?
Sarah?
That freaked me out.
Oh yeah, Sarah. Just wait. Just wait.
There's a
Sarah
fucking
is
Alexa
creepy.
house. Alexa house.
It's worse than an Alexa house.
No,
it's
I know,
like an
but
Alexa
I'm
house
saying.
on acid because it can make you food.
Yeah, no, I know.
She can make food.
It's like a Star Trek fucking AI thing. Alexa house.
It's like it's like an Alexa house. So they called it Sarah. If anybody's ever seen the movie Smart House, it would be very similar. There was a Disney movie back in the day called Smart House that Katie Sagal, Peggy Bundy.
Yeah, but I like her in Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah, she played the Smart House in this movie.
Yeah.
Called Smart House.
Huh.
It was a good ass movie and it was scary back in the day because it was just like Sarah, but then it turns, you know what I mean? So then the movie gets weird because and man, no, Smart House creeped me out to the point where I even said that as a kid, I never want that technology when it comes out because that movie showed how it could just go very wrong. Very wrong.
Did you see that news story pop up where Elon Musk is interviewing the robot with AI?
No.
And he pissed it off and he said it was going to kill him.
What?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think it's on maybe it's on Freebie. I know Warehouse 13 for sure is on Freebie though, Pam.
It's on Prime.
It's on Amazon Prime. So if you don't have that, of which pro tip, if anybody gets like food stamps and is worried about, paying for the Amazon Prime, if you have food stamps or Medicaid, it's only $5.99 a month.
Yeah.
Or Social Security.
It's on Prime and Paramount, I think.
Well, I don't know, because whatever Sci-Fi would be on.
Yeah, but I think Paramount, because I have limited ones, and those were the two choices. But I just watch it on Amazon Prime.
Yep. Yeah, if you don't have, but like I said, if you don't have Prime and you're low income, that's the way to get Prime for $6 a month, which I feel it's a good deal because then you get the free shipping through Amazon. You get Kindle access. You get all the perks of the expensive Amazon membership for $6 a month.
Yeah, that cost me like $14 a month.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. So if you are low income, it's a good option because then you can get, a bunch of the perks.
Yeah.
So, pro tip for people out there, if you're, because nowadays you got to have 35 different streaming services to watch all the damn shows.
Uh-huh.
You got to have Netflix, you got to have Prime, you got to have Hulu, you got to have, all the things, HBO, all that shit now.
I know. It's crazy.
Showtime. Yeah, because I think Showtime and Cinemax are together now. I'm pretty sure they bought each other.
I don't know.
Or is it HBO Max, where it's like Cinemax and HBO? Somebody bought each other out of those three.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where they like combined themselves into one.
I'm sure HBO bought them.
Oh, I'm sure because I swear they were one of them was the parent company anyway. I swear Cinemax was HBO. Anyway.
It could be.
Yeah, where they like owned each other anyway.
Yeah.
But anyway, point being, you got to have like 35 different goddamn streaming networks now.
Yeah,
to watch
$10 a month.
Yeah, everybody's $10 a month. Hell,
Mm-hmm.
if you want the HBO and the Cinemax and all that, that shit's $15.
Yeah.
So it's like shit. You might as well have cable by the time you purchase 6, 7, 8 different streaming channels. Shit, even like that YouTube TV that includes all of them is like $100 a month. Hell, you might as well have cable at $100 a month.
It's ridiculous.
Shit. It really is. I mean, honestly, somebody needs to come up with like a 50, like Sling TV was okay though.
It's good,
that I will, yep. Sling TV was okay because they did have all those type of shows and packages where for like $60 you could get a bunch of the channels and packages and shit.
Yep.
Right. And so that's cool. And more companies need to come out like that where they're packaging and grouping together all of these channels in one.
Mm-hmm.
Because shit, no one can afford all that. Okay,
you ever have an app with like the Disney? Do you have Disney?
Oh yeah, Disney Plus. You got to pay for that separate. Nobody includes them, I think, but Hulu. And Hulu, I think you have to pay like $10 extra for it or something. You do get a little bit of discount, but you don't get but you still do have to pay for it.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is the Disney app. You got Marvel and National Geographic and Star Wars and all these subcategories into one app.
Oh yeah, and ABC.
Yeah.
All the ABC shows you get Disney Plus because I like dinosaurs. That used to be my show.
What? But from back in the day?
Yeah, not the mama.
Not the mama, not the mama? Yeah.
Yeah, not the mama.
Huh.
I liked that show. That show was good.
I love that show.
Yeah, it's on Disney Plus.
It is?
It is.
Oh my God.
It's the only place you can find it. Yes. This is why I brought it up. Because it's the only place you can watch it is on Disney Plus. They have it locked down. They don't want people watching dinosaurs. But it was good. Like, you go back and you watch it, and you're like, this was actually good. Like, there was real social problems, and like, back when like sitcoms used to actually take care of problems.
Right.
Not just deal with drama.
And creative.
Right. Like, where they actually tried to like work and solve through a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So I have not watched the new Hocus Pocus 2.
I haven't either.
I know I don't have Disney Plus. Otherwise,
I
I would
started
watch
to.
it. Anybody want to give me their login? I'll go watch it. But other than that, I'm not watching it.
I watched about
I
20
can't
minutes of
afford
it.
all these damn
Yeah, I know.
services.
I know.
Shit.
Yep.
Like, we need to start sharing them as a group and be like, I got this, you got that, and I'll share. So we need to start doing, man, because I'm telling you, it's hard out here for a pimp to watch all these channels.
It didn't work for Napster too well.
No, it didn't. Bonnie, the show is about, I don't want to give away too much because the way the first episode is set up, I'm going to ruin some of the show for you if I explain what the show is about.
What show are you talking about?
Eureka.
Oh, you could tell a little bit. It'll intrigue them.
Oh, true, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So basically, Eureka is
A vacuum cleaner.
right, a government-funded town, but private sector
Mm-hmm.
is the best way I can explain it without giving away too much. And then you just got to start watching it.
With a bunch of smart people.
But it's just smart people. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That
And
makes some
go
funky
ahead.
shit.
Right. Basically, this town was founded by Einstein. That's another little hint. Oh, that comes out later. So this is why I said it's hard to actually explain unless you give up a lot of the show. You see, so over time, these things will start to come out. But when you read like synopsis of the show, they do talk about that. So they do give that part up. So it's a very interesting show because basically every show, it's kind of, and we've talked about, TLO has talked about this before too. It kind of has a Doctor Who style program where there are shorter story arcs in every episode. There's something that usually is being solved. But then there are larger story arcs that travel throughout seasons.
Mm-hmm.
So, you get that. You could watch 2 episodes and probably not miss a thing because they're not always building up on the short story in the shows. A lot of time they're building on the long story over like 4 or 5 episodes. But if you watch 2 episodes and even missed one, you might not miss anything because each episode is kind of independent of each other, but not. So
but they tie together.
But they tie together, correct?
Yeah.
Much like a Doctor Who or like, Star Trek.
Stargate Atlantis.
Yeah, like Stargate SG-1, like that type of deal. So like it's good in that way. So yeah, you have your basic characters, your people you keep going back to. There's individual storylines, but then there's the larger overarching storylines, and then usually a smaller subplot within each episode.
That's always good.
Yeah, and it's always good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, every episode was fantastic. I wish I would have found this show years ago.
Me too.
Yeah, because it was on, years ago. And I guess the people who were into the show, it became like a little cult classic type show. And I could see why. Because I didn't want it to end.
Definitely a mind bender.
Oh, and it fucks you up because especially if you're the type of person like we all are here on the network, or even new listeners who are listening for the first time. I
feel sorry for them.
I do. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
What
the fuck is this?
Who are these people? They're terrible. Right? They suck.
Exactly. Yeah.
But
it gets better.
It does get better. It really does. Trust us. Just stick around for a while. You'll understand the crazy, the method behind the madness, so to speak.
Yes.
But it builds on basically a lot of the theories and things we talk about. They're using proper science, and it kind of reminds me of the House of Science because they figure out shit very in depth. But also, there's a lot of neuroticism, I guess. Not like,
Yep.
not eroticism, but neuroticism, where it's like they're neurotic. And the science that they're using is correct. And what I've found by watching it now, there are a lot of things that they are talking about on the show that technically didn't exist at the time that they taped this show, but the science that they quote is 100% correct of how it happened. For instance, there is an episode at what point, I can't remember, but they talk about the Higgs boson particle.
The first
and
episode.
how CERN was
Mhm.
going, and the Large Hadron Collider was going to find the God particle. Now, they didn't call it the Higgs boson at the time. They called it the God particle
Okay.
in this episode. Well, they called it that anyway, though, in scientific world. So this is why this is important. This episode, I believe, occurred in the second season because I remember calculating it. It was 2008. They didn't find the Higgs boson until 2012. They didn't turn on CERN until 2012. But CERN is mentioned about 25 times during the show. And CERN did not exist in the format it exists now with that Large Hadron Collider until almost the last season of the show. Because they didn't turn it on to the capacity that it exists now until July 4th of 2012. Yep. Which I'm sure by then they were already done taping the last season of. Because the last season happened to come out in 2013.
Wouldn't you say there's a very high level of quirkiness?
Very high level of quirkiness.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, very. Oh, HBO does own Cinemax and Showtime. See, I knew it. Thank you, TLO.
There you go. Mr. Movie.
Yeah, but it's kind of like sci-fi, quirky, funny, lots of comedy, lots of dark humor, lots of sexual innuendo. Some of the dirty shit they say on this show, I'm surprised they got away with saying.
There's a
because
lot
I've never heard that type of level of cadence on a show. Like legit. Like I like it though.
There's some sexual tension on that show.
Everywhere. All over. Just all over everywhere. Could just cut it with knives everywhere.
Yeah.
It's good. So that's what I mean. There's like good relationship building in the stories. Good teamwork. So it's really good in that way. And it's not like implausible things. That's what, it's not like sci-fi in the way of, oh my God, this could never happen. No, they back up the science in this show too and explain it. And that's what caught me off guard, almost like it's a foreshadowing show. Like they used this show to bring out ideas that the government absolutely was doing, because a lot of these things I have sat at my screen and screamed at it like, oh, look, they're admitting it right here. They don't admit it nowhere. Look at the shit. Look at the shit. Look at the shit.
I think it has a X-Files vibe to it too.
It is very X-Files vibe, which is as far as like shit that they're saying happens. And that's the exact science of how it happens.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like they're using diluted science or even layman terms for the science.
And then it's got a little NCIS in it too, with the sheriff.
Yeah, it does have a little NCIS. So like a little bit of detective, a little bit of, weirdness, it's got like a little bit of like, if anybody ever watched Grimm, like it's got some Grimm vibes too. There's some like high strangeness. So it's a good show. Like I'm telling you, and over watching it over the, the past like 4 months that I've been watching it, a lot of things have come out of which we know to be true. So this show shows me that they were trying to show us, okay, because the science is correct. It's all there. Take it as you will, but it was produced years ago now.
2007, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, 2007.
15 years ago. That's nuts. It's kind of Jericho-ish too.
Ooh, dinosaurs on VHS. Here for
Is it?
that. Is it snowing in Minneapolis? Oh my God, let me look outside. It's probably fucking snowing here. Oh, I don't see no snow here. The Lord ain't playing over here like that. Okay, because that's that bullshit. Yeah, I don't see no snowflakes.
Hmm.
We were supposed to have a little rain, but it probably went south and is down by TLO right now. But the wind is going something fierce. That's for sure.
So what are they saying in the chat room?
Okay, so they're saying, so it's X-Files meets Doctor Who. Yeah, I'd say that's a good,
Yeah.
I'd say that's a good explanation.
But
Yeah,
there's no
true that.
Doctor Who character.
True that, Kaz. He
What?
said back when they got away with certain things. That's the truth. I think
Yep.
you could get away with a lot more on TV then. People weren't as aware because back then we didn't even have like smartphones like we have today. So they were using little PDA things they called a PDA that looked like the top of the screen of a flip phone that was really small, but could take pictures and all this other shit.
Yep.
So it's like they were showing us the technology that was going to be coming out. They were showing us that you're going to have this little device that you carry around.
Which was right before the iPhone.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. And it's like, how would they know that shit was like super proprietary when it came out? How would they have known? Which makes me, because they talk about DARPA a lot. You know, they make jokes like, oh, we had the technology before DARPA did, or we gave it to DARPA, you know? Like, I bet that's true.
Yeah.
I bet some place like this does exist somewhere. I do believe it. I really do. After watching the show, I believe there's a town like that could absolutely exist.
It's called Area 51.
They said they were above Area 51. They make jokes about that in the show too. Wait till you keep watching.
Okay.
They make jokes about area being bigger than Area 51, and they're basically child's play compared to what they do.
Yeah.
And they talk about one other place too. Yeah. So it's like they know. And so, like I said, any group that's cracking on DARPA, how many people in 2007 knew the fuck DARPA was?
Right.
Like, legitimately. So, like, this show, I believe, was way ahead of its time.
Yes.
And only people who would have been in the know would have liked this show. Like, you might have liked it for the sci-fi element, but, like, people who actually knew probably watched it for stuff like that. Because who else was talking about DARPA? CERN. What, you know, these groups are doing in secret. Nobody else was talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
Not like that.
Yep.
This shit. TLO said sorry, but the shit that said on House was beyond raunch. It was pretty raunchy. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the chat might be a little bit behind to where we are live.
Okay.
Talking about House, because I said, you know, it kind of reminds me of House in the way that they like kind of diagnose things in episodes. Yeah, House. Did you ever watch the show House?
I loved it. So.
Yeah, but House was kind of raunchy though. I'll give you that.
Oh yeah, he was an asshole.
He really was though.
Mm-hmm.
Grimm was good. I liked Grimm. Did you ever watch Grimm?
It was a little dark. I watched a couple
It was
episodes.
dark. I always liked kind of like dark magic kind of shows. I was always into like The Charmed and like Buffy the Vampire Slayer back in the day. So I liked those type of shows.
What was the show that took like Cinderella and all that and mixed all that shit together? Prince Charming.
Oh, was it like soap opera? Like Passions?
It was the Queen. I know you're breaking up. It was the Queen, the evil Queen.
Oh, you're talking about Once Upon
Prince
a Time?
Charming.
You're talking about Once Upon a Time?
Yep.
ABC. My dad watched that show. He loved that show. I wasn't that big
show.
into it, but my dad watched that show every week. And he was really into it. Yeah, and it was kind of like a fairy tale world, and they had all these characters. Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that was a good show too. Anybody remember? Kaz asked if anybody remembers Almost Human on Fox. I don't think I watched that show. I'll have to look it up. Rain is turning to snow. Look, we ain't got no rain up here, but that's
Fringe was good.
I'm gonna have to. Oh, it was an American drama series, 1 season. Oh, it's on Prime.
Oh, wow.
In 2048, Officer John Kennex wakes up for a 17-month coma without his girlfriend, his partner, and without one of his legs. While Kennex survived a catastrophic attack on the police department, his partner, relationship, and one limb did not. Now outfitted with a highly sophisticated synthetic appendage, along with depression, trauma, onset OCD, and PTSD, he is persuaded to come back to work. All cops are required to work with the robot, and he must overcome his aversion to androids to get accustomed to his new partner, a discontinued android with unexpected emotional responses.
Jesus.
That sounds interesting.
That's pretty complicated.
Oh, TLO said it was good.
Okay.
I trust TLO's. Not that we don't trust your opinion, Kaz. Just that TLO does know what kind of shows we watch and like. And if he says we'll like it and it was good, I bet you it was good then. Like, that just supports your point. Because it sounded good reading the synopsis.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, yeah, Sleepy Hollow was good, too. Yeah, that was a good one. TLO said he's always been on board with Fox shows. Fox has come out with some good shows.
Yep.
I'll give it that. They have had good shows. They had Prison Break. They had 24.
24 was great.
24 was good. Good old Jack Bauer.
Yep.
He was it. You couldn't say shit about Jack Bauer.
Nope.
He was badass. He was like the Chuck Norris.
Yeah, he was.
He was like the Chuck Norris. Like, he could do all the things and make it home in time. Like, legit. Like, so, I don't know. That was good. I did like that. Because, I mean, at this point, shows are no longer original.
Nope.
This is why it was good that they put all these shows on streaming, because I'm sure it gave a lot of these companies a reboot on stuff that they thought nobody would ever watch again.
True.
Because people get into it and then it becomes viral and people ask, well, have you watched this? Have you watched this? Just like kind of like we're doing right now.
Yep.
And then people are going to go watch Eureka. And people haven't watched that shit in years. And a lot of shows have been brought back into the lexicon by that. So I do think it is a good tool.
They're talking about bringing back SG-1.
Interesting.
They had an AI write.
Good night, Bonnie. Good night.
Who's going to bed?
Bonnie.
Oh.
Good night, Bonnie.
Without doing her show?
I know, right? We got to get her to do a show. She would be
I
really
wanted
good
to talk about her before she left.
I know. You would.
Oh, well.
Firefly is on Tubi. Oh, that's good to know.
Good. That's a good show.
Yep. Those are good Fox shows. Sleepy Hollow, Almost Human, Fringe, Firefly, 24, House. Those were good. And Prison Break. Why ain't you got Prison Break on that list? Yeah. Damn it, TLO. Get Prison Break on there. I liked Prison Break. Maybe he didn't like Prison Break, though.
They filmed that in Joliet, Illinois.
Did they?
Yeah.
Interesting. What do you think about that that law that Cook County is coming out with, that they're not going to that they're not going to be prosecuting anybody anymore?
I think it's a crock of shit, and it's the beginning of the purge. Hello? I can't hear you.
My kid is worrying about barbecue chips.
Oh, okay. I thought I lost you.
Yeah, no, she's worried about barbecue chips, and I believe she ate them all, and she doesn't believe so. But I'm pretty sure she did.
Oh.
So we were arguing about did you eat the barbecue chips or not? While I'm
I
yelling at
didn't eat
her
them. I
that
didn't
I'm
eat
on
them.
air. I
What are
know
you talking about?
exactly. I know exactly. No
They
one has done-
evaporated.
Exactly. They just
Mhm.
disappeared.
That's right. You're lighting a cigarette again.
Oh, he was saying TLO says he was just about to add Prison Break to the list. You better.
Oh. Yeah.
You better. Okay. Prison Break was an important point of the show.
Mhm.
You know, Prison Break reminds me, and especially 24. Where is Jack Bauer right now when we need him? We need Jack Bauer. We need real life Jack Bauer right now. He'd have this whole Russia shit under control. The war would have been done.
That's right.
We would have sent Jack there in the morning, and by the afternoon, they would have been all buttoned up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we need some of that. Like, where is the superheroes of the world? Where are these people? We need them to come out now.
Yep.
Who are like the anti, CIA type folks? Black ops level type people. Off the grid shit. I don't know. I'm sure they exist though. You've got it. Like, there's mercenaries and shit, so I can't imagine.
Kind of like Men in Black. We need that.
Yeah, like mercenaries, who are trying to go out and taking out the bad guys. Like a Jack Bauer. Like, there's got to be those people who exist.
Or like Tom Cruise, Mission Impossible.
Correct. Like that level of people. Because we really do need Jack stuck in Russia. You ain't never lied.
Yeah, probably.
That is how they ended left 24. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now it's supposed to be coming back.
Really?
But yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, you're right though. He likes Snowden. Is that for Snowden's now a whole ass Russian citizen?
Yeah, he is.
Mm-hmm. But do you blame him? Hell, you can't even come back to your home country.
Nope.
Go to jail.
Yep.
So, you had to stay in the embassy forever. I mean, you tired of staying there, so I might have became a Russian citizen too. Like,
I would have.
Exactly. Like, what choice do you have? Your country abandoned you.
Yep.
And basically acted like you were a traitor instead of a national hero.
Right. Yep.
Yep. Trying to say that we were trying to take down the government. Government shouldn't have been fucking around. Shit. And why you guys? But you know what? It also fucked it up to where there was never subcontractors, so that another Edward Snowden can't ever exist again either. They buttoned that shit up tighter than the goddamn national purse. Like, honestly, they really did. Like, so you can't even be an Edward Snowden
in the private sector.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't even because the NSA hired him as a third party person. How he had access to all that shit, and he took it as being a third party contractor. Yep. And so they stopped that shit real quick. So the only people doing that shit is internal. RoboCop is interesting because I wrote a status maybe, I think it was 2015. And it comes up every once in a while in my memories when I check, actually check them. But it was talking about how RoboCop started when Detroit's police force went bankrupt, right? And a few years ago, Detroit's police force went bankrupt. And I was like, it started in 2015. And I swear that's the year that they had gotten defunded. And lost all their shit. Yeah. And I was like, is this the beginning of RoboCop? Because I had literally just seen RoboCop for the first time a couple weeks prior. And then I know. And then I saw an article talk about Detroit police force goes bankrupt. And I was like, y'all, it's the start. It's the beginning of RoboCop. I was like, this is fucked up. I was like, this is not cool. Like, this is how it starts, y'all. Like, Detroit's police force goes bankrupt, and then boom, RoboCop's everywhere.
Well, Detroit It's already a shithole. They need a cop. They need a police department.
Yeah, I mean, it is bad out there.
Yeah.
All of these large cities are shitholes now, though. Like,
Yeah.
legit. Minneapolis, Chicago, Detroit. I
Well,
mean,
they lost their economy.
insert Omaha, Nebraska, insert large Indianapolis, insert larger city here,
Mm-hmm.
and they're all just degenerating.
They lost their economy.
Everybody's lost their economy.
Yeah, you take the manufacturing. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
They took manufacturing out of everywhere, though.
Yeah, right.
I mean, even Minneapolis, we used to have the Ford plant here. We used to have a lot more jobs that way. Medtronic ended up moving their headquarters to Ireland.
Ireland?
Yep, they got tax breaks over there.
No, that's not right.
Yep, so they moved their headquarters from like Minneapolis suburbs to Ireland. And that was one of our largest like tech companies because they did medical electronics and medical devices.
Well, you got to remember that Detroit was an automaker, and they all left.
Yeah, all of them left.
Yeah.
Like I said, we made automobiles here too. Ford plant. The last Ford Ranger plant was here until it shut down in I think like 2016 or 17.
Wow.
Yep. And then the last Ford Ranger came off the line and then they shut it down. And me and TLO were just talking about this the other day. They left millions. There's a whole ass cave system beneath the Ford plant. And they left millions of dollars of shit down there.
Really?
In those caves. Millions of dollars on they left whole ass trucks, fleets of trucks down there. They left caves full of copper piping.
What?
Yeah, just endless shit down there. And nobody goes down there to take it out. And pretty much they said they've sealed all the caves down there and shit. Because I think somebody got hurt or died down there or fire started and they died. Something fucking happened down there. And then they were like, people are going down there, blah, blah, blah. But I know a friend who was going in there and they got $20,000 worth of copper out of one of them caves.
Especially
and they
now.
said they didn't even put 20,000 fucking dollars. They said that they didn't even put a dent in what was in there.
Bunch of scavengers.
Hey, look.
What?
They left the shit. I mean, here's the deal. If Ford wanted that shit, they should have came back and got it. But
no,
they just left it down the caves.
They're saving billions of dollars. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. But here's the deal. So, yeah, they went down there and like I said, friends of mine went and got at least $20,000 worth of copper out of there. At least.
Damn.
And they said they didn't even put a dent in the shit.
I know where I'm going when it comes to you.
I know, right? Let's go down to the caves. But shit, you don't know what you can find down there. I'm just saying, it's a whole ass city down there. You don't know what the fuck you're going to find. Bombs, goddamn satanic rituals. I don't know. You can find all types of shit down there. Who knows? It's fucked up. Like, legit. Oh, yeah. You sure can join. Oh, 2015 it closed. Thank you. I'm saying, Cass. I'm just saying, Cass girl. I'm taking whatever I can get out of damn caves too. If they gonna leave the shit down there, I'm taking it. I'm an opportunist. When it really comes down to it, they abandon the shit. Now it's different if like a business actually owns the shit and are just storing it there. But they legitimately abandoned it and said they're never going back there. They sold the land to like some apartment developer or some bullshit. And like, so nobody's ever going down below ground to get the shit out. And I think it's more because they don't want to admit that the shit exists.
Right.
Because then, if they admit it exists, okay, we're going to invite TLO. Hold on. If they admit it exists, then they'd have to pay to clean up and get rid of all the shit that's down there.
True.
And they don't want to do that. See, that's what I mean. So it's better off if they just don't say nothing and keep it hush-hush and don't tell people there's shit down there. And then whoever goes down there reaps the benefit of their rewards, because they're not going to tell people it exists, nor do they want people down there. So, like I said, get what I can.
Huh.
Just saying. It's different when a business actually owns it and it would affect their bottom line. That to me is theft. But a multi-billion-dollar corporation that leaves shit in basically an underground city, that shit's fair game, because you didn't come back and get it.
Well, the definition of theft is taking something that doesn't belong to you.
Yeah, I mean, it would be thieving. Okay, correct.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I don't feel like it's theft in the sense of I'm hurting a business. It's not like I'm going to a current business's storage facility and stealing their current product that they could make money off of.
Yeah, if they left it for dead, then that's on them.
Yeah, you know what I mean? That's like, somebody abandoning a building and then the building becoming basically like public property because nobody pays the taxes. It gets sold back to the city or whatever. And then people start taking shit out of it. I mean, at that point, it's up to the city to secure it or do something with it.
Yep.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. After abandonment, I feel like it was abandoned materials. And they always say after like 30 days or whatever, if you abandon something, then it's yours, whatever. So shit, only the people, the owners, could then come after you after that. And for a long time, nobody owned the land. They had just basically stopped production and then were looking for a buyer. So literally it was still the Ford companies and they hadn't sold it yet. So they're like, oh, well, fuck you guys.
Well, who's going to buy it?
Exactly. Well, one of those developers bought it.
Yeah, for apartments.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Darren. Hello. How's it down under? Getting to start to be summertime soon, isn't it? Is it starting to warm up? I would assume. Because it's starting to get cold here. Yeah. Oh, Tiolo has popped into the stream. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Hello.
Glad to have you.
Thank you. Yes, no, the Ford situation is quite an astonishing feat, to be honest, because you're talking about essentially, I think they said the equivalent of up to 50, 60 miles of tunnels underneath the old Ford plant. It has now been redeveloped, and they have a bunch of condos. They reopened a Lund's Byerly's in one of the properties. They've opened up a weird park where they're trying to fake simulate the fact that they have a stream going through it, even though it's not actually the stream that was once there before the Ford plant came along. So, but no, there's trucks, there's diggers, there's heavy machinery, there's supplies, there's actually even like a bunker type setting where people like dormitories where people would actually stay underground, because it all came about from the Ford plant. And what made it such a valuable commodity was the fact that they were making their own windshields. So the Ford Rangers, the glass for the windshields was actually mined from those caves underneath the Ford plant.
Oh.
I did not know that.
Yeah, that's why there's a lot of heavy equipment down there, because, yeah, as Tim alluded to, it would be ridiculously expensive to try and pull a lot of that out. And so, yeah, they just said, we'll just leave it as is because most people aren't going to be down here. And now that they've built over it, it's harder to gain access, but they do still have a few access points, and 2 of them have been built into buildings. So you can theoretically go into the basement of those buildings and gain access to those tunnels. But I think they left those just as, like, emergency situations if something were to happen.
Well, there'd be no way to probably close up every single tunnel that ever existed down to those. You know what I
No.
mean? Like,
Yeah.
there's probably ones they don't even know about, especially because, like, the speakeasies, in
Yep.
St. Paul Prohibition days, all of that.
No, there's a
Hell,
lot of
even the ones in Minneapolis.
there's a lot of caves that are built into the sides of the Mississippi River bank. I've traveled through some of them myself, and some of them are pretty extensive. And we're talking about just semi-naturally formed that were kind of helped along by humans at
Yep.
one stage or another. So, like
Well, a lot of
as
people
Scarlet
partied
said,
in the caves and shit too for a
correct.
long time.
Yeah, they would
So,
party in
like,
the cave,
hell
have
yeah, live
places
in the
to
caves.
sleep. Yep, have places to
Yep.
sleep.
Hmm.
So no, it's a very interesting thing, and yeah, I
Well, it's
guarantee you,
interesting. There's been many places around even the world where they have found like these underground enclaves of people,
correct.
and then you've got things like Middle Earth theory or
Yeah,
Hollow Earth theory.
yeah, the Hollow Earth theory,
Right.
which I definitely tend to believe that there's. I don't know about full-on civilizations, but there's definitely spaces down there
I could
below the Earth's
definitely
surface.
see full on civilizations down there, especially if, like, the idea of something like Agartha is potentially possible, where there's some type of internal sun,
Right.
where they could have internal light sources and things.
True.
Or, if you want to believe in like the evolutionary idea that maybe they could have adapted. But I do like to tend to think that that could be a very possible and plausible reality. And what's interesting is last week there wasn't a lot of, pomp and circumstance in the media, but a U.S. Coast Guard ice cutter ship that is doing this scientific expedition with a few other groups went to the North Pole and are staying at the North Pole for a while, supposedly doing research in one of these ice cutters that has went the furthest north that anybody's went since Admiral Byrd.
Well, there's obviously the
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh,
Where you go?
we lost him.
He said Admiral Byrne, and then he disappeared.
I know.
Uh-oh.
They're popping TLO because he's spitting truth, my friends.
So what was Ford mining down there? Sand?
Yeah, it must have been.
Yeah, had to be.
Did you see that the Mississippi River has went dry?
When?
Just recently? Oh,
No.
TLO went back. Hold on.
It did?
Yes, completely.
I didn't hear that.
I mean, completely down by Mississippi, especially. And they had to cancel the Viking Mississippi River cruise. They had to cancel it because it can't make it to St. Paul.
Too shallow?
There's no water.
Well, that'll help. Yeah, but, okay.
Yeah, like beyond too shallow. Like they say there's just no water at a certain point to get up here. And then down in Mississippi, this guy with his girlfriend was walking across the Mississippi River and the river wasn't there. There's only, like he said, maybe like a small little channel now that's maybe 200 to 300 yards wide that is the Mississippi River now, when it used to go miles across.
So that concerns me because that means the Great Lakes are next.
Yep. Because it's not flowing down anymore.
Right. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. So either that's going to do one of two things: flood us out here in places where the Great Lakes are, because the water isn't going to have anywhere to go. And if the lakes start getting too full, where the hell is it going to go? Well, it's going to spill out to us.
Yep.
And then if it's not going down to the river, like, it's going to take a long time to get that water back down there. Like, we're talking a fucking deluge would need to occur.
Yeah, I've been across the Mississippi on a bridge, and it's big. It's a lot of water.
It ebbs and flows. There's some places where it's very short or very narrow, and then
That's
there's
true.
definitely some places that are super big, because down by Lake Pepin, which is still in Minnesota, it gets to be about almost, I would say, close to 1.5 miles wide.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah,
That's
and
what I
then
mean.
there are some places north of here, like up towards our northern suburbs in Minneapolis, where it does get pretty narrow, and also the
That is
same
true.
goes south.
Yep. That is true. There are some, narrower points.
Yeah,
But
choke
as
points.
far as seeing no water in this fucker, like down by Mississippi, where, eventually it goes out to the Gulf, that is bad news. The fact that
Yep.
this boat had to stop before St. Louis and couldn't go any further is
Yeah.
bad news.
Well, they
Mhm.
canceled. I don't know if you had said this. They canceled the newly reinstated, or I should say, newly instated Vikings cruise lines, because they
Yep.
now have service up and down the Mississippi from New
Duluth.
Orleans all the way up to St. Paul.
You go to Duluth even.
Well, yeah, they were talking about that originally, because then you'd have to go over on the St. Croix, which is
Yep.
doable. But
Yep.
it
They were
right now it's
looking
only
for
to
that
St. Paul,
cruise.
because they have that big, basically, dock area in St. Paul.
They do
St.
have a
Paul
port.
versus, yeah, they have a port. Minneapolis is more of the white collar city, and St. Paul is definitely the more blue collar. There's still a lot more factories and production places in St. Paul, especially along the river. There's
True.
still a lot of factories, and so the Vikings cruises go between St. Paul and New Orleans, and I think they have a stop in like St. Louis and like one other spot. But I
They
was
have
tempted to
one
do
that you
it.
can do all the way fucking around from there, all the way around Florida, all the way up the Atlantic coast, all the way through like the Finger Lakes in New York, all the way the fuck around to like Duluth, and then all the way goddamn back down and around. They say it takes like 3 months. And it was like $25,000. But I was like, that would be dope as fuck.
Well, yeah, it would be an actual, like, a journey that you could definitely like name drop. Like, yeah, I
Hell
did this.
yeah. I
And
would for
not too many
sure.
other people, correct. Not too many other people could say that. And that's part of the reason why it has
No.
a $25,000 price tag.
Well, that's why it costs that much to go cruise to Antarctica too.
Yeah, well, it costs a lot to go cruise the Antarctica, because they first off have special like triple hull ships
Oh yeah.
that go down there, because you can't fuck around with the icebergs.
Hell no, because ain't
And
nobody to come save you.
yeah, exactly. Like, it's not going to be like the Titanic. If you're going
No,
down,
your ass
you're
is
going
dead.
down.
That's
Yeah,
it. Yeah, you're dead. And that's if the Drake Passage isn't wild when you go down.
exactly.
Then you're really dead. Like you were already dead because of where you're at. But if that thing, they have 50-foot waves and shit, it'd be wild.
Oh yeah, no, and big old chunks of ice in those 50-foot waves slamming
Yeah,
against the
you're
ship.
right.
Yeah, like it's no joke.
It is no joke. But that's why you pay the premium,
But that's why you pay the premium, exactly.
Yeah, because I'm in this cruising for like this travel to Antarctica group because I was just interested. And a lot of people actually go. First of
Yeah.
all, I want to know what the fuck all these people do for a living, how they got so much money, number one.
Me too.
Number two, right? Because, and
A
a
lot
bunch
of
of
them
people
are
say they go
retirees.
multiple times. Like,
Yeah, a lot of people are retirees. I have a retiree at my work that
who the
actually.
fuck has $25K a pop to go on a damn vacation, though? Shit.
I have some retirees that live in my building that are worth millions. And we're
Okay.
talking just former professors and stuff like that. So just people who had long tenure. Back in the days when you actually got paid for what you did, as
And
far
you
as
could
work
save
goes, if you
actually
actually
some
work.
money and make it work for
Yep.
you back in the day too. Because like my grandpa probably has close to $1 million, but he was he wasn't really, he didn't do like anything spectacular. He was
Correct.
a blue collar guy. He was in the military. Like he didn't do anything spectacular. Just my grandmother was a military accountant. Okay. So she knew how to save her money and where to put it and diversify it to make the best bang for her buck at the time. And so she did
Correct.
that. But so you could do that then. That is true.
Yeah.
Like an average person who just worked a 9 to 5, hell, even somebody who worked fast food,
Yeah.
could put away money and literally damn near become a millionaire by the time they retired.
Correct.
Now you can't do that shit.
No, not at all. Just
Not
because
even close.
the crap that's going on with our economy, the recessions, the dollar just bottoming out. It's not the same. And then so many people are losing so much money with their 401ks. Like my grandmother lost millions.
Yeah.
And it's kind of ridiculous.
No, that is true. I think my grandpa said like the day that the stock market crashed, he lost like $500,000 or $250,000 or something like that. It was a very depressing day. It was a bad day for a lot of people.
Yep.
And it was because of the way that they invested too, but that was the safest way to invest at that time.
Correct.
A lot of people had mutual funds, CDs, bonds, shit that actually meant something. And then in one day, that shit just literally got deleted like it never existed.
Well, there's so many people, Scarlet, that are in the corporate world that are kind of stuck with the 401ks and stuff. And that's how they try and build wealth. And they don't diversify.
Oh, yeah. Or like Kaz, his dad had to use all his. Mine did too. My dad had to borrow against his a lot to pay bills and debt and, all types of things. A lot of people have had to. And then they penalize you for it. Years ago, a financial advisor had told me to cash out because they were like, don't build wealth in a 401k anymore. It's not worth it. It's too volatile. You're better off trying to do privatized saving for yourself for retirement than going into a 401k that you're probably going to lose everything. And so we did pull out at the time and we got super penalized for it. Now, it did end up catching back up the right way because with COVID, they allowed all these tax breaks that then basically you could apply to previous years, then basically wiped out all of our liability. For us, it worked out. But for everybody else, you get penalized for it if you're before a certain age. Oh, yeah, or even when you die, you get penalized for it. The federal government. I only got like a few $1,000s from my dad's. And they took like damn near half of it in taxes. And they wanted me to file it.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
They're
ridiculous for that. Yeah, they're ridiculous when it comes to death taxes.
Yeah, like death tax. Like, what the hell? Like, they don't call it a death tax, but that's exactly what it is. Because how do you get so much of it?
Exactly.
It's ridiculous. And, then, you can file it on your taxes, but does that mean I get to recoup all of it? No. So what the hell?
Exactly.
Then that money was already taxed. Like, tax at one time. And that's it. But they somehow can get like half of the shit. I don't know. Well, and they act like it's not a 50% tax rate, but how do you get 50% of it?
Right.
Exactly. So, I mean, it is what it is.
But Darren, you have a good point. Gold and silver, more tactile commodities for sure. Like I was actually just doing some training with a new employee at work, and we were talking about how my stepdad, because he was so super into comic books, there was basically almost 2 decades where he would go with a pull list to a comic book store and spend about $500. And so he literally has full runs of a lot of old comic books and easily has probably upwards of $1 million just in comic books.
Jeez.
Like, I am not joking. We're talking bankers boxes on bankers boxes of comics. I got my own little stash. I've got Aliens versus Predator first print. I've got almost all the Transformers original 80s comics first prints. So I'm sitting at probably a couple of $1,000s myself. So I get it. But that's the best way to do it, is to have like different commodities that you gain your wealth in, not just like a 401k, not just through some sort of program. not even through tax manipulation, but just having different things. Hell, I've got a 1921 silver dollar that I had gotten as a tip for doing a good job, and at the time it was like 2017, and it was already like $60-$70. And once it went to 2021, that fucker shot up. It's now like upwards of $350 just for one coin. So yeah, you all you have to do is just be smart, diversify your profile, and you'll be all right.
True.
Wow, when did we turn into the Financial Times here?
I don't know, but we did.
Yeah, we did.
We went there. But sometimes the conversation needs to go there, though, I think, because a lot of what we're going through, right, is all connected and involved and multi-layered, right? It's like an onion more so than something that's just black and white. There are many layers to how we get to where we are, and it's all connected.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So, friends, let's talk for a second. We have Justin here, in the chat room, and he would like to speak to us, but he wants to come on the stream. Now, I told him we typically don't do that, and I just asked him, was there something specific that he'd like to talk about, or if there's like some reason why he asked this, because he doesn't seem familiar to me. Does he seem familiar to you guys? Do you recognize the name?
No.
I think I've seen the name once or twice, but not very often.
Right. So that's my only thing, is we don't typically just let the public get on the shows. If it's something, I guess, important, this is why I bring it up to you. We don't have our call-in set up right now. So there's that.
Oh, yeah. Does it have to join the show?
Yeah. So you'd have to join the show. So that was my only thing. I know. Oh, he would like to speak about World Economic Forum.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, I feel like we could allow it.
Yes,
I feel like we could allow that.
Those lovely human adjacent people.
Human adjacent. I feel like that's a good term. I feel like we could allow that. Okay, Justin, we'll give you.
What's he going to bring up? The Great Reset?
I mean, I don't know what he's going to bring up.
That's what he's going to bring. He's going to bring it up.
Maybe,
yeah, right.
I don't know. Maybe it ties in. Maybe he's got some good information. We'll find out. I mean, it's not like we don't have control.
People need to hear this. That's for sure.
Yeah. I wonder how. Oh, your sister's running for state senate. Oh, we'll give you time for that. We support that. What state?
Yeah, what state?
I'm trying to think of the best way to do it. I guess I could just put it in the chat. It's not like everybody will just run in the chat at once.
Well, you still have control of who actually goes on, so.
Right. So yeah, so I'm not too worried. Okay, let's see here. Because I don't think I can send it private because he's not in here already.
Oh, yeah. He's never.
You're right. Right. So it's like I don't think I can send it any other way but that. Okay.
Vermont.
Oh, Vermont. Okay. Yeah. Live free or die state. No, that's New Hampshire, isn't it? Damn, I was close. I tried. I swear that might be New Hampshire. Close enough. They're right by each other, though.
Yeah.
I feel like it was adjacent enough. I apologize. I'm not that familiar with New England. I try.
Yeah.
But she's going to DC.
The furthest east I've gotten would be Cocoa Beach.
Florida?
In Florida.
Yeah.
That'd be as far east as I've gotten.
That's as far east as you've gotten, right? Yeah. I haven't gotten that far east. The farthest I went east would be like Kentucky. Yeah. All right. So we've got Justin here, friends. So we're going to let him on. All right. Welcome
How
in.
you guys doing?
We're doing pretty
Doing all
good.
right?
Glad to hear it. I don't know if you know this, but Charles Schwab, who runs the World Economic Forum, straight up Nazi, and I know two people. One who works for NASA. Her name is Cecilia McGow, and she has an article on TED Talks that says, "I am not a monster. I am schizophrenic." And she works for NASA, and she is the first woman in NASA to ever actually locate a pulsar in space. And on to my sister, my athletic sister. My father did research for DARPANET, oil companies, ExxonMobil, and also it had a PhD, double masters. So I come from some kind of, I mean, right now I just think it's a joke compared to like how these, like, it's just realistically, and I'm gonna stay on point. I don't want to digress too much, but yeah, my sister is the mayor of Montpelier, Vermont, and she's running not for state senate, the federal senate. She's running from Washington County to Washington D.C. And I have pictures of her with Bernie Sanders, the endorsement guy, like I said, and yeah. So I mean, what a mess.
So are you trying to say that she is connected to potentially nefarious things by going to DC and having this endorsement? Is that
No,
what we're
what I know personally as a family member of hers is that she like actually blacklisted, like when someone runs for Senate, right? Like if
Yep.
you, I, or anybody runs for Senate, there are like they tie up the loose ends. The Secret Service ties up the loose ends, especially if you're running on a federal level. And that's above, and then you are higher Congress and you have representatives below you. But regardless of that, like they tie up the loose ends. So like any odd things that have ever happened in your past, when you get connected with the government, they're gonna take that. They're gonna take care of that for you.
Wow.
So what do you think is going to happen for the future? Who do you think, what types of people do you think need to be going into office coming up to the midterms?
I like highly approve of DeSantis, Ron DeSantis. I think he's in the right direction. And I think there needs to be a reestablishment of a certain equilibrium we don't have anymore as a people that I think he can bring there. But it's only a stalemate. It can't last for long. And I mean, it's just like, I mean, seriously,
I
like,
brought that up to somebody last week. I was like, the problem and why I'm so disappointed in politics in general right now is there's no back and forth. There's no shaping of opinions through the both sides like there used to be. It's legitimate stalemate. If
yeah.
the Democrats come up with an idea, it's no good. If the Republicans come up with an idea, it's no good. Like each side has decided if the other side comes up with an idea, They cannot be a part of it in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
They cannot try to help shape it, change it, make it different, make it better, nothing. They're not allowed to touch it. They must abandon said idea unless their party comes up with it. And then the other party is going to do the same thing and shut them out. And like you said, we can't keep existing on this level forever. Something is
It's
going to have to
allergic
give.
irrationalism. That's what I would call that. I don't like your
Oh, that's
idea.
a
I
good
flee from
term.
it. Allergic irrationalism.
I would
And
say that that's a fair term for what's occurring because each side has it. They spread it to the other side while the other side is doing it, and rinse and repeat.
yeah,
It doesn't matter if it's Democrats doing it to Republicans, Republicans doing it to Democrats. That's what's so sad about this whole thing. You even have people. Did you guys see that Tulsi Gabbard left?
The Democratic
The
Party.
Democratic
but
Party.
that's what I was saying about, like, we need a balance at least. Like, we need something in the middle. We need a silver court. We need something in the middle. It can't just be black and white.
No, that
Well,
is true.
what we need to do is get away from a lot of the activist political people and get back to more of like the moderates.
Yeah.
Like the people who are in the middle or who are open to
because everybody
the
seems to
opposing
have a
opposition
viral.
thoughts.
Well, they seem to have viral campaigns, right? So on that idea of like the activist politicians, they all seem to have viral campaigns. They're all over the TV. They become political symbols, sex symbols, all of these symbols for the public that I think detracts from their work. Right. It is a distraction because it detracts from work that they actually could be doing for good for the people, and they keep getting drawn into whether that's TV interviews, political fights, so on and so forth.
Well, that's my main problem with AOC is because it's not about actually
AOC
doing
when I was
anything.
saying it too. When I was actually
they're
explaining
trying
that, I
to
was
work
thinking
it
of
up
AOC.
the ladder again, and part of my sister's plan is to do climate control. So they're doing that from straight up, and they're trying to do solar panels. So she went in from Vermont, and I'm saying, like, I want to just tell them, like a rational human being would say, like, repair the infrastructure of your already failing nuclear power plants, and then subsidize them with other energy sources, and then that's something. But the real me wants to build whole new nuclear power plants just to see them cry.
Well, at this point, they're not coming up with anything better.
Well, that is the
old thing.
The whole issue with the climate thing is the fact that people need to realize that these technologies are still vastly behind as far as the energy needs. And so there would be no way, even if we were to build like a whole solar panel array on the moon, so the whole surface of the moon is like solar panels, still would not be it still would not be enough energy. It still wouldn't. So we have to, as he said, it would be a good way to do it is to subsidize other energy alternatives in congruence with nuclear, because you can't do it. You can't do it either or. You can't.
Yeah, you can't get rid of everything. Like they've gotten rid of a lot of the coal power plants.
Like the biggest mistake they make is they never try. Like they never even talk about repairing the infrastructure, the already damaged shit that's there.
That is absolutely true.
Yeah.
No, that is
a lot
true.
of the times it is
not
just
like left or right.
The plants.
No, it's not even a partisan issue when it comes to that. That's just like standards that we should have for ourselves, right? Like, for instance, that we're not just closing the door to only leaving one option left on the table, which is basically what we've done to ourselves here with this energy situation. We've closed the door to nuclear. We've closed the door to coal. We've closed the door damn near to hydroelectric. There's also even like, there's technology where you can burn trash to energy. They have that one power plant in Elk River, TLO, that actually burns trash for power. We don't look into anything else. We just now we've decided wind, of which wind is defunct because you cannot recycle any of the parts of a windmill.
Nope.
If anything happens to them, you have to just throw it away and it's just defunct. And how is that helping? When it's been proven that windmills and these wind farms can cause headaches, nausea, disease, all of these things, and no one cares. But this is all we want to focus on is somehow solar or electric wind energy is the only routes we can take now.
Even though we know nuclear energy is clean.
And we know
No,
it's been
fine.
clean.
Yes.
So far, we have only had minimal accidents, and I'm sure we could build facilities safer now than
Yes, we
we
can.
ever could. You know, the French started creating, super thermonuclear power plants that could have been the future, and then the world just basically shut down on those ideas. Now we must, adhere to carbon taxes.
I mean, do you know why Elon Musk is the richest man on Earth?
Why do you say that?
No taxes. One word. No taxes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's 2 words. Other 2
True.
words? Government contracts. Government
Yep.
contracts. Exactly. So it's like as if you had a corporation or you had a company, or you manage the lumber, and then you had write-offs. So it's all write-offs. When you have the government contract, you just write off anything. And he's not a national American. He's a South African. Most people don't realize that. And so he deals with neural tech, brain machine interfaces, neural technology, psychotronics, things like that. But still at the same time, the only reason he's that rich is because he can play. He's a playboy,
Yeah, that's true.
His father, the only reason he started his seed money is because Elon Musk's father actually created an electrical door scheme where it would just open automatically.
And also he owned mines.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so he had big money.
Very profitable mines.
Yeah.
Very profitable mines.
Yeah.
That he had lots of money. Elon went to private schools.
Yep.
He went to some of the best of the best, and was exposed to a lot of movers and shakers when he was a small child. And
so
he was not. Yeah, they always try to make him seem like he's some struggling, started from the bottom, now we hear type of kid. No. Child was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Yes, his dad's relationship with him was very rocky. His dad was a weird pedophile who ended up dating. He was though. Ended up dating marrying his stepdaughter, I believe.
Yeah,
I believe
that's
it was
pretty
his stepdaughter.
Sick.
No, it was.
Yeah, and then Elon Musk stopped talking to him when he did this.
Looking at porn on Instagram was bad.
Man, I'm telling you,
put me in my place.
I thought
when you feel bad when you think you're bad, somebody else's kink is worse. Just know that.
that. Yeah, absolutely.
That's real. And so think about that. So then he stopped talking to his dad for many, many years, where he would not speak to him because he told his dad, you're wrong for that. And the dad was like, you just can't understand or accept where I am in life. And once you get my age, you'll understand why I did what I did. And then now supposedly, no, I did not. No. But now supposedly Elon says that, he doesn't talk to his dad often, but he's come to acceptance of some sort.
But do you know about Neuralink?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Neuralink. Do you know about what they can do for people who can't see? They can give them eyes. Do you know what they can do for people who are paralyzed? They can give them voices. What is all this human experimentation about, really?
There's lots of human experimentation.
And there has been for many years. I mean, let's be real and honest. That's what Tuskegee was human experiments.
Yeah, I
The
just found
Germans in World War II did human experiments on
I
the
just
Jews
found an
in the
article
camp.
about how they were
Project
stealing
Paperclip.
body. Yep, we were just talking about Operation
Yeah.
Paperclip earlier tonight.
Yeah.
I just read an article about how they were stealing body parts from babies for these
Yeah.
like radiation experiments, and then people found out like now, like 40 years later, about it, and how their babies were like stolen for body parts because they needed to test young children because they show the most stark effects for radiation and tissue damage, and so
That
people don't
sounds
think
like I
that the
joined the
government
film.
does things like this, but they do,
All
and
the
they
time.
always have, and they continue to do it, and they always will do it.
Not to be rude, I'm just preparing for my role, so I've been training on the offside because I got this cool mask. Isn't it actually pretty nice? It's artistically done. It's a $60 mask. Like this is like all the horns, the Krampus horns, and the red and all that. It's kind of nice. But
Well, it looks
I don't
like you're
know.
set for the.
Where are you all? Where are all you guys from? Where are you all guys from?
We're
Minnesota.
from different places in the United
Minnesota?
States. Yeah, TLO and I are from
Yeah.
Minnesota, and Tim is in the great state of Colorado.
I was born in Texas, and then like I spent half my life in Texas, half my life in Massachusetts, or in Latin, Massachusetts, Sigillium Republica. So yeah, but that's cool. And
Yeah, we have people from all over the
Minnesota,
country. Yeah, so
yeah.
our hosts,
Yep.
a few of our hosts are from Minnesota, but a few are from other places.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I have a couple of good memery things. Like, if you want to take a look at on my Instagram, it's Dog God Dogma, and it's an original
Okay,
name. I
well,
also have the only original name, Spiritocracy, on that smooth. It's an original thing there. I got it.
we'll have to check that out.
I'm being
Well, we
silly and
appreciate you
goofy.
joining us.
Don't take me too seriously if you don't have to.
Oh, well, we appreciate you joining us here tonight and chiming in with
Absolutely.
your opinion and some of your
Yeah.
thoughts about what's going on here in the world. So, thank you.
My father was a professor, and he worked for NAFTA and GATT, which is North American Free Trade Alliance. He was a director of that corporation. And at the time, and that was a similar time in the age when they were talking about Mexican highways, George Bush Jr. came on, like, after his father, mission accomplished guy, of course. And he said the new human battlefield will be the human mind. He said the new battlefield will be the human mind. And if you look that up on YouTube, you can see it was quite shadow banned.
Well,
It's just
and that's
interesting.
that's why Alex Jones' famous line is "There's a war on for your mind."
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Just saying.
There's a warrant for your spiritual expression and the right to have it.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah,
This war
exactly.
is more than just physical and anger and violence. It is spiritual in nature. It is guttural. It is tribal. It goes
No,
much deeper
absolutely. It's very primal, and
than
that's kind of what they're playing on, is a lot of the people's
It actually goes
primal
all the
fears.
way back to black people in ancient Egypt, if you really want to get real. But this is true. Hermeticism,
I'm sure it
Nubian
goes
people.
back farther than
Yeah,
that.
no.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
Jesus, Horus is Jesus. You can look that up on a YouTube search, and you'll see that like it goes from the age of Pisces to the age of Aquarius, which is the age of the water bearer.
Correct. In that age we are in now.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're
So
still in Pisces. The age of the water
nope,
bearer
we are
comes
in the
from
age of Aquarius.
Yeah,
2150.
we're in the age of Aquarius now.
Oh,
Nope, we have switched over to the age of Aquarius. that happened quite a few years ago. I'm actually an Aquarian by
I'm an Aries.
horoscope. And so I have paid attention to this because this is my time.
Yeah.
So, just saying. So we're in that time now. And so this is why we are seeing a lot of these changes and things occurring. Are you an Aquarius, Kaz? Hey, 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 hey. This is why we get along, my friend.
I think it's just like, I mean, how much you guys think, like, is it just really just left and right, or is there a central government proponent, you know?
I
Like
believe there
a hidden
are
hand,
shadow.
you know? Yeah.
I do believe there are shadow elements to the government. I do believe that the
Well,
left
like,
and the
because the way
right
I
is a
look at it
paradigm.
is like the central government, you might be Republican or you might be Democratic, but who's flipping the coin? Whoever's flipping the coin always knows which side it's going to land on. And who's flipping the coin is the central government.
I would agree with that. I would agree that there is some element that is outside the left and the right, and that's what keeps everything propelling. Because if it was just up to human nature, we wouldn't be in this situation.
No.
It wouldn't occur that way. We wouldn't have gotten ourselves this polarized, this ostracized.
Correct.
It just wouldn't have occurred that way.
This is all according to a plan. Whose plan it is the great mystery, but most people with any shred of common sense will know that it's people that are even above governments, and usually those are elites.
World
That kind
Economic
of
Forum,
dictate.
Charles
Correct.
Schwab, things like that.
Yeah, those
Rockefeller.
types
And
that are
I
invited
wanted
to
to
those
say
type
this.
of
I did
events.
not say this yet about Cecilia McGow. She did like a TED Talk, and she was on the TED Talk, and she works for NASA. And what most people don't know about, if you work for NASA, you're not really a scientist. You're more like a artistic propaganda person, because they need to convince you. Like, I mean, they'll show you the planets, like they can show you Jupiter, and then they'll show you Mars because it's closest and everybody's already dotted on it. But like any planet they can actually show you, they'll do an artistic rendition of it rather than show you the truth, which they do have to be able to show you, you know? So it's a lot of secrecy. So, I mean, that's something Elon Musk really changed by taking that control out of the government's hands to position like extrastellar propaganda or whatever the hell they want to call it.
I mean, that's true. I mean, NASA, everything is artist rendition. We don't get pictures. The pictures we do get, sketch.
Have you ever seen the black and white letter of Sidonia? Do you remember the National
Cydonia.
Enquirer?
Yeah,
The face
actually,
of
you know, I
Mars.
was just talking
Yes,
about
exactly.
Cydonia because Richard Hoagland.
Yeah.
And I followed Richard Hoagland for a long
You
time
know,
with Art Bell.
what's also funny, do you know another name in human history, a famous name for Mars? Ares, the god of war. In Greek, they call him Ares, the god of war. In Latin, they call him Mars. But he's the same god. He's the same guy. Do you see? So I've always wondered, like, because of the way that Mars looks, was there like ever like a war on Mars, like that, like led it to be a dead planet?
It's possible.
You know?
It's possible. You know, that's what people claim. And I mean, there's, like I said, there's people like Richard Hoagland who have proved that there are man-made items on Mars that could not have been of space origin. So they had to come from somewhere. There are people who claim that Mars is Earth before we came here. You know, and we left Mars to come here.
I mean, I know what it is.
I mean, it just depends on where you want to go.
Yeah, you know the big black-eyed aliens, the gray aliens, the Zeta Reticuli.
Yep.
And that's what they're called by name. Do you know why they have those big black eyes? Because we fought
Why?
somehow there was a war against them, maybe possibly between the Egyptians and them. That's one thing, the long skulls, because that was a different thing. And if you look all over Egypt, you'll see people with skulls that are longer than any of our human skulls. And, you know, that means more brain power processing, more advancement. But over there, like why they have those black eyes is for the same reason moles have their black eyes. Because the water receded. If you look on Mars in many pictures, they will show you dry riverbed etchings, which means water was once there, but it receded underneath the surface. So why they have those black eyes is just for the same reason moles can see in the dark. You know, because Zeta Reticuli, the gray aliens, I believe, are actually on Mars.
That's possible. It's possible. I could see that being possible. Tilo, what do you think about the
Well,
extraterrestrial?
there's actually just some scientific articles that came out in regards to microbes that they found from Mars, from some of the scientific samples that they brought back, I believe, from the what was it, the our Chinese mission, and then there was ours that we did with France, I think. But they're finding that the microbes, some of them, like have the potential of like releasing highly toxic sort of
We lost
uh,
Justin.
elements and whatnot. And so they believe that it is possible that they went through their own created greenhouse effect. So basically, the organisms themselves were causing the planet to decay rapidly. And so, yeah, once again, it somewhat points to there
Oh,
was at a point in time, very, very, very long ago, that there was probably a decent amount of life on Mars.
Yeah.
And if you just go and look through history itself and what we know so far just from our planet, say, and its development, it's pretty reasonable to believe that the sun in its earliest stages was not as powerful. Therefore, the habitable zone where we reside in would have actually
Goldilocks zone.
technically,
Yep.
yeah, would have actually technically have been closer to the sun, hence Mars.
Well, what do you think about people living underneath like a planet, like underground? Like, do you think that's possible that like if there was a war, where would people retreat on a planet? They would go underground, right?
Well, yeah, no, those are
Yeah.
all very plausible theories.
yeah.
Mine is actually the reason why they are actually elongated, the reason why they are actually their appearance smaller, gray, kind of skinny or whatever, with the large bulging eyes, is actually because they are us,
Yeah.
but after years, thousands of years of traveling not only through space but most likely time. And that's
No,
the
no, I
that's
don't.
the
I
that's the
mean, that's
effect.
way more advanced. I think I'm sorry, but or you're
Those
talking about quantum tunneling at that point. You're talking about a
if
quantum
they well
anchor and then
if
another point
they
of time in the
if they
future.
Yeah,
have
that's
enough
possible.
power,
Hmm.
correct,
Oh
that is
no, it's
possible.
not
It's
possible. It
just
exists.
not probable. Well, see, that's what I'm saying is, and if
No.
time, as I actually, well, quite a few of us were talking about not too long ago, like if time travel is possible, it is
Oh, it
already
is.
possible because
Yeah, it
Going
would
on
it's
right
always
now.
be
time travel.
possible. It would exist
Yep.
now. even
Correct.
if it didn't
Mhm.
exist yet, it would still
Yeah.
exist because at some point in the future it exists, right?
But
So
but
Correct.
to the future, what would be the past but slaves?
I mean, maybe. I mean, but I'm saying as
They
far as the
support the
concept of time,
future.
being
The
able to
foundation of
go,
the future is always a past. So we're always going to be enslaved to our past, our mistakes, and any changes. And this is a big thing. Like, and I don't know if you guys really realize this, but time travel already exists.
well,
What
that's
you
the whole thing.
do
If it
is
ever existed, it would have to exist
It
now.
already exists.
no, it
Correct.
does exist. I am about to explain how it exists.
I'm not denying its
Um,
existence or non-existence, but what I'm saying is if we believe that if it ever existed, like, and in time ever, including now, so if it exists, it has to exist now.
it already does. You see where it is? Like corporate America in the future has already figured out. And what they did is they anchored, and what they made was a quantum computer, and this time as an anchor. And in the future, that quantum computer, it cannot go in the past. As Einstein says, you cannot time travel back in time. In the only way that you could ever time travel back in time is probably through black hole physics, which we don't understand as of now. But
Well, of
right
what you
now, we do
understand.
know quantum physics. So that computer right now that has that quantum tunnel system set up 20 years from now, you know what I mean, is right there. And at the same time, it's just a link, just like the internet or a connection or whatever you do with electricity. And when that
Right.
connection is made, then it can go back and forth from the anchor to the time that they're in, but they can't go to the time forward unless they made another anchor. You see, like that's how the quantum tunneling physics works with time travel, and it does exist.
Yeah, I wasn't doubting that it did exist. It's just a nuance of time travel that if it ever existed, it would have to exist now, just because it was invented at one point in time. So at any point in time, it would exist. Because time isn't linear. So if it
No,
ever
it's not.
existed, it would exist. So, and I do believe you could go to the past with time travel.
Absolutely.
I believe you could go to the past. But how you get back would be the question. But I believe there would have to be some device that you could bring with you.
And that
No,
would
If
be
you're
it would
the
be a
physically,
static. It
because
would
you
be
would
a
be
constant
physically,
static traveling
no,
like
because it
tunnel.
wouldn't just be consciousness. Because what would you develop into on the other side? It has to be quantum matter
You
transfer.
wouldn't. You would already be on the other side, and
You'd
you'd be
have to
mining the
quantum
past for the
transfer
future.
your matter, though.
Mining
You'd
the
have to
past from
quantum
the
transfer,
future, like a
right?
golden
But
ring.
you'd have to transfer your quantum matter because
Yeah,
that's how time travel is working.
it
Is you're
is. But it's in
transferring
disarray right
quantum
now.
matter. Right, but you'd have to transfer said quantum matter, which whatever you would have on your person, I believe, would reappear with you when you get to wherever you're going.
the anchor.
So let's say you had something in your pocket or a backpack or insert whatever here that would also materialize with you on the other side, wherever you're going.
Because just like with our phone technology, what did we start with? We started with lines and big old honking things, and now we have these small little devices, even watches that we can
Wirelessly.
wirelessly video communicate with each other. So it is definitely possible that at a certain point in our future, we will be able to compact said quantum computers, and you would be able to have essentially the anchor
At
come with you.
least through technology. Yeah.
Right. Eventually, I would assume in the future that we wouldn't need that, even that we would be able to, tap into like things like I was talking to Tim about earlier, ESP. He had brought up something. He was like, "Oh, are you smoking a cigarette right now?" I wasn't.
Yeah.
I had one in my hand, but I was like, "See, you're tapping into that ESP energy." And so eventually I would assume that we'd be able to do something to that level without something like Neuralink, just tapping into the power of the brain.
See, Neuralink is like the cheat code in
Yeah,
Mike Tyson's Punch Out, you know? Like,
right.
seriously.
It is like the
Like
cheat
that,
code.
yeah, it is like the cheat code. Because, of course, humans will advance. And that's what I was saying or getting at as my point is like aliens would be the advanced humans. They would be the beings
Right.
that we eventually become, zipping here and there, going through the quantum tunnel. Because obviously, if it exists, not super too many people are doing it, and there's got to be reasons behind that, whether it's
Or
health reasons,
how they're
whether it's
doing it, we can't see it. You know what I mean? It could be possible
I
that,
just posted
however,
my
they're.
Instagram link, just so you know.
Oh, well, all right.
well, oh yes, the link in the chat.
Oh, right. You were right. Yeah, in the chat.
Um,
So I do think that it's interesting though, because we're starting to get to the level where these technologies are being talked about more and more in the mainstream. You know,
Correct.
like some of the first quantum,
blue bean
matter
heart, yeah.
transfers have
Yep.
occurred where Darren is in Australia, as one of the places that we have heard that have achieved this feat. Now, I'm sure many other laboratories have achieved these feats, but don't talk about them. I think that's a
I'm
lot of
not
what
sick,
goes
so I'm
on in
timeless.
scientific discoveries. We just don't even get to hear about it. So we don't even know what's capable, what's possible. Because unless somebody is breaking it, we're not privy to this scientific information.
Well, anything you
I
hear
know
about,
because I've met actual time travelers that have asked me about future cars and to see the dimensions of such cars. And when I do, because I have a photographic memory and I visualize or visionarily create projections where there used to be hallucinations where I mastered my mind from. And these people, they came and they said, I saw a federal agent in full regalia before they did some strange stuff with me. I mean, he had the wire in his ear and like he had eagle on it on his chest piece, and I was like you're literally being obvious. What like? I think some weird shit has happened to me. That's all I gotta say.
It sounds like it.
Oh
But
yeah.
I've heard similar stories to full brass showing up. I mean, shining so bright, they're like Ra, the sun god. You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
that's more from the Nubians.
no, I'm saying like they have so much brass on them when they walk in these rooms and confront
Yeah,
people about certain that they look like Ra, the sun god, because they've got so many buttons and this and that, and
Yeah.
medals and all the things.
That's how like some people said, Barack Obama looked like Akhenaten. I heard.
Oh, yeah, I could see that. I could see that.
Like he looked like a
And
pharaoh kind of in a
and
way.
how do we know? We don't know.
I do
People
remember. I
are
do remember seeing that a few places.
right.
Yeah.
Because I mean, who's to say you couldn't be like a time traveler or something, or like some type of eternal vampire? I don't know.
But what's funny is like Barack Hussein Obama, Saddam Hussein was the first person that was taken out. And then the next person that was taken out was Osama bin Laden. And the next person that's president of America is Barack Hussein Obama. You know what I mean?
Right.
Something's up with that.
Casimiro, one of our listeners, has a question for you, Justin.
Yep.
Ask Justin, has he heard of TLS, the light system?
The light system. I'm not sure what that is.
Okay, Kaz, give us a few more like details so he could maybe become familiar, or maybe it'll ring a bell. Yeah, so I don't know what that's about, but and so Pam was talking about stargates and holograms, which is interesting. Dutch Sense has been coming out with the star forts and talking about Tartaria lately, which
Yes.
I think is very interesting, because if you want to tie it all back to what Tim and I started this show about, which was Ukraine and the upcoming war and potential Red October, the area of which would have been the Tartarian Empire would include areas of modern day Russia and Ukraine.
Yes.
With that being said, there could be documents or artifacts or relics or things of that nature that are in this area of which they feel that they need. And they need to go back and get. There could be things in tunnel systems that were created in World War II that they could be going back to collect.
It's possible, but I mean,
Because
the
you have to
simple
think at
fact
the
of it.
time, the Soviets would have had control of what would be
Well, yeah.
Ukraine.
I mean, the Soviets had control of pretty much everything up to damn near Germany.
Yes, so they would have had control of that area. They would have known where their secret bunkers and their underground tunnels were and the places they could have cached and stashed things.
Well, obviously they didn't know about all the tunnels, and that's why they fucking had such a hard time with what was that, Servodonetsk or whatever, Servodonetsk,
Oh,
the
yes, I'm
port
gonna.
city that had the big industry, because there was a bunch of tunnels that they were hiding out in for what, 2-3 months for sure.
Yep.
And they were fighting and fighting and fighting. So, like, yes, there are tunnels and probably certain places. Ukraine, you have to also remember, Scarlet, that this, as you said before, like, was part of the USSR, and for a very long time the USSR wasn't shit. Like,
Yeah,
it was
and
barely a third world country.
well,
So,
it
like,
was, but they also had things that they focused on as far as like what we would call nowadays national security, and other things, right?
right.
So with that being said, you also have, I think, and they know this from, Hitler's time, that they did have a bunch of tunnels and tunnel systems and bunkers that they used during World War II that they sealed off when some of the more intense fighting started to occur. With that being said, some of those things have not been touched since. So like I said, there could be items of which Russia knows is there. It's very possible, especially things of high spiritual value, high strangeness value, potential religious value, something of which they'd be willing to go get, that they'd be willing to start World War over.
But that's the thing, Scarlet. Like, everyone, and I mean everyone, from dickheads like Don Lemon to fucking Civil War Tim Pool, everyone knows that Russia just does not have the army that it has always portrayed it having. Like, they do have a bunch of people and a bunch of things to fight, but they're actually running out of, like, tanks. They're starting to run out of, like, infrastructure. I
Now,
mean, that's
we
why
talked
they're getting
about
this
that
conscript.
earlier with Tim. Now, is that true, or are they waiting to? They haven't even put out half of their troops. They've brought out the bottom of the barrel, like prisoners and people who are in trouble and shit. So, have they really brought up their upper echelons, or do
I would,
you really feel like they are depleted,
I
or do
feel
you?
that I feel they honestly are depleted, because I'm sorry, if I was going to be going into some place to take it over, I don't think I'd be sending in the soft troops. I think I'd probably go in hard, special forces, take out pinpoint the critical targets, and then I would have, like, the prisoners, ex-prisoners, or just the workers, the plebs, basically, the cannon fodder, move in behind that, and that they would have a more complete victory. The whole process seems like it's very half-assed, and it definitely feels more emotional than it actually does feel like strategic. So I believe that Putin actually has put out a decent amount of what his actual fighting forces are, You know, and there's also that. Like we're talking about Russia and Russia after the wall fell, after the USSR, you know, crumbled, like they've always tried to act like they're very competitive as far as on the military theater. But we all know, like, at least I think most of us know that if there's anybody that has an actual like military threat against anybody else in the world, it's China. It's not Russia. Like Russia is actually buying like weapons from China, and that's already been proven by some of
And
the
Iran. Did you see that?
and Iran.
I
Correct.
saw that article about the Iranian drones. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So if they were as big as bad, and even if he had an ounce of wanting to get this piece of land, if there was something that important, Scarlet, wouldn't you want to send in like the best people to like secure it? Like
Maybe
if
that's
there's
what the ground fight is a distraction, and they've got the real people underground.
no, I mean it's a possibility, but I really highly doubt,
And
you
maybe
know,
they've
that
already
there's
went in and got what they wanted by now.
well that's definitely possible. But if that were the case, wouldn't you at least like I would think that you would have a more a better grasp of perception on the world stage. That's the thing, is like he's pissed off a lot of people. So even if he does come back from this, or even if there are ulterior motives, how can he carry through with any of those motives if the entire world is pissed off at him? So
I
like
feel like
that's
he
what I'm
feels like his
saying.
own system outside of that at this point where he feels confident. I mean, he's pulled his money system out. He is, you know what I mean? They are functioning as a country still. You know, everybody
True.
thought they would just cease to
Yeah.
function when they took them out of the SWIFT and, you know, did all these things quickly and all these, you know, sanctions
But that's
and it,
because they didn't go after the real money, because
no,
the
because they
real
can't, because they
money.
know the damn world economy will collapse. Though at that point, they're not stupid.
Well,
They might
no,
be misguided, but they're not stupid. They know
well,
better.
no, it's some of their buddies, and so they don't attack their
Well, yeah, and
buddies
it's some of their
because
money
once again,
too.
yeah, well, yeah, probably.
Yeah, of course it is.
I mean, obviously, not so much, because with all the investments and dickheadedness that the Mr. Hunter has provided for Ukraine, you would have thought if we had made that kind of investment in Ukraine, we would have already snuffed out half the Russian troops for even getting close to Kiev. Like if it was truly a money thing, like let's just be real, Scarlet. Because like, yeah, the amount of investments that the Bidens have put into the Ukraine, like they would have been the first ones to say, oh, like press the button.
Well, no, because if their money is tied up in the war machine, they need the war machine to make money and or
Yeah,
pilfer everything that
but
exists and or get
they'd
rid
be
of
destroying
records.
their own product. That's the thing. Is like there's a point, but there's a point where if you're just destroying your own product, how are they going to be able to see? Part of the thing of the big American machine is that we do base a lot of our economy on the weapons we sell to the world. And so when we do that, we usually end up selling to the people that hate us the most.
Right.
And if not, if there are people that we really truly don't like and say that they can't get our weapons, all they do is get them from a third party, just
True.
like Iran. Like that's essentially what is the whole drone situation, Scarlet. Because the only reason why Iran has those fucking drones is because they stole the technology from drones that they captured, American drones that they captured. Why do you think they're always so hot to try and take ships?
True.
Is because they're trying to get the technology, because that's what they do. They're scavengers. And then they go and they sell that technology to Russia. Because you know damn well they're getting something in return. So yeah, no, there's definitely money involved. I'm not quite sure or confident on the tunnels. I know there's definitely tunnels, but I doubt they're as extensive as people might think, just because of the fact that the Ukraine is really a very, like, even though there's a lot of money investments, most of that is basically in the upper echelon people, the folks in Kiev, like the little actor slash president or whatever.
True. Because I mean,
So yeah,
they're. I mean, Zelensky is playing the role of a lifetime, and I don't mean that to be rude, but he
well, yeah,
seems at times to just be totally inept of the situation. Other
well,
times seems like he's on point. Other times it's like, where, like, what?
well, no. What it comes down to is there's some times where he actually fully embraces his role or his portrayal, his performance, and there's other times where I think either reality or something is kind of like snapped him out of it, and that's where he
Mhm.
seems like very, discombobulated or not really not
Yeah,
with
for
wherewithal.
instance, considering talking about discombobulation, Zelensky asked for aid to rebuild Ukraine. Okay,
Oh
full
yeah,
stop right there.
full stop.
How you gonna ask for aid if the country is still in war?
That's
How you
true.
gonna rebuild the Ukraine? You don't know what's gonna get tore all up yet. So how you gonna ask to rebuild if you can't even start to rebuild?
Yes, no, that is very counterproductive, because you
Yeah,
know
like
damn
that's what I
well
said.
it'll just get
Sometimes I'm just
destroyed
like,
again.
does he even know what's going on? Like, I really ask myself this question because how do you say things like that? Like they said, additional strikes during the day prevented Ukrainian authorities from focusing on repairing and restoring water and energy supplies. Right? Okay. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
But then he wants money to rebuild, and they need, money for critical infrastructure. But if you're still getting hit, you can't rebuild.
Exactly.
How you need $2 billion to rebuild the electric energy infrastructure, and you need money to purchase gas and coal because they can't rely on Russia anymore, which don't bite the hand that feeds you then.
Right.
Like, I mean, I'm not trying to be rude at this point. I do feel bad for the Ukrainian people. Nobody deserves to be killed in their homes and on their land. Okay. But in the areas that are contested, like I said, Ukraine had no problem bombing their own people,
Very true.
killing their own people for
Yes.
years on end, where these people were begging for the
For over a
international
decade.
community's help.
Yes, for
Yeah.
over a decade.
And any Bo Peep, nothing. And they wondered, it just exploded. That Russia did this. Russia took an opportunity and a vulnerability when you have civil war in a country. That's how it usually works. That's usually when you could take over a country the easiest, is when they're already having
yeah.
internal turmoil.
Oh, for sure.
So it was, I can see why they did it.
I mean, that's like day one stuff. If you're like a dictator, is you want to stamp that sort of shit out immediately, because that could flare up and jeopardize your
Well, and
power.
he should have known that. Like, they should have known
Well, that's the thing,
that
is
that
like
was going to occur.
it's hard to tell if we're getting an actual like Putin response or whatever with this whole situation, because he's acting erratic even for Putin.
Yeah.
Because like he's got a lot of even his upper echelon hardliners questioning his actions. So
Well,
like
and they've
this
been
may come
talking
down to
about
him.
questioning removing him too.
Yeah. And that's what I mean, is there may be a point where he may want to like press this issue, and they just say no. Like they'll just say no. They'll be like, okay, no, that's enough. And to be honest, I think that's what lazy Biden is biding his time for, is for that to happen. Because it's like, I'm sorry, no country, and you know that goes for even America. No country should be able to just go into their next door neighbors and just decide, okay, this is going to be ours. Like,
Well, I don't think they did
all
that as
all
much
the
more
nations in the
as
world, all the
provide.
nations in the world have a stake in this game, because if we allow this sort of mentality
Right.
to continue
I
on,
don't think it's more
people will
that.
just keep
It's more
running.
so that Russia came in to support them militarily because they basically said, we want to separate from Ukraine. We are tired of their bullshit. We do not want to be part of Ukraine. And we would like to join you. And Russia said, okay. And then they were like, yeah, because then we could take back the shit. So it was, I think it was a move of opportunity because people were willing, and there was thousands of people willing, not just like a group of 5 or 10 people who were like, rah, rah, rah. It was thousands of people. And now enough people where if you'd like to believe that the elections that they had were fair, people voted to fucking leave. So, I mean, at a certain point, I don't know if it's so much of we're trying to just take a complete land grab as it was the right place, the right time, the right people, the right mixture of civil unrest, the right mix of people being willing to have separation, and Russia willing to go in and take that to try to get the W. I think it's a mixture. I don't think it's purely like he woke up and was like, I'm going to take this region, because the region was already upset when he came in.
Well, that's
That
the
area
thing.
was already fighting Ukraine itself and wanted to become separate and wanted to become part of Russia. That was the whole reason why the Crimean War started.
No, the Crimean War was something totally different.
They want to separate from Ukraine itself. They wanted to become an independent
Crimea did
entity.
not want to separate. They were actually looking for approval just to be on their own. And so Ukraine wanted to actually offer support, but Russia said that they would give them more support. They had a better deal than from Ukraine. That's probably where some of Biden's fucking money went.
Yeah.
But that
But they wanted to
pissed off.
separate from
That
Ukraine. They
pissed
wanted to be
off.
their own entity at first. They wanted to be their
Yeah.
own entity,
But
right?
that the whole deal or whatever,
And
or
then we
lack of
sent in
deal.
our people as to train soldiers. Russia sent in their people, and then this war continued to where we are today. And that's how we got to where we are today, because both sides have been fighting this. They've been sending their people in, training people. We've been sending our people in, training people. And it's just been this battle inside of these. And then these areas became larger and larger as time went on. You have to think about it too. The daily grind of war, people aren't thinking about geopolitics. If you are getting bombed every day, you're not going to be thinking about, the larger situation. You're going to eventually get pissed at one side or the other. You're either going to be a pro-Russian separatist or you're going to be a pro-Ukraine nationalist, right? Or you're going to be in the other camp who just wanted to get the hell out to begin with, and now they've perverted whatever you started, which usually 9 times out of 10 happens to most people in these types of events.
Yes.
The people that actually started it for the reasons that they wanted to, they get pushed aside because everybody sees an opportunity for them to succeed. And that's where we're at, because now how many countries now have taken a vested interest in Ukraine? Now, countries are even overstepping bounds at this point on all sides. We've got Belarus, who now has said we're putting our ring into the war hat and we're going to give Russia some of our soldiers. You've got countries like Poland saying we would like to hold some nuclear weapons.
Yes.
So we've got it on both sides that are now pushing and teetotaling the line. We've got countries like Norway and Sweden wanting to sign on to NATO.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing, is just like you said, people aren't paying attention to geopolitical stances. And so the reason why a lot of the playing of both sides is because the people over on this side have been wanting to get rid of certain regimes and have also wanted to fight, but they're just trying to do it on like the subverted level, doing it through these proxy wars and whatnot.
Well, that's
And so
just it.
that's basically what it comes down to.
Well, it's just bad.
But the thing about it is, like, you do have to make a choice at a certain point, and
But like I said,
usually that
it's
choice is
always
from a
wrong to
usually a
be.
moral standpoint, and
Well,
that
how come it's always wrong to be against the government, though? Here's my thing. No matter what country you're in, no matter where you are in the world, you always end up being wrong when you supposedly stand up against the government. If these people actually do not want to be a part of Ukraine anymore and want to be separate and want to be their own shit, why can't they be their own shit? I brought this up earlier. But this is a real, honest, fair question. Why, as people of the world, why do we have to tolerate this? Why can't we say, when a bunch of us say, you know what, look, fuck it, we don't want to be a part of this no more. We tap out. We're done here. Why can't we? Why is it always a fight with the government and then they want to kill us and then act like, we're like crazy people, Like, are we crazy people or are we just trying to live free and do our own shit?
well,
I'm just
that's the
saying.
thing, is it's both.
But why aren't we allowed?
Because
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't like that.
it really does come down to just the simplicity of like the human race or whatever. Because
Yeah,
if you
that's what
have
I mean.
things, if you have like a form and you have things breaking off the form gets weaker. And so they know that. So if you have different, whether it's countries, whether it's different factions, whether it's different tribes, whether it's different political parties, if you have people breaking away from it, you get progressively weaker. And they know that, and they want to keep the power. And trust me, keeping the power is what trumps pretty much everything in this world now. Like, it
True.
doesn't matter whether it's geopolitical bullshit over in the Ukraine, whether it's fucking religious bullshit in France, whether it's monarchy bullshit in the UK, whether it's weird totalitarianism in Australia, Brazil's just ridiculous ass backwards non-functioning system from top to bottom. You've got Venezuela, that's a shit fest. You've got America that can't actually face up to the fact that, yeah, there's some problems with it, but a lot of the problems are self-made problems. Because there's a lot of things that we basically create, like basically manifesting, and they come true. So like when people are out there and going, oh well, this is this or this is that, or this is the right wing versus the left wing, this is racist or not racist or whatever, Antifa, like it all just comes down to power, and it's the people who have the power that are pitting all the regular plebs, all the other pawns on the chessboard, and they're just sitting there and laughing. And that's what it comes down to. That's what all of it is. And at this point, like, I'm not sure if it's because they just want to, take most of us out or have us take each other out because they know some sort of end time is coming, and they don't want to let us know, and they want to survive in their cute little bunkers. But there's definitely something amiss.
Oh, Casimiro said Iran built an underground base tunnel with military aircrafts.
Well, they had to stash all their fucking nuclear weapons.
I mean, you're right, though.
Like, let's just be real, people. Like, that's what I don't get, is like all these people in the world like just run around like just
And I'm sure there could be certain ley lines that they're looking for, that they want to be next to or by or capture that area for certain reasons of that nature. Could be resources. You never know what the underlying reason is for shit anymore, because it's always not what they tell you it is. It's always something else. Always.
Yes. Yeah, no, whatever they're telling you is not the actual reason. Like, and that's the reason why I have so much disdain for shit like the mainstream media, because like all they pump out is just a bunch of bullshit,
Well, like I
and
said,
it's
just with
so
like the
easy to
Nord
see.
Stream pipeline, where okay, Dutch Sense said that there was a actual earthquake out there, right by
Right,
the
at the
area where
time
the
I
damn
heard that.
pipeline is, right? And everybody has been blaming everybody else, but like I said, I caught it in that article day 2 after it blew, when me and Tim were on the phone just talking about doing a show that we hadn't done. And it was like it registered on the Richter scale, and I was like, how come no one's considering that an actual earthquake occurred out there? I'm like, it seems too simple, but it is too simple, because it's like, how come no one considered that there could have been something like that occurred? You
Well,
know, I
that's
mean,
because
they
I
put it on
believe
the
it.
goddamn seafloor.
Well, yeah, but the fact of the matter is, I believe it was the Swedes, and they found fragments of some sort of weapon that was made in a foreign country. So it was something man-made went off there because they found fragments of something.
Yeah,
So
but I mean, if
whether
an earthquake that's strong enough would be like like 1,000 things of TNT at like a 2 or a 3, like you're talking, that would have a lot of power behind it,
it would have a lot of power, but
and
then
it could
if
fragment
we're
and blow something up if like a sea vent went with it at the same time right underneath it. It would
yes,
look like
Scarlet, but
an
it would take
explosion.
out a lot more than just that section. That's the thing.
Would it
Is
though?
like
If
we
it was
know
just
damn
a
well
small vent, like what if the vent was
what
just the
happened
right
at
size?
Ridgecrest or whatever. Like the
What
reason why shit went so
what
fucking
is a
expensive
7.0 though?
is like the lines, the pipelines that were disconnected at multiple points. It wasn't just one focal point, which is what we're dealing with here.
Yeah,
So yes, there was probably a earthquake,
but I
but
don't
once
know if
again, it's
that
probably reading too
particular
much into
part.
it.
Yeah, but I don't know if that particular part is on like an actual fault line, where like the fault line actually broke, because that's what happened in Ridgecrest. Why this is completely different, because the fault line actually broke when the Ridgequake swarms and the 7.0 occurred. That actually broke. So that's a little bit different, because then the aftershocks kept occurring. But with this could have been one earthquake event that just is a blast, because it just whoop and then popped it.
To be honest, I think this is probably like propaganda released by one or two parties to try and keep people confused as to what actually went
I don't
down.
think so. I don't think so at all. I think that it's a plausible theory, because I'm the only one who's come up with this. So I think it's a plausible theory. That's just my point of view. I'm the only one who's come up with this. Dutch Sense has said that there was an earthquake there. He's put it together because he's like, what if? Because here's my thing. It's not hard, if it was even a natural event, to be like, the Russians did it or the US did it. We're not down there, so we can't say yes or no. It's not like we've seen pictures of the site. So it's not hard to just say they did it and walk away and be like, they did it. Because Russia said we did it. We said they did it. Who did it? Who did it? Because Russia said they could turn it off and on. And they were going to turn on some of the oil if they wanted to. MSNBC just had that up.
Yeah. No,
Actually,
to be honest, it's either America or somebody who wanted it to look like America. Because yes, there is no reason why Russia would do that to their own
because they could
pipeline.
just turn it off. Like, they
Correct.
need to blow their shit up, because they could just turn the motherfucker off and be like, you ain't getting
Yeah,
shit.
because they control it.
Yeah.
So
So it's like,
that is the whole point, and a lot of the things that are being missed is
true.
like the basic nuances. And yes,
Right.
there's
Like,
other factors, there's other things that it could be, but it's pretty easy to see who is most likely at fault, especially considering that, I've seen video, because somebody was actually talking about this very subject the other day, and they showed video, and it's like, yeah, even President Biden like last year was saying that this Nord Stream would not exist or will not continue to exist, basically threatening that America would take it out. And so, like, I'm sorry, but once again, why would Russia take out their own pipeline? Like, that's dumb. Like, that's like
Right. Like, I know Russia's making
that's
some
like chewing on the
crazy.
fucking glue in the corner, riding the fucking short bus home. Dumb.
Well, and I don't think they would do that. There's a lot of things they will do.
Correct.
You know, and
There are a
here's
lot
my
of things
thing.
they would do.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. They're posturing with a lot of, basically damn near the war is over. But Monday, they got unexpected hits. I don't know if that means that Putin's losing steam or just showing them that he can still do something. But I do think that he's holding back a little bit more. I'm not from the camp who believes he's depleted at all.
Well,
I
I
don't.
believe he's depleted in certain areas, but yes, there's like missiles and stuff like that. He has plenty of those. He does
Oh,
have
yeah.
plenty of them.
That's what I mean.
But
And they're
the
saying he's running out of that
artillery,
type of shit.
yeah, the artillery and the tanks and those sort of things, he is, because they had. Think about it this way: America spends, like, on average, basically what everybody else in the world spends altogether on their militaries, and we do it like on a yearly basis. And part of that reason is because we are always, I repeat, always using almost all of our forces. There are not that many trucks, tanks, and whatever that are just sitting idle. We are using them constantly, and so that incurs a lot more costs, obviously a lot more maintenance and stuff like that. Russia has not had the kind of money, because it is proven, like, they are still, I think, third or fourth down as far as military spending, and that's definitely behind China. China is next in line compared to America, and they're still way off, and they do spend money, and even their military, which is definitely eclipses us in some areas but falls short in a couple of others. Like, they have a very superior air force. They have at least, I believe it's like almost 20,000 more planes than we do. But we have a way, way better Navy. And they've been struggling to try and catch up with us as far as that. That's part of the reason why people have gotten so pissy about the Navy lately, is because that is, to be honest, America's most up-to-date fighting force.
Well, and we're
It
even
really is.
ruining that, though, because
And
is
that's
even
what
as
I'm
much
saying.
as,
We're even ruining that right now.
yeah,
And
but
that's
I
not
mean,
good.
I find it interesting, like I said, that we have Russia saying, hey, if you want to secede, you can secede to the Russian Federation. I would like to know, what do they know that would even make anybody feel like that's an attractive idea? I just can't see an American state doing it. I can kind of see it, though. But I wonder if anyone would actually go through it.
Are you talking about on this side of the Atlantic or on that side?
Yeah, they literally came out today and said, hey, America, if you want to secede, you can become a part of the Russian Federation.
Oh, yeah. I did see that.
Wants to
What they were
leave.
implying was the Alaska thing, because of the whole Alaska thing.
No,
because
they
of the
literally
history.
said any state. No.
Well, I wouldn't doubt it if California would try and take up on that offer, but do you know how quick a heartbeat that, like, the rest of the country would, like, wall off California?
Well, like they
At
said,
that
U.S.
point?
is decaying. Russian State Duma Deputy Alexander Tolmachev said the U.S. is beginning to decay in response to social media polls showing some Americans wanted to break away. A senior Kremlin politician has said any U.S. states that want to break away and join the Russian Federation will be considered. State Duma Deputy Alexander Tomachev was responding to an online poll that showed some Americans wanted their states to become independent. He said the U.S. is beginning to decay while the EU is bursting at the seams. It comes after President Vladimir Putin ordered the relentless bombing of multiple Ukrainian cities this week, including the capital of Kyiv, killing at least 26 people. It's Moscow's biggest aerial offensive since the start of the invasion in February. Last month, the despot illegally annexed 4 Ukrainian regions and vowed to use all the power and means at his disposal to defend them. Hastily staged referendums saw Moscow's proxies in the occupied regions claim majorities of up to 99 cents in favor of joining Russia. These were Donetsk and Luhansk in eastern Ukraine and Kherson and Zaporizhia in the south. Ukraine and Western governments described those votes as bogus, illegitimate, and conducted at gunpoint, referring to U.S. states joining Russia. Tolmachev news site Pomodovsky Segonya. Such initiatives are a signal that the citizens of the United States are dissatisfied with their leadership and are ready to take extreme measures up to secession if the current policy of America continues. A comment underneath the social media poll said most of Oregon wants to leave Oregon. I support the Big Idaho movement, and so should the people living in Texas, Florida, Idaho, and everywhere in between. I support any state that wants to achieve statehood. It's important that voting takes place not on social networks, but officially and legitimately, as in the Crimea, Sevastopol, Donetsk, and Luhansk republics, Zaporizhia, and Kherson provinces. Cynthia Nicoletti, professor at law for the University of Virginia Law School, said secession is unconstitutional. States can't unilaterally secede from the U.S. This was established by both the outcome of our Civil War and by the Supreme Court in the 1869 case Texas versus White. She added that Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution also prohibits states from entering into alliances, treaties, or confederations. I suppose theoretically it's an open question whether a state could secede with the consent of Congress or with the consent of all the other states. There's some throwaway language about all states possibly to allow one state to break away in Lincoln's first inaugural address and in Texas versus White. However, it's not a realistic scenario.
Correct. Like it
Right.
logistically would not happen. Like, are you serious?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, that's why I just asked. I was like, what do you think of that? Because, like, that's the first thing that I thought was, that ain't going to work. Like, I get, like, why they're saying it because,
Yeah. Yes.
but what
We
state
all
would
get
actually, right, like, but what state actually would be like, that's a good idea?
Correct. And that would be the only state I could think of would be California.
Yeah, I could see. Yeah, but would they join the Russians? Because remember, they're scared of Russian interference, so I don't think they would.
Correct. That's what I'm saying is like even the state that's most akin would never. And so like it was just him talking shit. Or just
I feel
like them
it
saying
was.
that they're going to reclaim Alaska or whatever. And it's like there's no fucking way.
No, I mean, people
Like
are running away
the
from it.
minute you started seeing like ships moving towards Alaska, that would be when our fucking B-2 bombers would be in the air. Like, all right, you want to play it that way? We can go.
True.
And that would be Biden, that would be Kamala, that would be any of them. They'd be like, no, fuck that. You are not touching Alaska. Period.
True.
That's what I'm saying is like, you know, when countries decide they're going to try and go into another country and do it, even if that place doesn't want to be a part of the country it's part of, it's not logistically feasible. I mean, you see in what's transpiring in Ukraine is exactly that. It's like, yeah, there's certain parts that want to be part of Russia again, but the majority doesn't. And the majority, for the most part, rules.
True.
I mean, that's how we've had so many bullshit snafus of late here in America.
Well, yeah, interesting. So I guess the Biden administration came out with their strategies, I guess.
Right.
And the U.S. sees China as the only other nation capable of reshaping global order. So they believe that right now we're in a divisive decade, and the PRC's assertiveness at home and abroad is advancing in a liberal vision across economic, political, and security and technological realms in competition with the West. And they're basically saying that Putin isn't an issue. and that China and Russia are increasingly aligned with each other, but says the two countries pose distinct challenges. And I guess it's a 48-page public document. They call it China, the U.S.'s only competitor with both the intent to reshape the international order, increasingly the economic, diplomatic, and military and technological power to do it. The challenge of
Correct.
handling Russia is described of constraining as still profoundly dangerous force.
Yes.
I guess it took Biden 600 days to release it, where Trump took 300 days.
Right.
The Trump document portrayed China and Russia as co-equal threats. By the 2030, the U.S. for the first time will need to deter two major nuclear powers, according to the strategy. To ensure our nuclear deterrent remains responsive to the threats we face, we are modernizing the U.S. nuclear force as well as strengthening our extended deterrent commitments to our allies. When it comes to China, they're looking for competition, but not conflict, and we're not looking for a new Cold War. The document also mentions inflation, the Democrats' biggest political liability, is among the threats to global security less than a month before midterm elections, which will determine if Biden party retains control of the House and Senate. It lists inflation as one of the cross-border issues, with people all over the world struggling to cope with. Rising prices, also of the Federal Reserve, poised to deliver its fourth straight 75 basis point hike when it meets early next month, just days before voters go to the polls. The central bank's rate hikes have fueled concerns of a recession. They said Tuesday, Biden said a recession with the U.S. is possible, but any downturn would be slight, and the U.S. economy is resilient enough to ride out the turbulence. Bruh, you can't make that up. Like,
This
wow.
guy, like seriously, this guy, people.
Like, he
ever-
would ride us off a cliff and say everything's fine.
Yep. Absolutely, and it's a fucking joke.
Wow,
Like,
U.S.
this man-
president does not recognize Taiwan's independence and is committed to one China policy? We came out and said that.
Who said that?
We did, the United States.
Yeah, but who from the United
The United
States?
Okay, hold on. The latest White House National Security Report released Wednesday. We oppose any unilateral change to the status quo on either side and do not support Taiwan independence. We remain committed to our one China policy, Washington remarked in a report in which it also stressed its interest in maintaining diplomatic arrangements with Taiwan. We will maintain our commitments under the Taiwan Relations Act to support its self-defense and our ability to resist any use of force or coercion against Taiwan, the White House report says. But yeah, they straight up said.
Well, you see what that is, right, Scarlet?
I do.
That's them basically trying some bullshit maneuver to try and keep things status quo because they know damn well China will move in on Taiwan any fucking day now.
True.
And so they want to keep it status quo. They want to keep it where things are like it is now, but what it is now is not sustainable. And
No.
fucking America better stop fucking around because like
we need to quit.
like if fucking Taiwan decides, they could say you are cut off and then we will not have any more computers or phones, period. Because guess who makes all the certain
true.
semiconductors to go into these phones and technologies that we have in our daily lives? Taiwan. That's where the technology is. That's part of the reason why China is so hot to fucking take Taiwan back.
True.
The reason why they were so hot to fucking take Hong Kong back in the 90s was because Hong Kong at the time was the pinnacle of the financial world. Fuck New York City. It was Hong Kong in the late 90s.
True. That is very true.
So, yeah, so we need to fucking stop. What's going on, MGTOW? Long time.
What's up, MGTOW?
But yeah, we need for real. We need to stop acting like shit can be just the way it is, or shit can go back to how people are most comfortable with it, because we all know damn well these are uncomfortable times, and so we need to stop acting like idiots with our heads in the sand and start like cracking the whip like on all these people. I don't give a fuck who it is, like on the street corner, in your political offices, like everywhere. We need to start being like, nah, this ain't the way. Like,
That's
you
the
need to
shit.
knock this shit off because you
Yeah.
are fucking everybody's day up. Everybody's day, including yours, because you're making us resent you even more. And if there is some sort of like wars or civil wars or whatever, a lot of those people are definitely going to have to run for the hills because they're going to be on a lot of people's lists.
You're right,
Like
so
that is the truth. Like that's part of the reason why you
like
see a
we
lot of
talked
the
about
elite.
the other day, just on site.
Yep, on site, for real, on site. So like that's part of the reason why all these people have their bunkers, their private security forces, why they don't mind having mandates and basically all these rules for you, but I get to do whatever the fuck I want, and
Rules
that
for
sort of
thee, but
mentality.
not for
Yeah,
me.
correct. Like that's exactly what's going on. And like the fact that we're allowing it to continue is just kind of ridiculous, like in its own rights. Cause I'm like, what the hell?
Well, eventually only the rich will be able to get out of these type of situations.
Well, yeah, only the rich will be able to go to the store to buy anything. Only the rich will be able to go and vote. Only the rich will be able to go and get cars. Only the rich will only be able to go flying anywhere. Like seriously, people, check yourselves. Like look at how the world is shaping. And it's shaping to the point where these people who are in these high positions, whether it's political, whether it's financial, whether it's freaking YouTube stars or whatever, like all of them, like everybody, we need to take accountability, and we need to make people more accountable and hold their feet to the fire, because this is bullshit. Like seriously.
We really do. Like, we need to get them out of their ivory towers before it turns into, like, to use a movie analogy, like Hunger Games, before it turns into the
Exactly.
Capitol.
It is. And that's exactly what's happening, like right before our eyes. Like, that's part of the reason why for a long time I've been the movie guy, is because there's a lot of things that you can learn, that you can glean from these movies, from stories that are portrayed. Because a lot of them are very prescient. A lot of them are very, like V for Vendetta. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
True.
We're talking about almost verbatim.
True. It is like that situation.
Demolition Man. How about Demolition Man? We're making society into a bunch of sissy robe-wearing weaklings, and one guy who's got some balls goes into town and just wrecks everything. They need to defrost another guy who has balls, who's alpha, to be able to match up to him. Why is that? Because they made the rest of the fucking population weak ass individuals that had group thought, that all loved to go to Taco Bell, that all sang those stupid fucking jingles and thought it was music. Like seriously, people, like check yourselves. Watch some fucking movies, and don't just watch them because fucking Channing Tatum or fucking Keanu Reeves or some sort of eye candy is in them. Watch them for the stories. Watch them for the nuances, the interpersonal humanity or lack thereof.
That's true, though. People are missing that right now.
They are super missing
COVID
it.
really like stunted people's social abilities.
Oh, for real. Like that's transpiring in the dating market, like big time. Like nobody's fucking happy.
Oh, big
Like
time.
nobody's fucking happy. And that's transpiring
Yeah, I
into
don't
the
know
fact
that
that
many people
suicide rates
in
are
the
fucking
dating
increased.
world.
Like, let's be real. Yeah, in the dating world that are having a good or like a decent time, all of them are saying it's shit.
Mm-hmm. That's true. I don't know very many people. Now, I do know one person who's been dating this guy for like a month. It's working out, but it's only a month, so that's all I can report.
But hell, a month,
And
like
that's the
I
first
fucking
person
we
in a
should
long
smoke some
time that's
cigars.
even like, right. right?
Yeah, see, Casemiro sees it. He sees it from Demolition Man.
Great. Rich get richer while we get poorer, and we're just allowing it.
Yeah, correct. We're allowing it, and in some form or fashion, we're actually condoning it and applauding it.
True. That's
And see,
true.
that's the issue. That is the issues. We're not paying attention to our surroundings. Our situational awareness has gone out the fucking window, and it just
Oh,
blows
that's
my
been
fragile
long
little
gone.
mind. Yeah, right. That's just that's just gone. Oh yeah, no, I watch those guys all the time, Casemiro. They got some good takes. But I actually prefer Preach and Abba. I've moved to their side because I know they've been kind of at war or whatnot with Fresh and Fit. So
Oh,
I
interesting.
I would have to say I watched their nemesis. So,
Oh,
but
interesting.
Fresh and Fit does have some good takes, especially when it comes to like the dating market. But I prefer, there's actually a girl on YouTube, and she is like the most adorable, very tall, but adorable little redheaded cutesy named Pearl. And I believe her YouTube channel is just Pearly Things. And she actually does a fantastic job talking about the dating market. She's I think she's a dual citizen, so America and Great Britain, and right now she's residing in Great Britain. I believe, I want to say it's for a volleyball career because she's got some French and German and English friends that are on her channel all the time. But they have good sit downs and they talk about relationships and they talk about the dating market and they talk about all the things that we're talking about now: the lack of nuance, the lack of actual interpersonal skills, the lack of reading rooms. Like, holy shit. Like, that's like day one stuff, but boy, is it missed right now.
Well, people, the hookup culture has destroyed
Yeah,
relationships.
Melanie King is a good one as well.
Oh,
She
okay.
comes from, Melanie King comes from the may he rest in peace.
Kevin Samuels. Oh,
Yep.
Lord.
He comes from the Kevin Samuels
We going to the Lord.
tree. I'll say she comes from the Kevin Samuels coaching tree, as they like to refer to in football. In the football. So yeah, no, Melanie King is also a very good one. But yeah, these women talk about like how women are especially the ones that portray themselves as modern females, and it's like, oh, all this work and no play, and then they expect everything to kind of just happen, or they manifest it or whatever, and then it doesn't happen, and then they get all salty and like vindictive, and then it just keeps the vicious cycle going. And it's like, yeah, check yourselves, like, seriously.
True.
And for the guys, this is the thing, like, most people don't get, like, they'll go out there and they'll say, oh yeah, this and that, men are trash, blah blah blah, right? But what they don't get
Which
is
which a
obviously
lot of men
the
are
majority.
though. Like for real though. Like a lot
No
of
no
men
no no
are
no
though.
no 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 check this out, Scarlet, let me finish. What they don't get is the majority of people do find their partners or whatever, or mates or thrills or whatever, online. So
Yeah.
through dating apps.
Okay. Yeah.
This is the statistic. Women only swipe right on the equivalent of 20% of the entire male population.
Okay. I can see that. Yeah.
Another number to take in mind: of those 20%, only, and we're talking about only 10% of those women, even on the swipe right, have a second date. Most of them are just one night stands. And the reason why is because they only swipe right on 20%. The men swipe right on 70%, which means the only overlap you're talking about is maybe about 15, maybe 20% if you're lucky. If you're lucky. And then once again, as I said, there's the fact that they only make a second date 10% of the time.
Well, and I get that women are picky though. Like you don't want to just pick the bottom of the barrel.
But that's the thing, Scarlet. If you put in this final statistic that 1 out of 3 men have not had sex in a year or ever, that means technically the 20% that the women that swipe right on are the same 20% for almost all women. So literally the same men are sleeping with all the women, while a large, vast majority of the population isn't sleeping with anybody. So
I didn't
that
think about
is
that. Now, see,
correct.
that's kind of fucked up, but I could see that because it's all the same heartbreakers and playboys in the same circles. And
Exactly. So that's the reason why you have the women out there saying, oh, men are trash. It's because they're only sleeping with the same men that everybody else, their friends, their neighbors, their teachers, their lawyers, all of them have slept with. And they get to just sleep around. And just like you said, they get to be playboys.
yeah,
They have their pick of the litter. And that's why they don't commit. And that's why you don't. And that's why you have TikToks
and that makes sense
innumerable.
because then that's why chicks are never finding the quote good
Correct.
dudes and all this because they're sleeping with like the same pool of
Correct.
dudes. And it's like the same chicks vying for the same pools of dudes, why girls fight over the same dudes.
Correct.
And yeah, this is starting to make more sense.
Yes. And it's on a grand scale because, as I said before, the majority, I think we're at like almost 80% of relationships now are found through online methods.
Well, yeah, because nobody can meet everybody's scared to meet people in real life for whatever fucking reason. I
Correct.
don't know. Which
And
is
they
strange.
exacerbated that mentality with a pandemic.
Yeah, they really did, though. That was the truth. Because people were asking people about their status to go out on a date. They didn't want to go out to eat with each other. They definitely weren't going to go to your house. You definitely couldn't have sex. You can't touch. You can't do this. You can't do that.
Correct.
Like, because we
Like-
didn't embrace that whole bubble thing here in the United States that other countries did.
Oh yeah, no, they embraced it hard.
No.
Like hard.
I don't think that's it, MGTOW. I know there's a lot of women who are like gold digger types, but I don't think that it's not that they're good men. I think it's because what TLO is saying, it's the same pool of the same fuckers. Like
Correct.
it's the same people. It's the same douche canoes. It's the
Yep.
same, you know what I mean? Like
And they
it's
can be man sluts because
and they're like
are getting
exactly, and these
chosen
are like the
all the
man
time.
whores of the universe, the stereotypical trash that makes every good dude look bad. And these chicks are dating the same dudes.
Correct.
It all makes
And that's
sense.
why they're getting that. Yeah, and that's why they're getting that message out there on TikTok. Why don't any good men choose me? Because they think they find one, and it's just another Playboy douchebag, and he leaves her, ghosts her, and then she's all salty, even more vindictive. And just like I said, they go on the TikToks and say men are evil, men are trash, blah blah blah. Can't trust men, even though they're the ones that are always constantly on like OnlyFans vying for men's attention.
Well, yeah, because but I
money.
don't deny, like in MGTOW's defense, I don't deny that these women don't exist, though. Like there are women who have financial standards and want this, that, the other, and the third paid for, and they act like if you sleep together, you got to pay her bills, car note, and for her first child's tuition at college. But it's like No, dude. Like, so there are those women too, though, but there's a lot of people who are just damaged people. Like I said,
Correct.
by this hookup culture, this has
Yep.
damaged people's brains and capacities for long-term relationships.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you on that.
Like it's messed up.
Wholeheartedly.
And people always think the grass is greener on the other side. So the moment that a relationship starts to become uncomfortable, they want to immediately exit stage left
Correct.
the relationship and want to go start something else, of which that doesn't solve the problem. The grass isn't always greener on the other side. And then people just continue these cycles and then wonder why they keep ending up with the same shitty people.
Wait, what is that? What is that, Casimiro? Look at a woman's past.
Men look at a woman's past.
Oh,
I'll avoid these women plus
I
OnlyFans
see what
models.
you're saying.
Men look at a woman's past. Women see the future potential of men.
Well, see, that's the reason why there's a rise in this counter feminism sort of regime, because there's a lot of women out there, YouTubers, that are taking the position that you shouldn't just knock the the housewife sort of lifestyle, because it's not necessarily something to knock, because you're still partaking in, the business. It's like you're just supporting your husband or whatever in their business, and their bringing home supports you in your business, which is the house, which is the home. So it's
Right.
it's like a symbiotic relationship that a lot of people have forgotten with sort of the modern take on relationships and positions, societal relationship positions. And so there's this imbalance, and a lot of women are talking about bringing that balance back, and they're all dogged upon. So yeah,
Yeah, they
there's a
are.
lot
There
of
is. There's a lot of like what they call, I forget what they call them, but
they do
these
actually have
women,
like a derogatory term for them,
yeah, and
just like they
like,
have for everything else.
yeah, like, and it's ridiculous because some of these more, I guess you could call them traditional,
Yeah,
women,
you
um,
absolutely can call them traditional women. It really
yeah,
is.
traditional, because it would be the traditional role of the woman. I mean,
Yep,
going back
correct.
millennia.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. It's like we're not talking about just the last couple of decades or even the last
no,
couple of
and I mean,
hundred
there was
years.
always
We're
women
talking
in
about
societies that were,
thousands.
did certain things. Like, for instance, in biblical times, the women was the one who did most of the deals. Women were
Yeah,
the ones that sold a lot of the things.
yeah.
Um,
At the marketplace, absolutely.
yeah, they had a lot of that power. Men went out and like foraged shit more in those
Yep.
days.
They built and they foraged.
Yeah, and like women did other
Hey,
shit. So like, not saying that women never had power
right.
in certain ways and that there weren't matriarchal societies. But the fact is that what we've done to our culture now and acting like women can't stay at home, or if you stay at home you're less than a woman, or that somehow you're just supposed to like follow stereotypes, is wrong. Okay?
Right.
Because people should be able to do whatever they want. So if that means that a woman should stay at home, she shouldn't be made to feel bad. Not saying we need to go back to a time where women weren't allowed outside of the home either. There
Yeah,
has to be that
exactly.
balance. Everything is so unbalanced lately. That's what's wrong with
Yes.
this world.
Oh,
And
yeah. I
that's why
fully
I think the
agree.
world is even like trying to balance itself out right now, because it's
Absolutely.
so imbalanced. Like, it has to be one extreme or the other. We cannot have any symbiosis at all. It's just not allowed right now for whatever reason. Everything just has to be so upside down, cuckoo world,
My boy Trent
for
Reznor in Nine Inch
no
Nails,
ass reason.
he already said it, zero sum.
Yeah.
He's got a
Hmm.
song called Zero Sum, and it like that, actually the whole album is actually talking about, once again, being present, but talking about how the situation that we're in nowadays. And it was made, I believe, almost a decade ago. But yeah, and it's called Year Zero is the album, but Zero Sum like talks about us as zeros and ones in this big, algorithm, basically. And so,
Well,
yeah, no,
yeah.
we need to get back to the balance, and we
We
need to,
do,
yeah,
because this is awful. People are living unfulfilled lives. People are unhappy. No one has long-term, meaningful, lasting relationships anymore. No one is utilizing long-term unions because nobody cares about them. Nobody has protected the sanctity of it. So now it is undesirable,
correct.
and it's sad.
And they made it undesirable through media, through
Yeah,
product,
through government.
through government. Oh yeah, definitely through government.
Yeah, through religion.
Yep.
Many different ways, because
And that
that's
that
something
goes
that
down to that divisive
number one shouldn't have to be done through government. Okay, that's ignorant. I don't
shit.
need a government piece of paper to tell me that I should or somehow have elevated my relationship or status with someone. um it's a trap. It's a whole racket.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
it's a
no,
whole
there is a lot of
racket
that.
because the
For real.
government penalizes you for
Right.
coupling with this person. 9 times out of 10, the people I know, financially, you are not helped by being married. You're hurt. You don't have any, your credit score has no benefit. Like, there's like literally no point. Like, yeah, there's some legal benefits to it, but they're like so few and far between that honestly, for most people, marriage financially is something you do when you want to take a financial hit.
Most times, but that's the way
Unless
that
you're
the
already
court
wealthy,
system.
yeah, then okay, merging and marrying could be a benefit to you. But as far as for the average person who then, goes to file their taxes for the first year and they have average jobs, it's going to hurt you, not help you. And that's the sad part of it. Like, you're penalized by society, by government, and now basically everybody who isn't married wants to act like, you're married. That's so gross. Like, it's fucked up. Like, nobody
Well,
should
yeah,
feel like
and
that.
there is that thing. There's this huge, weird, like movement of trying to destroy like any sort of traditional things. Like it doesn't even matter if it's values,
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
traditional
long-term
ways of
union,
life, any sort of traditional like rituals or anything
True.
like that. They just want to destroy. Well, there's just seems to be a lot of wanting to destroy the past, and I don't know if that's how you get over it, because that's what I feel like the world, and
Do you feel
especially like
like it's
younger
breaking
generations.
paradigms, or do you feel
Well,
like
it's
it's
because they,
more
well, no, it's because they can't deal with a lot of what's happened throughout humanity's history, and they can't deal with the fact that humans are capable of darkness. And so the only way that they can deal with it is just by destroying it, by erasing it, by having it not taught in schools, by having their curriculum taught in schools, where certain people were bad and all these certain people were good, and nothing bad ever, they never did anything bad, and that
right?
sort of, and that's not good, because as we've been saying for the last few minutes, it's about balance.
Well,
What
yeah,
is it?
but see,
There's
MGTOW,
something from a movie that just popped in
MGTOW,
my
that's
head.
the problem. MGTOW, see, this
Oh yeah.
is supposed to be something that rewards women, and I support. Okay, but regardless of the semantics of that, it was never, government should never be involved in that level. Marriage was never supposed to be about what financially you got out of it. Yes, there were always dowries and there was some financial incentive eventually, but originally it was just to bind two people together, to say, hey, we're on this journey of life together. It was
Yes.
never supposed to devolve into the dog and pony show of which it exists now. where courts you just jump through
that's
hoops.
partly because of the courts,
You know,
and the
men
courts
ruin their
like,
lives, women get their lives ruined too. I could show you just as many women whose husbands have brought them to the cleaners for absolutely no reason other to destroy their lives. It happens to women too, quite often, especially with child support if the man makes more money than the woman. These men out here be wild. There's whole law firms specializing in this. They'd be like narcissist law firms.
tell that to Robin Givens.
Robin Givens. Lord,
If you don't know what he's referring to, look it up. Look it up, because yeah, no, it's yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
no,
I get that.
There's a lot of instances.
There's a lot on both sides,
sure.
but marriage is never supposed to be, like I said, perverted into this whole bureaucracy, governmental controlled situation.
For sure.
It was supposed to be a spiritual contract.
Well, it was supposed to be basically a bond between two people.
Yeah, in front of your spiritual creator, whatever that was.
Well, yeah. Well, just confirming
every
that in front
tribe, many different tribes, religions had this type of ceremony, right? Whether they called it marriage or not, it existed. Right. And it was never supposed to be this shit. Oh, good night, Kayla. Yeah, it was never supposed to be this. And that's the problem. And the fact that we've come so far away from the beginning and relationships have come so far away of what it's supposed to be. And how people are, everybody is running around as broken people, breaking other people in relationships. Correct. This is what is wrong. This is why people are wilding out. This is why people want to kill each other. This is why people become school shooters. This is why people are mass killers.
I fully believe that there is something that needs to be done as far as research to show that the reason why there's such a huge rise in certain violent crimes is because less people are happy or satisfied in their relationship lives across the board. It's not just one sex or the other, and it's not just
like intimate relationships. It could just be like social relationships.
Yes, correct.
Community relationships.
Just relationships in general.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I'm sure for some of them it is probably the sexual frustration.
Oh yeah, the intimate relationship that drove them over the edge. But let's say
that's real.
Well, a lot of people, single people during the pandemic, people were afraid to even converse with you. Nobody was definitely not coming over. Correct. If you didn't have these built-in networks of people that actually were thinking for themselves, you barely got to see anybody. And even then, people were afraid to be seen out with other people.
Yeah, touching, being next to, being close.
Yeah, even if people were out, like I said, a lot of truther people who didn't, they still weren't going out because they wouldn't dare be caught out somewhere.
Right.
And have somebody say, "Oh, I saw you here, there," or whatever. People were afraid. It was like Gestapo level afraid. And that has to have affected human relationships dearly.
Well, all of it has affected it.
Oh, I can't imagine. Masks, they've already admitted that has affected children's development with relationships.
For sure.
And their connections to people, speech development. Absolutely. All of these things, because they can't see faces. Babies didn't see faces. They just saw masks. And babies learn by looking at your face, your facial expressions, smiles, frowns, this, that. Think about how many faces you make to a baby.
It's mostly the mouth movement. And
think about how many faces you make to a baby. You look happy, you look sad, you raise your eyebrows, you do all these things.
Exactly.
To pique a baby's interest. And if they weren't seeing that.
Yep. Not at all.
Kids at daycare, they weren't seeing that. There was a few teachers who got smart and started at least using like those face shields, and thought about that for kids. Hell, they even tried to make deaf kids sit in front of people with masks. Like, make sense. Like, you
Yeah.
can't do that.
Absolutely.
Like, that's insane.
No,
Like, the
absolutely.
things that they put people through and kids through and separated them from their families, from activities, from their schools, from, school life, all of these things that they felt like they missed out dearly for. And then they expect people to just turn back to normal. I don't think they did. I think they wanted people's growth to be stunted at this point because everybody was already kind of breaking apart.
Yep.
And so why not bring more division?
Correct. And that's totally, and also dumbing down the population. That also is a key benefit to them.
Mm-hmm. Well, and keeping people argumentative, keeping people on each
edge.
other's throats. Yep.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
It does affect people.
As I said before, it's intentional. I'm not sure why, but it is definitely intentional.
Gain control. I mean, that alone. I mean, honestly, just to, like I said, just to even just gain control.
I love how Tim literally just disappeared.
Disappeared.
Yeah.
I know. I bet you he fell asleep.
Probably.
Mm-hmm. Because he doesn't have work.
I guess we're boring him, audience. You have to be more effective.
But I know he doesn't have work though. But he doesn't stay up that late.
True.
So
we are the nighttime dwellers.
We are the nighttime crew. But I don't know when that occurred, so I don't know. I mean, at some point he left.
Yep.
He could have told us so.
Well, see, and from the knowledge that I know, because I actually follow another person from Australia. Actually two, but one of them left Australia and now lives in the States. Sydney Watson. And then the other, why am I blanking on the other girl? But no, from what I heard about you, Darren, and what you had to deal with in Australia was kind of beyond the pale as far as the mandates and whatnot. It sounded.
Australia was the next level. Australia was Minority Report on acid.
For real.
Australia was wild. Like, just the pages of rules they had. Darren had sent me a link at one point to the Australian government.
Yeah.
For their proposed COVID changes. And it was hundreds of pages.
Yeah, that shit was ridiculous.
Of rules. It was nobody they couldn't even follow all them damn rules. There were so many rules. I hate when government does that. When they create, like I said, almost so many rules where they can't even follow all those rules. Like, why would you even make all those rules? You couldn't even be doing all those rules at once.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
At a certain point, it really is.
As Dr. Evil said, okay, this is goddamn ridiculous.
Exactly.
And it was asinine. Like the stories I heard was just it blew my mind because I was like, what in the hell are you guys doing over there? I mean, it was bad enough over here, but yeah, that was some next level shit over there in Australia.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was bad here. Yeah, don't get it twisted. It's still pretty bad because you can't, let's say Darren wanted to come to the United States. If we're like, yeah, we're gonna save Darren, right? And bring Darren on. He can't come. You can't come to the United States unless you've been vaccinated.
Yep.
So he can't even show up. He couldn't even come to visit until they change that rule.
Right.
But the United States will not allow entry if you are not a citizen.
Yeah, no. And I find that funny considering they're letting all sorts of fucking, people in at the border.
Word.
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 That's just straight up I don't give a fuck about politics. It's wait a second. So you're making people who are traveling and paying money do all this extra bullshit, but people who just roll up free don't. Like, okay, I see how it is.
Right. I mean, there's nothing wrong with legalizing marijuana, but if he's trying to do that under the guise of totalitarianism and, shutting everything down, like, that's not good.
Well, it'd be very hard to try and do that though. Like to try and link
Australia
or
did it
sign
already.
or
They'd be
sign
able to do that again. Australia 2 seconds away from doing that again. Look. And everybody
But
went along with it in Australia too. And everybody's willing to snitch on their neighbors. Look, Tilo, no.
I was about to say the pot is not legal in Australia though.
Yeah, I get that, but if he does, but what if he's just only trying to legalize it to get everybody to vote, and then he gonna just put the hammer down, like.
Well, as Darren I think alluded to, like he was already kind of on his way to winning. I mean, he had some opposition, but it was.
I know. See what I'm
Well,
saying? So
my
I don't know.
limited
I feel
knowledge,
like
it was a little it was a little heavy, or he is heavy-handed. I think he's doing it personally so he could try for a higher position. To be honest, Darren, at least
yeah,
from
that could
I
be because he
I do
might be
have
trying to
limited
go
knowledge.
for like PM of Australia and shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking. I figured it
Exactly.
had
Yeah.
something to do with him himself using this as a tool
Right.
to get votes. To
Exactly.
be
But
like, hey, I'm hip and cool. I support you, young people. Vote for me.
right. And no, and that's the thing is like, I mean, hell, even Biden is trying to use some aspect of that.
Well, he just did
In
that
his
the other
advantage.
day, trying to say he's going to
Yeah.
pardon all
Yep.
cannabis
Low level.
only.
Yeah, the low
Yeah.
level cannabis things. People just
Yep.
holding.
Yep. Now he should just legalize it. Why can't he executive orders everything else?
Yes, he still
Why can't we
does
executive
because we
order
haven't
that?
gotten rid of that.
Look,
We
why
haven't
can't we
had him give
executive
up his
order that?
emergency powers. Of course he's not going to do that because it would piss off a bunch of people. Because there are
So,
still a lot of hardline, like religious people. There's hardline. Well, there's definitely some hardline formers or people who've gone through treatment. Because I've met a few of them, and some of them are kind of like, I don't know what they did to treat themselves, but it did not work. It did not work at all. But no, like it's a very tenuous subject because they have to go, it's not necessarily the public or the actual constituents, it's the businesses. It really comes down to the businesses because the fact of the matter is, obviously if you legalize it, then there's going to be all these people who are actually doing it, and then the businesses have to figure out all their rules and regulations to
yeah,
accommodate
they've
that,
been saying that
and
they've
that's
had to
huge.
accommodate in Minnesota because we have
Correct,
something in
because
our
of the edible.
constitution
Yeah,
that
because
protects consumption.
yep.
And so now jobs are having to change their policies because you can't have like a drug testing policy.
Well, yeah, because you would not be able to hire anybody really.
Well,
And
no,
that's
Minnesota
the
has a
whole thing.
consumption clause protection. So once something is made legal, you can't be fired from your job from consuming it.
Yes. No, I know that. That's what I'm saying is like they had to change because of the edibles,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of their laws. But there's some companies that were smart and they saw the tide turning, and so they kind of dropped it
Mm-hmm.
or didn't really do it as much. And to be
Well, because
honest,
they
like,
realize they'll never hire anybody if they say, like,
yeah,
okay,
they can't.
Shears chip company up here.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a chip company called Shears. They're one of the bigger employers up by Perham. They straight up say on their website, no drug test.
Yeah, no, there's a lot
Because
of
they know that
businesses.
they're going to get people to come in because of that.
Correct. Yeah, no, and that's the thing is there's quite a few businesses now that do actually state that on their sites. Just because I've been looking at Indeed and whatnot
Mhm.
and shit. So like yeah, recently it's definitely has changed or whatever. A lot of the same businesses that did have drug testing before don't have it now, and so yes, there is a lot of that sort of turnover.
There is though, because they realize, and I read an article about it where they were like, they realize that they won't have a workforce real quick.
Absolutely, like legit, they would
And I
not.
get maybe regulating some of the other drugs, you know,
Well, yeah, I'm sorry, but like I think like to be honest,
but everybody deserves a
if they
chance though. Like
continue
if
well, that's the thing. I believe that they could continue the drug testing, but they would have to just actually have some nuance and not just be like, "Oh, well, you tested positive, blah blah blah, done."
that's what
Like
I
you have
mean,
to
because I
take
feel
it in
like
context. You have to actually like think about it.
If George can go to work and George does heroin, right? And
Right.
George could go to work every day, not be a problem, not be a nuisance, handle his business. What the fuck is the problem?
Well, yeah, but there's a lot of functioning. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of functioning adults that do use habitually, and they operate just fine in the workforce. And most people don't even get it. Like, I can't even tell you the stories that I could tell about some of the workforces and their habitual habits. And I've worked for quite a few big corporations. So
Right.
yeah, no, like I'm not gonna name drop or anything like that just because I get probably people in trouble. So, but they're out
Mhm.
there. They're right next to you when you're in an elevator or on an escalator. They're going up and
And you're
you're
going
going
down.
down. Yeah,
Yep.
like seriously, like all of it.
Yep.
Like, and
That is
that's
true.
the
And people don't realize how many functioning addicts there are. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's when you're no longer functional is the problem or the issue, however you want to see it.
right. And yeah, that's a very valid point. There's a lot of people who smoke,
Yeah. Or
like
do
a lot
drugs.
of people.
There's a lot of people who do coke occasionally.
Yeah.
There are people who uh, partake in things like LSD.
Well, and
Uh,
there's a burgeoning like actual scientific method behind a lot of the increase in the hallucinogenics because they're finding that sometimes that can help people with PTSD, help people with like
well, yeah, because it
different
helps build
mental.
like these brain synapses and helps you
Correct.
have positive experiences.
Correct. It does. It helps you start to rework your brain so
Mhm.
it can actually function with parts of it being dead or non-functioning because it actually opens up your mind literally. There is a reason why they say, when you take hallucinogenics and shit like that, it opens up your mind because it does. It makes you
It
truly think
absolutely does.
outside of the box, like truly.
That's true. Like, and a lot of people have been starting to microdose mushrooms.
Yep.
There are states like Oregon who have legalized mushrooms.
Yes, I saw that.
Yep, where they're completely legalized. There's decriminalized states as well now,
Hmm.
where you don't get in. There's decriminalized cities like Denver.
Yeah, and there's burgeoning like markets that are happening from it and not just
Yeah,
like drug markets.
I'll have to share on the network from like the community page on YouTube and then Facebook. A company that a fellow Liberty person out there, Avens O'Brien, started with her boyfriend and some other business partners that helps you grow mushrooms, any kind of mushrooms, in like pre-sterilized kind of tech like bags. And all you do is inject the spores in the bags and then it grows right in there. And you don't have to do shit with it. And it's like lazy people growing. And it's called like Advanced Mycelium, the company. And they've got basically a foolproof tech for like even the beginner. So I highly recommend those. And there's like a coupon code. So I highly recommend those. And they can work with any type of mushrooms.
Interesting.
So yeah, no, I'll show you the company, Tilo, and I think you'll really like the idea. Cause honestly, for me, I was like, oh, that's the way. Like, yeah, you can learn how to do all the techs, and that would probably be important too. But this, as far as like being able to go from novice to having some quickly, it's the way to go. It's the way to go. Like, it's just so simple, it's stupid. But they spent over, I guess, 2 years developing this technology. It's proprietary. There's similar companies, but they use some of their substrates and things, and they explain why they use those instead of other things that I think makes them a cut above the rest. And it's
Right.
just as simple, like I said, to inject your spores in the bag and walk away. And that is really hard to do with mushrooms. So for most people, it doesn't work like that. It's usually a lot of work, a lot of trial and error, a lot of waste. But this is like guaranteed. And so they're changing the industry, and they've been going around to all these trade shows around the country, but they're changing the game up. Because she is a libertarian through and through and believes in decriminalization of all drugs. At this point, the harm reduction probably would outweigh the risk of potential legalization of all drugs. At this point. Because at least we'd stop ruining people's lives through the justice system.
There is that aspect, yes.
Healthcare would be overrun, yes.
Yes, I was about to say healthcare would increase. Accidents, for the most part, would most likely increase. I mean, part of the reason why you don't see like dramatic changes in accident rates or whatever with like legalization of weed is first
No,
off
because
because of the
where's all the
level.
crashes in Colorado they said were going to occur?
Right. All the
Where's all the
crashes, all the
crashes in
people
California?
messing themselves up, that sort of thing. Yeah, no. And that's the thing, is like, it's, once again, it's about the balance. It's like, even the government knows that there has to be some balance in it, because if you decriminalize all of them, there would be so many people that'd be wigged out. There really would. And
Spain
having a
to
whole bunch of them at the
decriminalize
same time is not
Spain to
probably good.
decriminalize all drugs though, and their actual drug addiction dropped by 30%.
But that doesn't even matter, because you'd have to get through the first whatever day or so of everybody being wigged out of their minds. So
Well, they
like
already did it
that's
though. I mean, they've been on like year 3 of decriminalization now.
for where?
Spain decriminalized all drugs.
Well, yeah, but you also have to look in the fact that Spain as a country has lost so much of its population in the last few years. So much of its population. They've moved away, or they perished or something, but like their population is going down, because I do remember reading they're one of the European nations that are like starting to get a little freaked out because of the decline in populations.
Well,
Like,
everybody said because nobody focused on people having families. It was focused on
yes,
careers.
yes,
And the model of worldwide was pushed for basically like 2 kids and a white picket fence around the world, instead of pushing for healthy, vibrant, large families, which was always the case throughout time.
correct. Absolutely.
So the last, 4 or 5 generations, we've been pushing that ideal. That has really screwed us up. To where, now we don't have a lot of
I
people.
grew up, those were the 70s. The 80s ones that I grew up with were the 2 dumb kids smoking pot, and then like one of them
Mine
for some reason has the
was
shotgun.
the egg. Mine was the
The
egg. That's what I had in my generation.
yeah, this is
This is
your
your
brain
brain
on
on
drugs.
drugs. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Yes,
That
we
was
all
my
remember.
favorite.
I was one of the child prodigies of the Dare generation, so
Oh yeah.
I remember.
No, dude, Dare was such a joke. Like, seriously.
So was. No, it was fun because like when they had Dare people in classroom, I would light them up. And this is pre-burn days. Like
Right.
I was OG lighting them up, suborbital nukes. Like they would just not know. Seriously, they did not know how to fucking handle me. Cause I would just call them on a lot of their bullshit every single time.
Suborbital nukes.
That's right. That's when you fucking drop it. Like the only thing greater than that is if you have like some suborbital tungsten. Because if you have that, you literally, yeah, you are God then. Because if you wanted to, you could fucking crack the planet open.
I mean, I feel it.
Well, we would. Like if they dropped a fucking tungsten rod on fucking say London, we would feel it
Right.
here in Minnesota.
Well, it's
Yeah,
true.
no, I know
The
which
narrative
commercial
that they
I
place.
do know which commercial you're talking about, Mingto. Like I remember a lot of them, and I remember like watching Reefer Madness because that always cracked my ass up.
Oh yeah, that was hilarious. I think we got to watch parts of it even in high school because they were like,
Yeah, no, they showed it in school sometimes for Dare, and I'd laugh my ass off.
well, it was just
I
so
was like,
ridiculous.
because I think one of the times they showed it in the class, like I literally like burst out laughing, and I was just like, seriously, how many of you guys seen anybody this freaking stupid?
And
Like seriously, I was just like,
by the time they show it to you, most people either know somebody who does smoke or has an older
yeah,
brother or something.
correct.
Like they wait so long. Like they should honestly be showing this to like second or third graders. You know, if they
Well,
really wanted to make an
yeah,
impact
for
in
the
kids'
most
lives.
part, yeah, for sure, it would be most likely before you get to fourth grade. Like
Yeah.
that's the key.
Like
Yeah, for
second,
sure.
third grade could handle that. You
Yeah.
know, you bring real kiddie type topics,
Yep.
you know, because a lot of the shit they taught us would have worked on that age group.
Correct.
It wasn't geared for like 11 through 13-year-olds at all. It was too childish. They're like, oh, if somebody comes up to you, you say no, thank you. Like, that's a child response.
It
Like,
is.
peer pressure, they're not giving you techniques for peer pressure or, you know, shit that actually pops up in your life that you would actually need a defense to. They didn't give you anything that could have been used as an actual tool.
Well, of course not, because it wasn't about that. It was about all the. It was like the beginning of the fear tactics.
True.
Let's just be real.
Well, that was
Although
after the say no to
Reefer
drugs.
Madness was like the original, like the fear
Oh,
tactics for
yeah,
sure.
Reefer Madness was the OG because of the petrochemical companies
Yep.
that wanted to develop DuPont in particular, who was friends with the president at the time, wanted to further his petrochemical research and government funding. So he talked them into banning hemp by calling it marijuana.
Well, there's that, and also Randall Hirsch, who is a big lumber magnate.
Well, that
And
may be
also,
true too, but DuPont is the one who actually petitioned the government to get to go without American Medical Association approval and get this banned within less than 30 days in a special session because he was super good friends with the president, right? I did a whole presentation on this at the Minnesota Libertarian Party convention. They had me as a speaker one year on hemp and CBD. And so DuPont then, like I said, petitioned the United States government, did it without the approval of the American Medical Association. American Medical Association found out at the last minute, less than 5 days before they were supposed to go before Congress, to then vote on this. And then DuPont and his little fancy doctor team went up and somehow shown the American Medical Association, who was like, we don't think this is a good idea. A lot of our doctors use this in their, basically like in their arsenals and kits, and it's been used for the last 100 years safely. And, we really need this product, and it could be used for so many other things. But the Congress said, nope, we're banning it, and banned the shit. I'm sure they got paid. I'm sure DuPont was like, you'll get some money when I make some money. Because it's the only real reason why you would go against, at the time, the American Medical Association. And why you would try to get it passed without their approval. And then when they found out and were like, no, still fight them.
Right.
Because you knew how much money you were going to make. That's all that was about. Sad but true. And so DuPont, and probably these other lumber people probably stood up with DuPont as well. But DuPont's the one who actually went to the president, made shit happen, said, we got to pass this shit quick. We need to get this shit out of the way. And boom, bam, bop, done. And then a few months later, we had products like Teflon development, because it was like, this was in the 30s. So then by the 40s, we had all this development of all these, polymers and this, that, the other, and that. So it's bullshit. It's bullshit. If you're a teenager and someone offers you drugs, you'll stranger and run away. The government would tell you something stupid like that. That's the truth, though. That's the type of shit they would tell you. That's not how it works, because that's not what type of situation you'd be in. I'm sorry, but it's just like the people every year in the police departments who come out and say, somebody's going to give your child edibles in their Halloween candy.
Yeah,
Ain't nobody
right.
giving no kids edibles. Edibles
No.
is expensive.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. It's like, nah, I ain't gonna waste it on some kids. Like,
No
are you
damn
fucking
kids. Ain't no kids getting no edibles. Edibles is expensive. Okay, number one. If edibles
that's
became
amazing.
cheap, like candy prices, maybe I could see people doing it to
Yeah,
be assholes.
then I could possibly see it. But yeah,
Yeah,
that's
because
very
people wanting to
true.
do it to be assholes to
It's
see,
a different price point, so it
Yeah,
would
it's not the
not.
same. So, like, there was, I guess, this woman who just came out with this in, like, I forgot what state it was, but said her kid got some Delta 9 gummy or Delta 8
Oh
gummies.
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and she was like, but nobody else claimed to get any. Girl, you let them gummies fall in that baby's bag and they were yours, and you need to quit the shit.
Well, yeah, no, I was about to say, like, the only reason why they were there is because of her, so that's the reason why she
And
wanted to
maybe
play.
somebody gave her some thinking, oh, okay,
Yeah.
you're with the kid, here's some Delta 8 gummies, like, and she didn't realize what they were giving her, too. I could see that at a little trunk or treat event. I've been at little events where they give, adults some little shit. One year we went trick-or-treating with the kids, and a lady was giving out shots. It was wonderful. It was such a good idea. I wish I lived in a neighborhood where I would have trick-or-treaters or people trick-or-treating, but I do not. So if I did, though, I would serve shots to the adults. Because I think that's the best way to go.
For the kids?
Yeah, like, no, for the adults.
Oh, well, yeah, no. Like, I'm sitting there like, wait, what?
No, for the adults. Like, as the adults are taking the children
Well, yeah,
around.
no. I mean, that is kind of a cool thing, but you have
It
to
was
be careful
dope.
because obviously you don't want to be like facilitating like people drinking and driving, especially if they got kids. Like,
Well, we were trick-or-treating, so we were walking.
well, yeah, but not very many people do that. Let's just be honest.
Tons of people do that in the suburbs, though. Most people walk in the suburbs around their neighborhood.
Well,
to
yeah,
trick-or-treat.
they do. They usually walk around their little cul-de-sacs or whatever. But
Yeah, that's what
for
we
the
were doing.
most part, a lot of people do drive around to
Yeah, a
different
lot of people
neighborhoods
do.
because
And I'm sure we went up to the door with the kids, so I'm sure she wouldn't have passed it if she saw somebody in a car. You know what I mean? Like, because usually if the parents are car trick or treating, they're not getting out of the car because they're the type of parent that has brought their kid and wants them to just get in and out, in and out, in and out the whole time. I've never really seen parents who drive to a destination to trick or treat get out of the vehicle.
I've seen it.
I mean, I've done that because we have driven to areas to trick or treat and then walk around and get back in the car.
That's what a decent amount of the population of city kids do.
I'm sure they do because they
'Cause
want to get
let's
somewhere
be
where they
real.
get some decent
Correct.
candyage.
Because you're not
Like-
going to get decent candy in fucking South Minneapolis in Phillips
No,
neighborhood.
you're right
Are you
though.
fucking
No,
serious?
you're right though. That's the truth. You got to
That
go
is
over.
the damn truth.
No, that's real talk. Like, yeah, no, you're not getting shit over there. Riverside, none of it.
No, none of it.
None of it. Like, you might as well pack that shit up. But I do get that. But,
that's exactly right.
like,
You might as well
I'm not
pack it
saying
in.
everybody should serve it because I don't think everybody would. But I
No,
think more,
I'm not saying everybody either. I'm
more
just
people
saying, like,
need to serve apple cider and hot cocoa.
some people
Okay.
have some low ass tolerances, Scarlet. So you
No,
have
I
to be
get that. But
sometimes
more
careful.
people need to serve hot apple cider
Oh yeah. Well,
and
no,
hot cocoa.
apple cider or something warm
Hot
people up.
cocoa.
Even
Yep, hot
coffee.
cocoa.
Even coffee. you know?
Yeah, and then, but I still say little shots of shit too, though. Like, let me get a little Irish coffee. Let me get some rum chata and some coffee. Something. That shit's delicious. Like, I'm here for that. I don't know. I like a little nip while I'm walking. I'm here for that. I don't
Big
think
toe,
one shot would put you over, though.
it can for some
Now, if
people.
everybody's house was giving out one, maybe, but
Big
you
toe,
better get
what
some of them pieces
what
of
news are
candy.
you watching? Because I'm sorry, like shit, everybody on CNN, everybody on MSNBC says President Biden.
Yeah, I've not heard former vice president.
Yeah, like I haven't heard that, honestly.
Maybe it's like a Freudian slip.
Yeah, I would guess because yeah, like they always say President Biden. All those chuckleheads on The View, they always say President Biden.
God knows you.
They are
You
fucking
stupid.
chuckleheads.
That is true. Though. They're terrible. They're awful. I stopped
They
watching
are
The View
fucking
when
awful. They are awful human beings. I don't give a fuck
I
what's
stopped
dangling or
watching.
not dangling between their legs. They are awful human
Well,
beings.
it's not even that. I stopped
Well,
watching
for some people,
once.
they say it's like, oh, if you're a male and you hate on The View, it's because, you know, you just hate
You
women.
hate women.
But no, it's
I
very
stopped.
icky ass people.
I used to like The View, and I used to watch it a lot, actually. And I stopped liking it when, honestly, it started with the Trump thing. And that's what really started their political divide because you could start to see like a super agenda. Even before that, they were still particular, but they allowed more conversation from both sides, right?
Well, I will grant
Then
you
there
that
was
they
just
did
this,
allow more conversation in the early days.
they did. And then they switched to this, we're going to attack all conservative hosts.
Correct.
And they're basically not allowed to
And
talk and
dogpile.
they shit.
And dogpile.
And yeah, dogpile them all and or get mad and throw tantrums like Whoopi did, you know, that type of shit. And that's when I started to be like, this ain't it, because it was just
This is
always
not the
just
way.
vitriol. Well, it was always just vitriol and hate, vitriol and hate,
Yep.
vitriol
Yep.
and hate.
Yep. Absolutely.
It just started to become gross. Like it used to be like a fun women's talk show back and forth. Topics that women liked and like to hear. That's how they sucked us all in, though. I see what they did.
Yeah.
They sucked us all in for years with these topics and shit we could all agree upon.
Correct. And
then yeah, and then used our emotions of how we felt about the host against us, and then started dividing people into camps.
Uh-huh.
And that's how they did it. Because they used to have like meaningful conversations. A lot of these shows did. The Real, this View show, The Talk. Like a
talk.
lot of these shows had decent, meaningful conversations on a daily basis. And it wasn't like bullshit. It was like decent shit. And women were like, yeah. That's why I think a lot of women have a connection to it still, where they're willing to defend it to the death, because they had that personal connection with it where it was making sense.
Right.
They were talking about shit that women cared about, that women felt were important. But then they started only catering to one type of woman and one
Ain't that
type
the
of point
truth?
of view. Yeah, and it really became fucked up for women in general. Like, as a woman who used to watch these shows, a lot of my friends agree, they just singled us out and acted like we never existed.
Yes.
Like, we as women, our opinions don't matter now.
What did I say earlier? They're trying to erase the past. They're trying to deconstruct it, like all of it. Like what's happened before, they don't want anything to do with, because it goes against all their weird little thought bubbles.
True.
And that's why like most of these people can't handle the truth. Like, let's just be real. That's why people have these fucking meltdowns on TikTok or Instagram or whatever. It's like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It's like, okay, calm down. Like, yeah, something bad happened, so you deal with it and you move on. Like, you don't sit there and you melt down and you become fucking inconsolable or whatever. Like, that ain't the way. Period. Because this is life. The bad shit's gonna happen to you. It will happen to you. Like, don't think that you're just gonna go through life and bad shit isn't gonna happen, because it will. And to think
Right.
otherwise is just so blatantly dumbfounded. It's just makes my fucking coccyx hurt.
When they do the State of the Union address, wasn't that earlier this year or something?
Yeah, right. Nobody was paying attention because they know it's
Yeah,
just
because I don't
fucking
remember that.
bullshit.
Remember when that used to be a big deal?
Yep. Now nobody gives a shit.
Everybody would stop, and it'd be on every news channel, and everybody
Yep.
would watch it. And, because that one year, Nancy Pelosi bitch ass ripped up that shit in the
Yeah, I remember
background.
that. Yep, I
Yeah, she
remember
was
that.
all salty looking and shit. And
She was
then,
salty.
yeah, and then that one year, yeah, because that was the year they had all the memes of her clapping and shit
Yep.
and all that with that bullshit. But yeah, people used to actually care about the State of the Union.
Correct.
Because it was the one time a year we actually broke down. But that's sad, though, because when you really think about it, all those years that we focused on that, we never cared about how shit actually worked or the feeling of the country. They were just doing shit. Where we need to have more check-ins like that throughout the year. It shouldn't just be at the State of the Union.
Well, that's what some of his quote unquote press conferences or pressers are supposed to be.
Yeah, but
But
he never
obviously there's
speaks.
something with it.
It's always that new woman, whatever her name is, Jean, whatever,
Yeah,
Pierre.
yeah. Don't even get me started on her.
I know how you
Yeah,
feel.
you know, yeah, you know how I feel about that
I
woman.
do actually know how you feel about the situation.
Fucking
But
slap
she's
the
ridiculous,
black
though.
out. She is
Well,
beyond ridiculous. Like, seriously, how can anybody take her serious? Like, anybody. Like, I don't give
she
a
never
fuck
has
who
a
you.
straight answer. None of them do at all. And then they act
No,
like Trump never gave answers, but they are really vague.
no, and
Or
that's the
they'll
thing is like,
or circle back when we had circle back. Oh,
yeah,
we'll get
Jen
back to
Psaki,
you
she
on
was
that.
ridiculous.
We'll
That
get
was
back to you on
absolutely
that.
ridiculous.
We'll circle back to you on that. And
Yeah,
we
for
never
real. It's like,
circled
please
back.
leave a message.
Yeah, and we never circled back. That's the problem. If we're gonna say, "Oh, we'll circle back to that,"
Yeah, right. Then you fucking circle back.
then you circle back. Yeah, like we need to circle back. Like we address that. Like come back to that shit. Like
There you go. You should make some merch, Scarlet, right there. We
like
need the circle back.
we need to circle back to this shit. Like We were promised a circle back.
Yep. And we're still waiting.
Yeah, and we ain't got no refund. Like, we were promised a circle back, and we have no refund. Like, damn. It's true though. Like,
It
I
is.
just feel like they all duped us.
Well, I was, I wouldn't say I was duped because I didn't vote for Biden or Trump. I voted for
No,
the
I'm saying as far as trying to create this facade of like, oh, we're providing you information and we're
oh
gonna
yeah,
circle
well
back
no,
to
that
that.
yeah, for the fucking the White House press briefings, yeah, with
Yeah.
JP. No, those are stupid.
Yeah, I
And
feel
they've
like they
gotten more
duped us.
asinine. They've gotten more asinine under Biden for sure.
I
They
think
weren't all
well,
that
and
great
even
with
during
Trump,
Trump they were
but
pretty asinine too, to be honest. Like,
what was that?
I wasn't a fan of Sean Spicer. Like,
Oh,
I didn't
Sean
think
Spicer was an idiot.
he was terrible.
He's a fucking moron. Like and McInerney, she was okay, but like she wasn't like all that. So
Oh
like
yeah, she was good though, because she hit a few little spicy comments though.
correct. Well, no, she actually the thing about McInerney is she actually was prepared. She
Yeah,
actually
she
had
was. She had some
actual
spice.
responses to things as opposed to just we'll circle back or
Yeah, circle back. Like, that was bullshit. The first time I heard her say, well, we can circle back to that, I was like,
well, I hadn't heard any of her conferences, and then I heard somebody, I think it was Bill Maher, and he was making fun of like her and circle back. And I was like, seriously, this woman, that's what she says? And like I actually watched one of the conferences, like, oh hell no. I like almost spit out my drink. I was like,
yeah.
holy shit, this damn woman does say, oh, we'll circle back to that.
I was
And she
like,
never fucking
the audacity.
does.
They made a whole rap about it.
That shit was ridiculous. That was
Well, yeah, because everybody was like, is
fucking
she freaking
ridiculous.
Gwen Stefani holla back? Like, oh,
Yeah,
we're
right.
gonna
Circle
circle
back,
back.
y'all.
Circle back, girl. Like, no.
Yeah, right. Like, no, hard
No,
stop.
we're not doing this. Yeah, no, hard stop. We're not doing this. I'm not playing along with this game. Like, this is the problem. We're not transparent enough. We're playing tons of games.
And we're
Biden
playing
thinks that,
along the games too.
oh, yeah. And Biden thinks that he's going to maintain control at midterms, and he might, because here's the deal. I said this to somebody else the other day. The problem, not that I don't necessarily want Republicans to win, but here's the problem. Republicans have not done enough groundwork and grassroots to make a unified front. And this has been the problem since Trump got elected. They were like, oh, Trump got elected. We don't have to work for it anymore. You know, our guy won. Meanwhile, the Democrats were still working and scheming and doing shit behind the scenes. And that has allowed them to be stronger, be louder, have more money, more donors. And this is what's wrong with the current GOP leadership.
There is a reason why the majority of the people who are now considered elite are actually like white liberals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There
like,
is.
That's facts. That's facts. Like, seriously.
No, that is fact. And so the Republicans, yes, need to work harder, but they have not put the effort or the spirit or the pizzazz since the days of like the Trump rallies. And that needs to change if they want to take back shit.
That is very, very true and very accurate, because I do sense like the same things, but I don't look at it like that way. I look at it as the Republican Party has always suffered from the fact that they are very weak as far as getting people
They
out
used to have a lot more stronger stances, but a lot of corruption is occurring that they don't want to talk about.
That the Republican Party has ever been was, I believe it was Bush W, because of 9/11. But that was it. Like, they've always fought very hard, especially if you're talking about from the top of the ballot down. It's always been at least a decent battle. There haven't been very many where there's been a pretty solid majority. Trump won, and I firmly believe that. I don't believe there was any, riffraff or crazy dealings like certain people do. Definitely not like what happened in like necessarily 2020, and I don't believe there was as rampant as people believe. I definitely believe there was manipulations, but it was more on the back end. It
Oh,
was
there's
more
always
buying people.
manipulations.
Yeah, there was more on the back end and more with manipulating of money and people's fundings and this and that. Because part of it is like the corporate. Because when a corporation, decides to become political and take a stand, they're doing that in some ways, to look good. It's the virtue signaling bullshit. But more what it comes down to is they're also trying to either conflate or manipulate the image or the idea that their company in whole will vote a certain way or hold those ideas.
True.
Which, for the most part, we know for a fact with evidence through Disney is not the case.
No, because you can't assume what people vote and what values they hold.
Correct.
You can have employees and you can have a, company culture and all that, but that still doesn't mean that people abide.
Correct.
Because you'd have to have some type
That's
of
how a
work
lot of things
morality
in
police.
2020 happened, was because the elite liberals were back ending into these corporations. These corporations were making it good or making it appear like, oh, well, we're prospering because we're holding on to these ideas now, or we're
True.
deciding to embrace these policies or these idealistic values. And it did to some degree transpire into votes, because I'm
True.
sorry, but like TikTok and shit like that, like social media networks, damn well, like Google. Look at Google. Google's a prime example of that sort of manipulation.
Yeah.
Because damn well a lot of the people that work at Google are a lot of those liberal minded folk. Like, let's just be real.
True.
So, and
True.
definitely when you're talking about, say, like Facebook and that sort of thing, and definitely
Amazon.
Amazon for
Yep.
sure, and
Amazon.
YouTube, because we'll even call it
Yep.
YouTube, because we've seen it. All of us have seen it. All of us on the YouTube have seen it. Whether or not we're what we're doing right now, whether we're YouTube
And a
people
lot of us
ourselves.
don't even hold necessarily, like, we're not like card carrying Republicans. Like, that's the sad part, is like, you're
No,
not
that's the thing.
allowed.
It's like, I'm registered as a Democrat, but for the most
Correct.
part, I've never voted all along the party lines. Like, I've always actually
No.
voted around. Third
Yep.
party,
Yep.
Republican.
Same.
It doesn't matter. It's the people who I find most
That
appealing because
have the
of their
values
values.
that I
Yep.
align with. Yeah, correct. It matters like how they're running their campaign, what they're actually saying, what
Yep.
they're actually doing. Those things matter. I don't necessarily care about party lines. That's why I really dislike our primary system here in
Oh
Minnesota,
yeah. Don't
because
even
you
get
have to
started.
vote against party lines.
Yep.
I would like a ranked choice voting for that reason, because at least we wouldn't have to stay across party lines.
That's
We
true.
could vote cross party then, and vote your top three,
Yeah.
and then that way you could vote for whatever party exists, and then vote another party. Like, if you want this guy, but if you can't get this guy, you want this guy or this gal, whatever, you could do that. But the current system as it exists, you can only vote party line down the ticket, or else they won't accept your ballot. So you
Absolutely.
can't even vote for certain people. For instance, like, Travis Bill Johnson is running for Congress here in Minnesota. I couldn't vote for him because if I did, I had to only vote Legal Marijuana Now Party ticket, and they didn't have the other races that we needed to be able to get the votes for.
Right.
So we had to sacrifice, and he told everybody not to vote for him because of that. And that's sad. You have to do that
Yes, that is.
just so that the other people on the party, that are the down ticket, basically, the other races could get votes.
Correct.
And that's awful. Nobody should have to do that. We should have choices. We should be able.
That is one of the bad hiccups of our systems.
Right. I want the Democrat, for this. I want the Republican for this. I want the Independent for this. I want, this party for this. And you should be able to go across those lines the way you want.
Right.
And until we can do that, that's going to be another problem. People act like it's all or nothing.
Yeah, the zero sum.
The act of even telling somebody, I'm going to vote for this person or that person, or I'm going to vote for one Democrat and one Republican, people would lose their minds on you in this day and age.
Oh, they often do.
Yeah, they would. If somebody told, certain friends, oh, I'm voting only Republican, people are still getting disowned. And vice versa. And it shouldn't be that way. Politics was never such a driving force of our identities.
No. But they made it because of identity politics.
Yeah, identity politics sucks.
Sure
it's
enough.
Trash.
But anyway, Scarlet, I have to call it a night here because I'll be up doing more Zoom meetings later. And later, I mean in the next 5 to 6 hours. So.
Oh yeah.
I have to say.
No, at this point, I think. Yeah, no, at this point, I think we should wrap it up because we've had a really long show. So it's a good time. Yeah, 5 hours. So it's been a good show. I think we've touched a lot of different topics.
Yes, we did.
We did. One thing that I found out that we can do, but I won't be able to do it with this show because I didn't try to take some shows out. But apparently now you could edit shows. So a show like this, we could edit into 2 parts. Which would be nice. Yeah, that would be nice to be able to do. Especially because we kind of hit on different topics. But like I said, this show is important for 2 reasons. Because we're getting to the point of no return, to recap everything that, Tim and I talked about. And then when TLO came in, we're getting to the point of no return where the posturing and the geopolitics is getting to the point where somebody's going to do something that is not changeable. Okay, it's going to go over the line one way, right? It's going to go over the line one way or the other. Whether that's we as the United States or NATO go over the line, or Ukraine itself, or Russia goes over the line, or one of their partner countries. That, in turn, is going to cause a cascade effect. And it's going to be a serious issue. And I see it happening. Because we saw it happen Monday, where Russia came, hit everything at once. Articles are flying, rumors are flying. People are hurt here, there, everywhere, and people got really concerned again. Where they, the people hadn't been talking really about the war at all, and we're 200 days into the war. And people pretty much just stopped talking about it.
Yeah.
It was one of those things where it wasn't in the lexicon, certain people, like I said, Mercado has been covering it every night for 231 days, but other people weren't covering it. There's something that is changing in the posturing of the world. And it's coming to this head of, I think, either destruction, no return, something of that nature at this point. They're posturing way too hard just to let it go. on both sides.
Yes.
They're talking about
We've
nuclear
been working
button.
on that. Yeah, we've been working on that pretty much through every aspect of our lives, whether it's war or whether it's our society degrading to the point where we're clawing at each other.
Right.
But that's basically what we're looking
Even
at
over
the moment.
ticket sandwiches. Shit. Like, it's been wild. So, and they know what they're doing. And so at
Yeah.
this point, we're getting, like I said, to this point of, I want to say, like, no return. The flashpoint, the point where, people, you can't take shit back. And I think we're going to get to that point sooner rather than later. And it's going to be an issue. And that where we're at, we need to watch for these things because we need to be prepared, because as the world, when this occurs, we need to push back and say, hey, if this is the way it's got to be, we as the world demand these things. You can't leave us without, resources, and because they might start trying to cut us off of everything. If this happens this winter and they start popping off nuclear crap or even missiles, or, North Korea wants to get involved and get jiggy with it too, this could be devastating. We've already had terrible crop shortages, food shortages for years at this point now.
Yes.
It's not any better this year. It's not like we had this like abundant bumper crop everywhere. So we're setting ourselves up for any more disruptions in the global chains will be detrimental outcomes. And so I think that this is why they're setting this up, because then guess what? Guess who gets to come up with the Captain Save-A-Ho plan of, hey, come to us for the solution? The world governments. They can create the problem, and they also have the solution and the cure.
Well, yeah, that's the V for Vendetta syndrome.
It is. And they do it to us often. Because if they start the world war and then everybody's struggling, nobody has food, the world is on rations, because this isn't going to be like World War II. People aren't as, resolved and resilient. And they don't care for themselves as much as they did. So we're going to run into a lot of problems. It's not just going to be simple. It's not just going to be simple. It's going to be hard, hard, hard. And so I think that's what we need to watch, because that's what we need to pay attention to more than worry about, are we going to die from nuclear weapons or this or that? What is the fallout going to be when they push it over the edge to the complete point of we're not coming back from this? The international incident, because the way that they just postured it Monday morning, we might get there sooner rather than later. Like the next 6 months, complete, total chaos could be occurring. They could be trying to do this right in time with the pole shift too, so that people would be paying attention to something else as the physical world cataclysms, the earth cataclysms start occurring. If everybody has their own collective emergency at the same time, you can't focus on outside elements. It's something to think about. So I want everybody to just think about that, because that's what's important. Being prepared, being ready, because what are going to be not just the geopolitical consequences the talking heads talk about, what are going to be the actual consequences that you or I or anyone else is going to actually feel from their day-to-day lives. Because it's going to be more than just, we're hearing about it on TV. Once we hit that global tipping point, it's no longer just going to be, prayers for Ukraine and let's hold up a flag.
Yes, definitely. Thoughts for another day.
Yep. That's for another day for sure. So I think that's going to be something to think about. Everybody needs to be ready. these are things I guess we're going to start talking about because we just wanted to tell people that we're feeling like this is going to be the event. If there was ever a time that people were on World War III watch, which I know is used quite often, we are in beyond red alert status. Like, I wouldn't be surprised in the next few months if we don't end up going to DEFCON status. And I mean like nuclear air raid siren level.
That will probably be less than that, to be honest.
I mean, it could be. I'm just giving it a very conservative estimate with that. But I really feel like with what they pulled on Monday and the amount of stories that they put out, the headlines they put out, what they put out, what both sides put out. You know, Ukraine tried to act very strong, but at the same time really admitted that they got hit hard and we're not expecting it. And that's something that everybody needs to watch. Because like I said, are they doing it because they have the upper hand? Are they doing it because it's their last stand? We need to watch this because at the same time, the West is saying they're going to pull the nuclear trigger. They're going to pull and sounding the nuclear scare alarm. And nobody's done that in a long time. So are they doing it because they're posturing and getting ready to start an international incident? Is Putin really that crazy? We don't know. But what we do know is that we're closer now than we've ever been to the big war. The war to end all wars, as they say it. And we don't want to be a part of this. Not during a winter where our economy is so fragile that as the world, if we were to get involved, it would just stop.
War rarely takes time off for human sake.
No. And honestly, I don't think we'd be able to function as the world. If that happens, I think we're just toast. We've already had our global supply chains disrupted. We can't afford any more slowdowns in logistics. I just don't see us being able to survive that. It will start to be very, very bleak, dark times. You know, like Biden said, it's going to be a dark winter. Well, if this happens and we start all getting into an international conflict and focusing actual resources, we're going to be in hurt, a world of hurt. And so we need to be ready for that because it's happening now. And Monday was a small look into the potential catalyst and how they can do it. I mean, Ukraine even shot missiles into Russia itself and hit a military base.
They've been doing that for a while now.
Yeah, so they were even
That's
trying to
train
provoke.
station blew up about 4 or 5 months ago, and those were in the within the Russian border by, I believe, 50 miles. So
That's
they
what I
already have-
mean.
yeah.
Yeah, so they've been taking this technique of trying to, get them to basically provoke them in a way. And this is dangerous. And we're at the point where NATO is willing to give up all these resources. Everybody's giving up money, missiles, tanks, all the things. And they've been building up this stockpile for a while. And what they claim that they're doing for fighting and what they claim they're receiving for weapons isn't matching up. So either they're not getting what they're claiming they're getting, or the war isn't as big as they claim because we're all the stuff that you asked for, on the ground. So something is either getting ready to ramp up exponentially, which they've been, if you even put in, the search terms Ukraine war, the last 3 weeks, they've been really propagating that something was going to heat up. Things were changing. The situation's getting worse. And then last week, and even now, they're like, well, the war is almost over. Well, which one is it? Is the war almost over? Or is it bleak times? Almost World War III. So I think there's a power struggle that's happening that we're not privy to. And that's what's dangerous. Because the powers that be are fighting. And I don't know who wins this, but we need to not try to be collateral damage in the process. And that's what this show is about. I'm sure we're going to have a few more shows like it talking about this situation. And as it escalates, potential threats and drawbacks. I am going to do a show on natural disasters and more geophysics. We're going to do some more shows about that because we've been seeing changing weather, changing patterns. And we need to talk about that too, because outside of what is happening geopolitics wise, and with the potential looming of this Ukraine war increasing, we also still have the natural disaster threats that are coming to be exponentially a problem. You know, tonight there was a huge outbreak of severe weather across the United States. We haven't seen severe weather in a while. And I think that's going to start changing the tides as this cool front is starting to come in with Arctic air and is changing some of the patterns where it's going to be stuck down the middle. You know, the west is going to be really hot and the east is going to be cold. And it's going to be fighting in the middle for those temperatures. So we're going to see probably a lot of activity for the next few weeks, severe wise. So we're going to be, watching that. We'll be doing a show on that as well. So thank you everybody for joining us. We appreciate you. I better get to plug my phone in because I only got 5% left. But thank you everybody for joining us tonight. We appreciate you. We appreciate you as our listeners, as always, here on the Freedom Revolution Network. Thank you, TLO. Any last words?
Be not what they expect of you. That's all.
Very poignant words, TLO. And from the land of 10,000 lakes, good night, universe.